Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 Treatment Plan, Current Development of Luo Chen. Master, you're back. The formation had just been opened when a vague shadow flew over. But when it reached Luo Chen, it suddenly stopped. Kai. Why did you become like this? Bai Miling asked in surprise. Gu Kai forced a smile. It's okay, just a minor injury. Bai Miling wanted to say something, but Luo Chen interrupted her. Is the room ready? Bai Miling nodded quickly. I received the voice transmission paper crane sent by the president, and the room has been cleaned. Luo Chen hummed and carried Gu Kai in. When he put her down, the other party couldn't help but frown. If it hurts, it's okay to make a sound. Gu Kai smiled and blinked, and lay on the bed. Luo Chen sighed, feeling a little heavy. The medical master did the right thing. Gu Kai at this moment is indeed not suitable for external energy to enter her body. When she was at Dangsha Peak, she was protected by Min Longayu's formation, and the pain was not so obvious. But after entering Xianlin Peak, the rich spiritual energy still lingers around even if you don't actively absorb it. In this way, it is easy to cause the spiritual power fluctuations in the opponent's body and expand the injury. But sometimes, blocking it is definitely impossible. Luo Chen performed the healing technique and carefully combed the meridians in the opponent's body. He waited until Gu Kai fell asleep before he walked out. Xiaoling stood outside with eager eyes. What's wrong? You've lived with the Wei Niang for a year. Are you not used to it? No, I just miss the master. Luo Chen smiled and rubbed her head. When he touched her, she was startled. Your body. The master noticed it. Bai Miling broke free from his hand and turned around in the spacious cave a few times. I have made some progress in practicing Ghost Mystery Record. According to the above method, with a wisp of Zuanine energy absorbed before as the core, now the ghost body has been condensed for the most part. Give me another 10 years, I can completely condense the ghost body and step into the ghost general realm. The little girl boasted to Luo Chen about her progress in practice over the past year. Luo Chen smiled and waved. The other flew back to him. He rubbed her hair, which was as soft as flowing silk. You work hard. A rare compliment. Bai Miling happily rubbed Luo Chen's big hand. In the past, Luo Chen was very strict with her. Whether it was refining soul true skill or ghost mystery record, he always complained that she practiced too slowly. Now, after a year and a half of separation, she has finally made some progress after practicing hard. After praising her a few more times, Luo Chen yawned and went back to his room to rest. This sleep lasted a night. The next day, Luo Chen woke up from his sleep with a refreshed spirit. Walking outside the living room, Luo Chen smiled at Gu Kai, who was sitting in a wheelchair and was pushed out by Bai Miling to see the snow. Without disturbing them, Luo Chen took out a few prescriptions from his storage bag while eating the breakfast specially prepared by Xiaoling. On them, they were all the medicines prescribed by Sun Shengxiao for Gu Kai. They are mainly for strengthening the meridians and guiding qi, promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. It can be seen that the other party is not just a name, and he also knows the principle that it is better to drain than to block. But Gu Kai's body is in too bad condition. If she wants to drain the huge amount of spiritual power that is stagnant, it will only damage her already precarious body even more. Moreover, if all of it is drained out, Gu Kai's decades of cultivation will also turn into a river of spring water and go to waste. Luo Chen can't accept it. Gu Kai may be able to accept it, but Luo Chen doesn't want her to accept this result. Therefore, to really cure Gu Kai, he has to use the resurrection pill that Luo Chen bought from the Kingdom Valley market. Looking at these prescriptions, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. The resurrection pill is a third-level pill prepared for giant and cultivators. Even if there is only 1/3 of the medicinal power left, at least a foundation-building cultivator can bear it. So, if you want to make the pill effective without endangering your life, you have to do a good job of auxiliary work in the early stage. Luo Chen looked at what he had learned and finally decided on a new treatment plan. Among the several prescriptions left by Sun Shengxiao, he took one of the prescriptions for strengthening the meridians. This is the basis for stabilizing the injury and preventing it from worsening. In addition, He had to perform the Great Perfection healing technique from time to time, using his pure wood spiritual power purified by the immortal Evergreen Sutra to slowly repair Gu Kai's meridians. Finally, there was the spiritual liquid that Luo Chen had specially developed. With the improved Pian Dan formula, the top-grade gold jade liquid of the Kang family of Taishanfang was integrated, supplemented by pure wood spiritual power, to form the spiritual liquid used for bathing. Luo Chen named it golden jade Pian liquid, which is unique. This medicine is quite good. Even the many injuries caused by Luo Chen's previous penetration of the meridians throughout the body can be repaired. If it is put on Gu Kai, the effect will only be better. The plan was set, and Luo Chen was no longer panicked. Next, all he needed was time. When he came to his senses, the two women were staring at him at the door. Gu Kai blinked. "Are you trying to cure me at the last minute? It seems that you are not that confident that you can cure me." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Then you underestimate me. I have found a way. It just takes a year." "Is there really a way?" Gu Kai was extremely surprised. After a while, she whispered, "I have waited for so many years, and it only took a year." "Yes, for a cultivator, a year is really nothing." 3 days later. In the Luotian Hall. Luo Chen sat in the upper seat, Sima Wei Niang sat on the side. Below them were the 9 hall masters of the Luotian Association. Wang Yuan of the Transmission Hall, Su Huanshan of the Spirit Beast Hall, Duan Feng of the Casting Hall, and Muren Kinglian of the Merit Hall. Sima Xian of the Battle Hall, Chu Lingjin of the Alchemy Hall, Bian Zhen of the Spirit Medicine Hall, Yuan Dongsheng of the Agricultural Hall, and Yuan Xiao of the Gold Hall. Qin Lianjun of the Outer Sect. There are also 2 foundation building elders, Min Longgao and Li Yingzhang. After Min Longgao established his foundation, he only took on the title of elder, and did not hold an actual position in any hall. But in fact, he was quite busy. He would go to help any hall that needed support related to the formation. As for Li Yingzhang, he was the head of the Li family in Qinhe River. After many years, he finally practiced 9 layers return to origin to perfection last year, and naturally entered the foundation building period. According to the agreement between Luo Chen and Li Jinhuang before his death, once the other party established his foundation, he would be listed as an elder in Luoxianhu. He was invited to such an occasion today. It can be seen that the other party has been integrated into Luoxianhu over the years and has won everyone's trust. Luo Chen looked down at the people below, and a sense of pride suddenly rose in his heart. After years of hard work, the scale of the Luoxianhu he founded has become so large. Luotian 9 halls, 8 foundation building, and thousands of disciples. There are many industries under his command, and each of them is thriving. Outside, there are many partners, and there are also 2 major backers, Ice Castle and Kingdom Valley. It can be said that even though Luoxianhu is not as good as the first-rate forces with giant and cultivators, it can be regarded as the leader among the second-rate forces. Once he is promoted to the late stage of foundation building, he can challenge the old forces in Xianlan Xianchang such as Tijiantang and Lianian Merchant Alliance. Even now, these old forces have to treat Luoxianhu with courtesy. If Mishuho were to be resurrected, he would be dumbfounded to know that Luoxianhu, which climbed up from the corpse of Pashangang, has such a scale. Luo Chen thought with complacency. While he was daydreaming, the work reports of the masters of each hall were being carried out in an orderly manner. Although Luoxianhu is divided into 9 halls, there is definitely a deviation in the emphasis of functions. Most of them are mainly developed internally, while those that are mainly external are Daozin Hall, Jin Hall and the outer gates serving the 9 halls. Therefore, when reporting the situation, it is also from the inside to the outside. How to solve the problem of the domestication of monsters and the breeding of spirit beasts in the Spirit Beast Hall and the food needed for them. What grade of magical instruments can the Foundry Hall produce, how many pieces can it produce annually, and how is the current sales situation? The Dan Hall, which Luo Chen is most familiar with, also showed a thriving situation in Chu Lingjin's report. Over the past year, Luo Xianhu has completely not relied on Luo Chen to refine the Jade Marrow Pill. The days that should have been difficult were supported by the growth of the 4 alchemists Chu Lingjin, Mi Li, Ma Shupu, and Xu Ying, and the 2 senior alchemists Qi Yi and Su Ji, who joined after the fall of Dunhuan sect. With the efforts of the 6 of them, they managed to survive. The large-scale elixirs refined by each of them not only guaranteed the output, but also enriched the variety. If it was said that it was still difficult to achieve this level before. But during the year that Tao Yisheng stayed in Luo Chen, he really made up for their shortcomings in theory. With a lot of practical operations, it is not difficult to refine a first-level elixir that is not difficult. And Luo Chen is not just relying on elixirs now. The Agricultural Value Hall, in charge of Yuan Dongshen, is already realizing the value of hundreds of spiritual fields in Dangsha Peak. The Spiritual Medicine Hall and the Li family of Qinhu River have in-depth cooperation. In the medicinal materials market, with the help of each other's channels, they have gradually gained a foothold in Xianlan Fairy City. Reports were made to each department. Finally, it was the turn of the Golden Hall. Everyone's eyes fell on the woman who was only at the 8th level of key refining. Yuan Xiaoyu. The girl who used to set up a stall in Daohofang has become quite graceful in the past 20 years. The Golden Hall was originally in charge of Gu Kai. But the other party was going to sprint to the foundation building at that time, so the affairs of the Golden Hall were temporarily handed over to Yuan Xiaoyu. Later, after she failed to build the foundation, the Golden Hall, as one of the most important departments of Luo Chen, could not be left without a master for a day. Therefore, Sima Hunyang promoted Yuan Xiaoyu to the deputy hall master. Strictly speaking, Yuan Xiaoyu was in charge of the affairs of the Golden Hall for a year. At this moment, standing in front of a group of Luo Chen high-level executives, even though Yuan Xiaoyu had been tempered for a long time and learned 70% to 80% of Gu Kai's methods, she still felt the pressure coming like a mountain and sea. There was no way. A bunch of foundation-building cultivators, the others were either in the great perfection of key refining or had been in the 9th level of key refining for many years. The realm is still a little low. Luo Chen flicked his hand, and a warm and friendly spiritual power spread over. Yuan Xiaoyu was refreshed, and now she felt that there was no pressure at all. She looked at Luo Chen gratefully, then adjusted her thoughts and talked freely. The Dangsha Palace of my Luo Chen Association is no longer confined to the Xianlan Immortal City. We have branches in the markets such as Biao Valley, Xianifang, and Luoshifang. After the demise of Shangongmen, Xianlan Immortal City was no longer rented out to independent cultivators as a whole, but developed into an independent cultivator market outside the city. My Dangsha Palace also rented a shop there. At present, the main sales resources of Dangsha Palace are still mainly the output of Luo Chen Association. Pills, magic tools, medicinal materials, spiritual fruits, spiritual rice. The resources sold by agents include the body refining elixir of the Kang family of Taishan Fang, the spiritual fish and medicinal materials of the family of Elderly. In addition, there are 3 independent cultivators who have established their foundation and entrusted us to help them sell the talismans and elixir they made. The specific profit sharing. Also, there are some independent cultivators in the foundation stage who want to cooperate and regularly give us a batch of resources for us to sell on their behalf. Senior Kang Xianqiang mentioned before that the Ho family was destroyed in Taishan Fang, leaving a vacant market. She asked us if we wanted to open the Dangsha branch there, and she would give us great support and discounts. But the journey is long, and there is also the uneasy Liu Guangfang in the middle, so I am still hesitant. I will tell you today and ask the president to make the decision. Yuan Xiaoyu said all the contents one by one. After she finished speaking, she looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen smiled slightly, but did not answer immediately, but looked at Sima Weinyang. What does President Sima think about this matter? Sima Weinyang seemed to have already made up her mind, and said slowly and calmly, regarding the cooperation with independent cultivators, as long as the source is clean, our Luo Chen Association can accept it. It is not only to earn spirit stones, but also to maintain a good relationship with these independent cultivators and building the foundation. More friends, more ways. As for opening a branch in Taishan Fang, we have to think about it in the long run. Strictly speaking, the Bai family of Liu Guangfang also has a grudge against us. In the Battle of Gaolingyan, they were also allies won over by Hohu. Although they did not attack us directly, they held back the Nanguang family. And, at this point, she looked at Duan Feng. The Bai family and Palace Master Duan also have a grudge for killing their father. Duan Feng nodded, indeed. But the specific decision can be made by the president and the president. Duan will not sacrifice public interests for personal interests. Sacrifice public interests for personal interests? Sima Weinyang shook her head. Now, both publicly and privately, The Bai family is blocking the way of our Luo Chen. There is only one foundation building cultivator in their family, and there is no big backer. It is easy to destroy them. After these words came out, Duan Feng's eyes lit up. The others were shocked. The president has not only become more and more majestic internally in recent years, but also more and more decisive in killing externally. The specific plan needs to be discussed and determined in detail later, but the general direction has been set. In a year at the shortest and 3 years at the longest, we must open up the trade route to Taishanfang. Opening a branch there is not only to make spirit stones, but also involves the extremely rich monsters and medicinal materials resources in the Million Mountains, as well as mineral resources. Luo Chen sat at the top, listening to Sima Wei Niang's words. The other party obviously considered it very carefully, from personal hatred to justice, from the seizure of spirit stones to the development of trade routes, and the longer-term development of Luo Chen. She has considered all aspects. And these are just decisions about the affairs of the Golden Palace. Before this, she could give her own opinions and decisions in every department. It is not an overnight achievement to be so clear-minded and organized. After listening to the whole meeting, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. He really got a treasure. In the past, he thought that if Mi Junping was still alive, it might be very suitable to manage Luo Chen Club. But compared with Sima Wei Niang, the other party is really not worth mentioning. If Luo Chen were to manage so many big and small affairs personally, I'm afraid his hair would turn white with worry. There would be no time for cultivation. It was because of Sima Wei Niang's help that he didn't have to consider so many things and could go to Kingdom Valley to participate in the Dao Seed competition without any worries. President, what do you think? At last, Sima Wei Niang looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen clapped his hands and sighed, "You are the president, and you should make the decision. Everything was handled very well, I have no objection." Sima Wei Niang nodded, and asked Yao Mingyu, a disciple beside him, to record all the contents of the meeting. After the meeting, a group of high-level people left one after another, including Yao Mingyu, who also left the Luotian hall at Sima Wei Niang's signal. At this moment, the hall was empty. Sima Wei Niang stood up, walked to Luo Chen and sat down gracefully. "Click it, the harvest of 2 years is all here." Luo Chen put one hand around the other's soft waist and took the storage bag with the other hand. It was bulging with spiritual stones. Luo Chen was in a trance for a moment. At this moment, power, beauty, and wealth seemed to be in his arms. The statistics of the 9 halls of Luo Chen in the previous article were wrong. I just wrote it down and found that there are 10 departments in total. Here is a small patch. The outer gate is not counted as part of the 9 halls, but is dedicated to serving the 9 halls. Well, the outer gate is just a brick, and it can be moved wherever it is needed. I would like to ask for some monthly tickets. Thank you for your tolerance. Chapter 352, Inventory and Summary. Please accept my invitation. After the trance, Luo Chen came back to his senses. It seemed, but it was just a seem. If within the scope of Xianlin, the 6th level of foundation building was considered a figure. But after seeing the foundation of Kingdom Valley, he knew that the 6th level of foundation building was nothing. In other Kingdom Valley, the minimum threshold for participating in the Dao Seed competition was to be a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. And this was just a competition between disciples. There were many giant and cultivators above. It can even be said that giant and cultivators were no more than this, and there were also Yuanying and Huishan. How could he be so young? Without sufficient strength, the so-called power and wealth were nothing but illusion. Even if the beauty was in his arms, he still had some thoughts and enjoyed himself to the fullest. The soft touch of his right hand seemed to be gone. Luo Chen held a storage bag with his left hand and probed into it with his spiritual consciousness. Densely packed diamond-shaped crystals were neatly stacked inside. With a glance, the specific number came into his mind clearly. 150,000. This amount is not much. Compared to the income from Luo Chen's own refining of jade marrow pills and their sale, it was almost 30% less. But in the past 2 years, Luo Chen has hardly refined pills himself. In other words, this income all comes from the output of Luo Chen. Moreover, it is the net profit after satisfying the various personnel costs of the monks and the association. After Luo Chen got on the right track, the income was so much? Luo Chen's eyes showed surprise. Although he had a few 100,000 in savings before, After paying the rent of the top-grade cave house and the batch of top-grade Zongmiao pills, there were only 200,000 left. From this, a batch of medium-grade spirit stones and the top-grade spirit stone that could not be used easily had to be deducted. In other words, his real working capital was almost gone. With this amount of spirit stones as a supplement, it was considered to have greatly alleviated his current financial pressure. Sima Wei Niang stroked her hair and said softly, "Not much, this is just the beginning." Huh? In Luo Chen's surprise, Sima Wei Niang smiled gently and said, "Don't you think about it? Luo Chen who has taken all the wealth of those major forces and re-established new business channels. This little profit is just what it should be." After saying this, Luo Chen understood. Whether it is Shining Peak, Yazian Temple, Danilan sect, or Shangang sect, they are all third-rate foundation-building forces with at least 1 or 3 people. The annual output and income of each family, no matter how poor, should be tens of thousands of spirit stones. Now all gathered in the hands of Luo Chen. It makes no sense to be worse than them after integration. Now it has just been digested and it is not yet the stage of exerting force. With the power of Luo Chen and the ice castle behind it, Luo Chen can completely become bigger and stronger and create more glory. 15,000 in 2 years? Too little, too little. In the future, it can be done. 150,000 a year. Of course, all this must develop in a good direction, without any mistakes in the middle. And in this process, all the monks and the association must work diligently and work together. Sima Wei Niang is indispensable in the management. Luo Chen lowered his head and kissed Wei Niang heavily, almost suffocating her before he let go of his lips. In the other party's scolding, he laughed. With such a virtuous wife, what else can a husband ask for? That night, the 2 great foundation-building true cultivators fought fiercely in the Luo Chen sleeping hall. In the end, Sima Wei Niang's second-level foundation-building realm was too low to withstand the conquest, and Luo Chen was declared the winner. At dawn, he hurriedly left the Luo Chen Association. After he left, Sima Wei Niang opened her eyes leisurely. In the past, there would be some tenderness at this time. But Luo Chen left in a hurry, leaving only the passionate masculinity on the bed. Sima Wei Niang blinked and knew why the other party was so anxious to leave. There were still people waiting for him on Xianlin Peak. There was some sadness in her heart, but Sima Wei Niang soon adjusted her mood. If you use your beauty to please others, your love will fade when your beauty fades, and when your love fades, your affection will end. If you use your talent to please others, your relationship will last long. She knew very well that her relationship with Luo Chen was not as strong as a vow. The reason why it came to this point was that she took the initiative and Luo Chen was half-hearted. If you want to stay with Luo Chen for a long time, your talent is the most important. He is a man who can do great things. I must not hold him back. Love between men and women is just a trivial matter. Gu Kai, I hope you can think this through as soon as possible. Otherwise. She got up from the bed, and her disciple Yao Mingyu had already brought her clean water and towels for washing. After putting on makeup, Sima Wei Niang took the anti-aging pill that Luo Chen gave her. Looking at herself in the mirror, she smiled. In the bronze mirror, the woman's appearance was only beautiful, but her temperament was elegant and noble. Who can connect Sima Hunyang, who had traveled all over the country and survived in hardship, with the current high-ranking president of Luo Chen? The essence-nourishing liquid prepared by Ma Shupo is getting better and better. In front of a large wooden barrel, Luo Chen put the essence-nourishing liquid into it, and then put in the gold-quality jade liquid taken from Luo Chen. The business between the Kang family and Luo Chen has been established since Kang Xianqiang went back that year. A large number of gold-quality jade liquids are sent every year. Among them, the good-quality ones will be kept by Luo Chen for internal use. And what Luo Chen can get is naturally the best quality and top-grade gold-quality jade liquid. At this moment, under his preparation, a portion of gold-quality jade essence-nourishing liquid slowly took shape. Looking at the liquid medicine containing rich vitality, Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction, and then went out. After a while, he came in holding the nearly paralyzed Gu Kai. Do you want to soak for a full hour? Looking at the steaming big wooden barrel, Gu Kai's face flashed a blush. Of course. After you soak, I will use healing magic to repair and soothe your meridian injuries. If you persist in this way for a year, I will be able to temper your body, and then I can repair your dantian. Luo Chen spoke confidently, his words full of confidence. Do you want to take off your clothes? Of course. After saying that, Luo Chen realized the shyness of the woman. Or, I will call Xiaoling. Don't. Almost blurted out, Gu Kai grabbed Luo Chen's sleeve. She lowered her head and whispered, come on, just. While she was still shy, Luo Chen had quickly taken off her outer clothes. If it was the beginning of the time travel, Luo Chen would still be a little uncomfortable taking off this ancient-like clothes, especially for women. But after several times with Wei Niang, he has become quite skilled. Undressing with one hand is nothing special. But when he was about to take off his underwear, he found that the woman in his arms was trembling visibly. Don't worry, I won't have any bad intentions. No. Gu Kai lowered her head and said with some concern, it's ugly. Huh? Luo Chen was puzzled. But soon, Luo Chen realized what the other party was talking about. As far as he could see, there was no smooth and plumpness of a young woman. Some were just pale skin, skinny, and flesh like withered bark, sticking to the bones. It shouldn't be like this. Gu Kai's age is in the prime of her life among the cultivators, and it is the most suitable time to sprint to the foundation building stage. It shouldn't be like this. He slowly put Gu Kai, who had her eyes closed, into the hot water. The Zongmiao Pill liquid exuded medicinal power at the scorching temperature and slowly penetrated into the other person's body. Everything will be fine. Well, an hour later, Luo Chen put on a light coat for Gu Kai and carried her back to bed. Then, he performed the great perfection healing technique, from the soles of the feet, to the calves, to the abdomen. After some twists and turns, he did a full body massage. When he stopped, Gu Kai, who was sweating profusely, had fallen asleep. Luo Chen gently brushed away the sweat, and then left the boudoir. Bai Miling was waiting outside. Seeing Luo Chen taking a breath, she asked worriedly, Master, are you tired? Tired. Luo Chen smiled casually, not tired, but there are some benefits. Xiaoling tilted her head, and then suddenly realized, oh, Master is lustful. Luo Chen laughed, without explaining. Food and sex are human nature. After building the foundation, as long as you don't indulge too much, occasional pleasure is beneficial to the cultivator. However, Gu Kai at this moment is naturally not beautiful. The benefits he mentioned are naturally not such superficial things. Back to the practice room. Luo Chen took a deep breath and quickly entered the practice state. The spiritual consciousness entered the body, checked the spiritual power in the sea of qi, and nodded secretly. Sure enough, such frequent casting of small spells is quite good for me to consolidate my realm. It was not an unfounded statement. After a year of crazy cultivation in the weak third-level spiritual land of Qinghai Peak, Luo Chen has always had this hidden worry about his body. Although the weak third-level spiritual land is good, it once made his realm soar and directly break through to the 6th level of foundation building. However, from the 5th level to the 6th level of foundation building in 1 year, it left a big trouble. The realm is unstable. There is a large amount of spiritual energy that has not been tempered in the sea of qi. It turned into a cloud of spiritual energy and hovered above the 6th level of heaven. In contrast, the pure spiritual power after the transformation is not so much. In this way, it forms a situation of top-heavy and light-footed, and the realm is floating. This is also why Luo Chen did not practice too much after returning, even though he had a top-grade cave and a large number of top-grade Shenglong pills. He needs some time to polish his realm and transform the huge cloud of spiritual energy into pure spiritual liquid bit by bit. Only in this way can the realm be stabilized at the 6th level of foundation building. The weak 3rd level spiritual land is very good, and Luo Chen has never wanted to stay for a while. This was not the reason why he left decisively in the end. There are many ways to hone one's realm and refine one's spiritual power. The operation of the innate skills, the 2nd level spirit pill, and the frequent casting of spells, etc. Helping Gu Kai with her injuries recently clearly played a huge role in refining her spiritual power. After all, he is now majoring in the Medicine King Sect's Immortal Evergreen Sutra, and his spiritual power is mainly wood-based. Healing magic is also a wood-based spell. In half a year at most, I should be able to stabilize the 6th level of foundation building, and then I will focus on cultivation. After being relieved, Luo Chen opened his eyes and called up the attribute panel. Lifespan 46/230, spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, realm, 6th level of foundation establishment 1/100, blood river realm 50 out of 100, kung fu, Grandmaster of Immortal Evergreen Sutra 565/1000, Great Perfection of Bright God Breaking Evil, Scripture of 10,000 Beasts 10/100, Spells, Level 3, Entry Level of Life Severing Finger 1/100 Level 2, Grandmaster of Landslide 900/1000, Great Perfection of Glazed Sky Curtain, Perfection of Turtle Spirit Armor 400/500, Great Perfection of Blazing Sun Technique, Proficient in Kusanagi Jengjin Sword Technique 125 out of 200 Level 1, Perfection of God Shocking Technique 400/500. Great Perfection Spells, click to view details, Alchemy, Grandmaster of Kingaden Mayan Fa 750/1000, Master of Pian Hand 218/300, Entry Level of Scale Transforming Hand 5/100, Entry Level of Star Picking Hand 19 out of 100. Great Perfection Alchemy, click to check details, Martial Arts, Great Perfection of the Mountain Splitting and Monument Breaking Palm, Grandmaster of the Heavenly Maiden Scattering Flowers 501/1000, Grandmaster of the Wang Family Secret Book 501/1000, Skills, Second Level Alchemist, First Level Physician. Alchemist, Second Level Elixir, Entry Level 10 out of 100 of the Dust Falling Pill, Entry Level 9 out of 100 of the Emperor's Flowing Slurry First Level Elixir, Entry Level 30 out of 100 of the Soul Feeding Pill, Mastery 204 out of 300 of the Blood Burning Pill. Great Perfection Alchemy, click to check details, Achievement Points. 41. Looking at the attribute panel that unfolded like a waterfall, Luo Chen raised the corners of his lips with satisfaction. On the way back, he couldn't take a close look, but now he can take a good inventory. Another year and a half passed, and his age naturally increased to 46 years old. But at the same time, his upper limit of lifespan also increased by 10 years because of breaking through the 6th level of foundation building. The upper limit of my lifespan of 230 years is enough for me to cultivate to the perfection of the foundation building stage without sudden death. Even if the weak 3rd level spiritual land is gone. But the 2nd level superior cave house on Cheyenne Peak is still the best place for cultivation that countless foundation building cultivators are extremely eager to practice. Luo Chen will not despise the current cave house just because he has enjoyed a better cultivation environment. On the contrary, he pays the rent every year more actively than anyone else, for fear of being squeezed out by someone with connections. Otherwise, when the time comes, if he practices in a medium-level cave house and his cultivation speed is reduced by half, he will have nowhere to cry. No, maybe more than half. The spiritual land is too important for the cultivation of foundation-building cultivators. It is far more important than elixirs and magic tools. There is no change in other things, but the biggest change is in the 2nd level spell column. The defensive spells Glazed Sky Curtain and Fiery Sun spell have been brushed to the Great Perfection level in a year of practice in Kingdom Valley. Now he can cast these 2 spells calmly. As for the effect, he could judge that the Fiery Sun technique was comparable to an ordinary attack by a mid-stage cultivator using a magic weapon. This was great. This meant that Luo Chen could hit with a similar attack strength without using a magic weapon. It was not so easy to judge the Glazed Sky Curtain. After all, he needed an opponent to confirm his defensive strength. However, the landslide in the 2nd level spell was still stuck at the Grandmaster level and could not be fully perfected, which made Luo Chen complain. The Glazed Sky Curtain was known for its difficulty in practice. This thing was even more difficult to practice than it. You know, he had already practiced the 3 first level spells to the point of full perfection. But it's also good to be difficult. The more difficult it is, the greater the potential and the stronger the power. If I wait until I reach the late stage of foundation building and then perform the fully perfected landslide, I'm afraid that those great cultivators will not be able to stop me even if they use their magic weapon killing moves. After a chuckle, Luo Chen's eyes moved down quickly. The Kingaden Mayan method to resolve the poison was still progressing slowly. It was clear that he had reached the Grandmaster level long ago and had reached the state of great perfection described in this technique, but he did not expect that the subsequent stage would be even slower. Perhaps after perfection, there would be some unexpected transformation, which is not impossible. Luo Chen put away all the other perfect alchemy techniques, so as not to be dazzled by too many. There is an additional star-picking hand. It was obtained from Elder Zingine of Kingdom Valley, and it is also an alchemy technique for processing mineral materials. It is similar to the jade-breaking hand, but it has a wider range of application and better effects. In the words of Elder Zingayan, even if it is meteorite iron from outer space, the star-picking hand can refine its essence and use it to make pills. Hey, there is an additional skill. Luo Chen looked at the additional, first-level physician, in the skill column in surprise. When I came back from Kingdom Valley, there was no such thing. He subconsciously looked outside the door, revealing a thoughtful look. It is probably related to his recent study of medical books, preparation of prescriptions, and frequent use of healing techniques. These are all skills related to physicians among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals. In the world of immortal cultivation, physicians are also a very popular profession. Many cultivators with water, wood and earth spiritual roots will also practice medicine. Even among the jading sword cultivators who are always famous for their fighting power, there may be 2 or 3 excellent physicians among 10. It sounds very inconsistent. But that's the truth. The more you like fighting, the more likely you are to get hurt. Moreover, it is not difficult to get started as a physician. It doesn't take much time. It is still very easy to treat some minor wounds after a little learning. The difficult part is to master it. For example, Luo Xianhong, whom Luo Chen had met in the past, is Ziohe in the soul refining banner now. He is a very good physician. He once used the golden silkworm fracture technique to reconnect Qin Liangzhen's broken arm. If you have free time, you may learn a few medical skills to keep yourself. When walking in the world of immortal cultivation, it is always better to have more skills. Luo Chen didn't think about mastering it, just dabbling in 1 or 2. Skipping the first-level physician, Luo Chen took a look at the elixir. It was nothing special. It was just 2 simple elixirs that were easy to refine. Dust reduction pill and soul feeding pill. I didn't expect that the achievement points would be replenished again. In the second round of the Dao Seed competition, he lost 10 achievement points because of the entry-level dust reduction pill. But after several spells were either perfected or broken through, they were restored to 41 points. This made Luo Chen very satisfied. Holding a huge amount of achievement points made him feel confident. In case he encountered any new elixir and needed to refine it urgently, he could get started at any time. If there was any powerful third-level spell or technique, he could also forcefully deduce it. It was just like when he refined the second-level Emperor Flowing Slurry in the key refining stage to build his foundation. The more achievement points he accumulated, the more at ease Luo Chen felt. After taking inventory, Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He would do this kind of inventory secretly from time to time. It was not only to check his own progress, but also to summarize experience and lessons through his own internal situation and make corresponding plans for the future. What skills should I continue to brush up on my proficiency? What kind of elixir needs to reach a higher grade before it is suitable for me to take? At what level of practice can the speed of cultivation be accelerated? And so on. In general, it is the same as the 3 self-examinations every day. After this inventory, Luo Chen plans to focus on the landslide and the art of shocking the soul in the future. One must be completed as soon as possible, and the other is not far from the master level, and it is quite beneficial for training the soul. In addition, the tempering of the alchemy cannot be left behind. Of course, it is no longer a repeated refining of the Jade Marrow Pill. It is the Jade Dew Pill. The Ice Castle is in urgent need of this thing, and he is now in short supply of spirit stones. It is a perfect match and the best of both worlds. He is not worried that refining a large number of Jade Dew pills will expose his own alchemy attainments. If he wants to expose it, he has already exposed it. He deliberately revealed his alchemy skills by defeating the Kingdom's 7 sons and winning the championship 3 times in a row. The purpose is to find a reason to refine a large number of Jade Dew pills after returning. I am stronger than the Kingdom's 7 sons, and it is natural to refine more and better Jade Dew pills. Of course. At present, there is no need to rush, just cure Gukai first. However, Luo Chen is not in a hurry. But someone else is. The next morning, outside the 17th cave, the girl Shilan stood at the door. Brother Luo, my master invites you. Recommend a book to a friend. The following is the direct train introduction. Ningyu traveled through the world of cultivation, and both martial arts and cultivation can be immortal, and he also awakened the proficiency panel. Once the proficiency is in place, it is a breakthrough, without any obstacles. Is martial arts cultivation difficult? I think it is quite simple. Chapter 353 Luo Tian joins the battle and destroys Yuding. This was Luo Chen's first time to step into the third-level cave on Xianlin Peak. The moment he stepped in, he felt a concentration of spiritual energy that was not inferior to that of the third-level spiritual land. This was just the living room of the cave. If he was in the training room with the highest concentration, how high would the concentration be? If he practiced in it, how many times would the speed of practice increase? In addition to being shocked, a cold voice came to his ears. "You are very patient." Luo Chen's mind trembled. He knew that the other party was talking about the fact that he had not visited the door after returning to Xianlin, and even had to ask someone to come. It was unimaginable for a foundation-building cultivator to treat a giant and master so poorly. He immediately clasped his hands together and made a Taoist salute. "Please forgive me, my beloved was seriously injured because of the failure to break through the foundation. After I came back, I have been doing my best to heal her. In addition, I heard from Taoist friend Tan Tai that you were in seclusion, so I came to see you a few days late." After saying that, he bowed his head and said nothing, looking like he was apologizing. In a place where he couldn't see, the expression of the fairy Juking changed. "Healing the wounds of her beloved?" After a long while, she said coldly, "How is your beloved now?" Luo Chen raised his head and explained the specific situation in detail. At the end, he sighed, "If I had come back earlier with the master, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Because of me, she was seriously injured. I will do my best to heal her injuries and start her path again." Calculate the time. The period when Gu Kai tried to build her foundation was the month after Luo Chen completed the Dao Seed competition. If he had come back earlier and was under his care, even if he failed, he wouldn't have fallen to the point of being almost paralyzed now. After listening to his explanation, the fairy Juking's expression was slightly relieved. Luo Chen had been paying attention to the changes in the other party's expression. At this moment, it seems that the other party doesn't seem to have the so-called ruthless temperament. Quite reasonable. After the matter was opened, Fairy Juking did not pursue Luo Chen's crime of neglecting him, but instead mentioned the fact that many sects in Kingdom Valley had scrambled for him. The many benefits they gave you were given in the name of the sect. My Juking lineage is naturally not that wealthy. Luo Chen immediately said, "Master, don't mind. It is my great fortune to have your protection. I dare not ask for too much." Although she said so, her eager look clearly showed that she was waiting for the next words. Fairy Juking pulled the corner of her mouth and reached out to wave out two objects. One was tattered, like a pot or a cauldron. The other was exquisite, a string of crystal clear bracelets. Luo Chen took the two in surprise. "What is this?" The cauldron is the Shangshu cauldron, originally the life magic weapon of a giant and cultivator. At this point, Fairy Juking paused, and a hint of sadness and nostalgia flashed in her eyes. But in a moment, she restrained her inappropriate emotions and continued, "Although this treasure is incomplete, it only loses its ability to fight. Its ability to refine pills is still intact. You can use it as a low-grade magic weapon for alchemy, there is no problem." Luo Chen looked at a broken copper cauldron in his hand in surprise. He couldn't associate it with a high-end and classy alchemy magic weapon. Shouldn't it be similar to the sun and moon in the pot of the Medicine King sect, or the blue sky-glazed cauldron of the Kingdom Valley? Can this also refine pills? But since the other party said so, he would naturally not fool him. "Thank you for the reward." The fairy Juking turned her eyes away, unwilling to look at the broken copper cauldron, and just talked about the purpose of another magic weapon. The blue dragon bracelet, a low-grade magic weapon of the water system, seals the spirit of a third-level water dragon. Injecting spiritual power into it during battle can summon a water dragon. It is a good magic weapon. She paused at this point. "It's not for you, it's for your beloved." How generous. Faced with this unexpected surprise, Luo Chen couldn't help but say, "But she hasn't established her foundation yet, so I'm afraid she can't use this treasure. With your ability, can't you let her establish her foundation?" Fairy Juking asked back. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Indeed, at his level, if he is willing to pour in huge resources, he is indeed very sure to push a key refining cultivator to the foundation establishment stage. He is not Duan Kyankin, and the wealth and connections he currently has are not comparable to Duan Kyankin. As long as he is willing to spend the price, Gu Kai will definitely be able to establish her foundation. This is Luo Chen's confidence. This time, he bowed again sincerely. "Thank you, Master." Fairy Juking nodded, and then said, "Finally, The old man chiding from Kingdom Valley said that he can apply to the sect to let you use the third level spiritual land once every 10 years, right? Luo Chen's mind moved, and he looked at Fairy Juking expectantly. Could it be? I can also agree to the same conditions. But Luo Chen was excited when he said the first sentence. But when he heard the word but, he knew that it might not be that simple. But the third level spiritual vein of Xianlin Peak was only artificially improved. There are only 3 third-level caves that can be condensed for cultivators to practice. One is under the name of Yuding Sword Sect. Even if it is vacant, it will never be used by others. I don't have the corresponding formation key to open it. This is reasonable. Even though Xianlin Fairy City was built by the 7 sects, Yuding Sword Sect was the co-master of Yuding in the past. It is normal to have some privileges. One is occupied by a giant master for many years. He came from the ruined Horn Sect. Now he's listed under Xianlin Fairy City as a worshipper. Luo Chen didn't expect this. He heard that there was a long-term Jinden worshipper stationed in Xianlin Fairy City. When the Jinden cultivators on duty in the sect left, the other party would be responsible for protecting the Fairy City. Unexpectedly, it was a cultivator from Horn Sect. According to the records in the classics, Horn Sect was also a part of the 16 sects that attacked Liangsha. However, just like the destruction of Gishan Valley and Minghuang Sword Sect, Horn Sect also disappeared in the long river of history. Unexpectedly, there are still descendants alive in the world, and even cultivated to the golden core stage. Finally, it is the palace where I live now. Fairy Juking said in a faint tone, pointing to the huge cave house under her feet that is comparable to a palace. The first cave house is not owned by a sect, but belongs to the Xianlin rotating sect. In other words, I am using it now, but I may not use it in the future. Luo Chen frowned. How long Bingbao will control Xianlin is unknown. And when she controls it, Fairy Juking will definitely use the cave house herself. In this case, where can she spare the opportunity for him to use it? No. In this case, why did the other party bring up this matter? In other words, the other party has the opportunity to spare a cave house for him? Luo Chen looked at Fairy Juking with half belief and half doubt. The beautiful woman raised her lips slightly. Now, there is an opportunity in front of us. We can vacate a third-level cave. Luo Chen, it depends on whether you can seize this opportunity. Luo Chen asked curiously, what opportunity is it? It's very simple. Let your Luo Xian who participate in the war and destroy the Yuding Sword Sect. At that time, the other vacant third-level cave will be at your disposal for 100 years. Ridiculous. Luo Chen blurted out subconsciously. But when he saw the narrow eyes of the woman above, his heart trembled. He hurriedly said, how can my Luo Xian who dare to destroy the Yuding Sword Sect? Master, don't make fun of me. Do you think I'm kidding? The heartless fairy said softly, her eyes slightly narrowed, and her long eyelashes hung outside her eyes like ice ridges. Luo Chen felt cold in his heart. Yes. How could he let a giant master make fun of him? However, letting Luo Xian who participate in that level of struggle is like hitting a rock with an egg. How much of his family wealth that he has accumulated with great difficulty will be left once he joins the war? Moreover, Luo Chen said hoarsely, hasn't the war between the two Yuanying upper sects been easing in the past 10 years? Fairy Juking said lightly, you have been practicing in the Daozi Hall of Qingyuan Peak for a year, and the news is lagging behind. Since the end of the Daozi dispute in Kingdom Valley, the two upper sects have failed in negotiations and have completely torn their faces. Now, the sects of both sides have successively sent foundation-building true disciples and even Jinden elders to participate in the war. Not only that, the allies of the upper sects and their vassals are also rushing to the main battlefield one after another. My ice castle is an ally of Luan sect. At this point, she lowered her head and looked down at Luo Chen. And your Luo Xian who is a vassal of my ice castle, so it is naturally an ally of Luan sect. Joining the war is reasonable. Luo Chen's body trembled slightly. How could it be so? How could it be so? When he remained silent, the fairy Juking pulled the corner of her mouth and showed a forced smile. Of course, you are the alchemist I value most, and you are also a genius alchemist master famous in Yuding domain. I can't treat you harshly. You don't have to participate in this war, just practice at Xianlin Peak with peace of mind. Luo Chen raised his head and forced his eyes to look at the pair of eyes that were still cold under the smile. What about my Luo Xianhu? All members above the 7th level of key refining will participate in the war, and one foundation building cultivator can stay to take care of Dangsha Peak for you. Master, is this too much? I am informing you, not discussing with you. The light words, with the powerful pressure of the golden core stage, came to my face. At this moment, Luo Chen's hands and feet were cold. Luo Chen walked out of the highest point of Xianlin Peak in a daze. Riding the white clouds, he fell from the sky in a daze. This seat. The change in the address can show that she values me and even treats me with courtesy. But, Luo Tian will join the war? Luo Chen dared not imagine that scene. Even the great sects often perish in the war. How many of the Luo Xianhu cultivators who have only built their foundation for a few years can survive? I brought them out from Daohufang, fought together, struggled together, and built their foundations, but now I want them to die? Even though Luo Chen puts interests first in everything, he still can't make up his mind at this juncture. Or rather, he doesn't need to make up his mind. Juking didn't discuss it with him at all, but told him nakedly that Luo Xianhu must join the war. If I didn't cling to the ice castle and borrow this power, would this not have happened? No. Without boarding the ice castle's ship, Luo Xianhu would only be stranded at the bottom like small forces such as Xianing Peak and Shengongmen. Under the pressure of the general trend, it would only be worse. But what's the point of me working so hard to face such a situation? What's the point of me making friends with the forces in Xianlin? I have won the first place in Kingdom Valley for 3 consecutive times. Is there any meaning? Luo Chen was in a daze and landed at the height of the second-level upper-grade cave. Suddenly, a long roar was heard. A figure rushed out of the 13th cave and went straight into the sky. The powerful power of the 9th level of foundation building spread unscrupulously. The surging spiritual energy fluctuations showed the power of the owner of the roar. The joy in the long roar revealed the other party's high spirits. Looking at the back of the man, Luo Chen grinned. It's good to be a free cultivator. A lonely person, without any involvement. Cry when you want to cry, laugh when you want to laugh. Come and go freely, and travel across the world of immortal cultivation. When he looked up, the figure turned around and landed in front of Luo Chen. Hey, isn't this the famous Dan Chenzi? It was originally a joke and compliment, but it sounded inexplicably ironic at this moment. Luo Chen showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Congratulations, Brother Chu. Congratulations, Brother Chu. Once you break through the realm, you can expect to form a golden elixir in the future. Chu Kui laughed heartily. During the Kingdom Valley trip, although He Yuan King, whom he helped, did not win the position of Dao Seed, the many rewards promised were actually given to him after the first round. After all, Chu Kui helped to win the second place in the first round. It was with the help of those resources that he was able to break through from the 8th level of foundation building to the 9th level of foundation building after returning. In this way, he only needs to practice the last small realm to perfection before he can try to form a golden elixir. He waved his hand and said modestly, "Hey, the road is long and arduous, and it's still early to form a golden elixir. Let's go. I'm happy today, come to my place for a few drinks." Luo Chen shook his head, declined the other party's invitation, and turned away a little lonely. Chu Kui was confused and didn't know what happened to Luo Chen. Luo Chen, who was so distraught, did not have the high spirits of winning the championship 3 times in a row and defeating the 7 sons of Kingdom. Just when he was confused, Luo Chen suddenly turned around. "Brother Chu, what you said at the beginning was right." After saying that, he flew back to cave number 17 not far away. Chu Kui was left with a confused look on his face. What did I say at the beginning? That night, on the main street of Kingdom Fang, the moon was in the sky. Chu Kui sneered. What is there to respect about women from Bigbao? They are fickle and changeable. Now, Luo Chen deeply agrees. Women from Bigbao are indeed fickle and changeable. In the past, he heard that the fairy Juking killed the giant and Taoist companion with her own hands and got the name Juking. At that time, he thought that the other party was heartless and unrighteous, and did not recognize relatives. But after a few contacts, although the other party was indifferent, it was actually quite easy to get along with. And she really gave him a lot of benefits. Even, not long ago, in front of a group of giant and cultivators from his sect, he gave him a mysterious ice talisman for protection. Today, he also gave him a magic weapon, without any stinginess. If you add the initial 3rd level alchemist experience, the Ice Emperor Cauldron, the Ice God Jade, and even the top-grade cave house that Shi Lan specially arranged for him at the instruction of the other party. It can be said that Zhu King is the most generous high-level cultivator he has ever seen in his life. He doesn't even need to take the initiative to get the wool, the other party will give it naturally. But today, the sentence I am notifying you, not discussing with you, made him thoroughly realize that all the gifts of fate have already been secretly marked with a price. The gift of the superior is just casual, and the other party can also take life and death with a word. Sure enough, my realization a few days ago was right. A mere 6th level of foundation building is nothing in this world of immortal cultivation. In the cave house, Luo Chen took a deep breath, and his expression gradually recovered. Self-pity and so on are of no use at all. The most urgent task is to solve the problem at hand. Will all the Luo Xian who join the war? He absolutely cannot accept it. This is his hard work. There are many of his friends in it. Everyone is around him for profit, friendship, or favor, and over time they are used to looking at him with respect and admiration. Now, he has to push them into the fire pit with his own hands. This is something Luo Chen cannot accept. The time for the expedition is scheduled for 1 month. All the forces in Xianlan Fairy City related to the Ice Castle, Kingdom Valley, Alao Mountain, and even Luo sect will be dispatched. This time is enough for me to do a lot of things. Now, I must know what happened in the past year. With a thought, he took out the sound transmission jade. Chapter 354, Yuding Civil War, 20 years. On Dangsha Peak. Because of Luo Chen's return, the atmosphere that was a little impetuous before calmed down in a short time. This is the Dinghe Shenzhen. However, many monks came in and out of the Daoxian Hall today. Their urgent and anxious expressions made people who were familiar with the monks of the Daoxian Hall curious. What happened? It's rare to see so many Luoying monks appear at once. Faced with these curious questions, the Luoying monk who was responsible for intelligence collection and processing glared at them fiercely with a hawk-like gaze. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. After saying that, he entered the Daoxian Hall holding a pile of files. Here is the latest intelligence in the past year and a half since you left. This pile is the general intelligence of Xianlan Fairy City, collected in the 5 years since Luoying was established. The last pile of files just delivered was collected by Su Xiaolin from many channels at great cost and effort after your order. It has been sorted out in an expedited manner. Although it is still a little messy and incomplete, as long as it is related to the battle of the upper sect, it is basically here. In the battle hall, Sima Wei Niang placed pieces of bamboo slips in front of Luo Chen in different categories. Sima Xian, the master of the battle hall, and his subordinate Luoying elder Su Xiaolin stood on both sides, ready to take orders at any time. Looking at the densely packed files, Luo Chen took a deep breath. Without disdaining the trouble, Luo Chen spread out a bamboo slip and read it carefully. In October of the 3408th year of the Shanhai calendar, Han Zan, the Grand Elder of the Luo sect, broke through the nascent soul stage and advocated the recovery of 3 large markets and 7 small markets that were controlled by the Yuding Sword sect. His brutal methods caused protests from the Sword sect, and ended with the Sword sect's monks withdrawing from the Luo sect's sphere of influence. This incident was also determined to be the fuse of the battle between the upper sects. Luo Chen paused and calculated according to the timeline. At this time, he was probably at the 9th level of key refining, and Peng Rengshan had just died, and Day City had become a ghost town. In November of the same year, a foundation building master of Luo sect was suspected to have died at the hands of the master of Jianzong. At the same time, Jianzong suspected that the mysterious death of a giant and master of their sect was related to Luo sect. The conflict between the two sides intensified, and the leaders of the two sects came forward to negotiate, but to no avail. Luo sect proposed to take back a 3rd-level mineral vein, but was rejected by Jianzong. It is unknown which side took the first move, but a small-scale battle within the scope of foundation building realm broke out near the 3rd-level mineral vein. Although this battle came and ended quickly, it was recorded as the beginning of the civil war in Yuding Shangzhuang. The real outbreak originated from Alao Mountain's refusal to repair the immortal city for Jianzong, and the core disciples were killed by the master of Jianzong. The master of that core disciple, in a rage, destroyed the center of the immortal city, which attracted a massive attack from nearby monsters. Jianzong was dissatisfied and sent 300 sword cultivators to hold Alao Mountain accountable. Alao Mountain asked Luo sect for help, and the two sides broke out the first real war outside the gate of Alao Mountain. Luo Chen estimated the time. After the outbreak of this war, Tian Xingzi from the Henglong black market in Daofang left in a hurry. That was in the spring of March of the second year. He joined Nanguangjin and led the crowd to Xiaohun Mountain and destroyed the Duan family. After that, he successfully built his foundation with difficulty and even left Daofang. In this process, the contradictions between the two Yuanying upper sects in Yuding domain became deeper and deeper, and the friction became more and more intense. Wars of all sizes, with the two sects of foundation-building disciples as the core, continued to break out. The battlefield is also constantly expanding. In the sword sect, there are many masters, and even a giant master led hundreds of sword cultivators, intending to kill into the heart of the Luo sect, but was blocked by the strong men of the Luo sect. Everyone thought that the Luo sect had a shallow foundation and could not withstand the thunder of the sword sect. But no one expected that the Luo sect's puppet technique, which was called a strange and lewd skill, would burst out with great power in the early battles. In terms of combat power, it is not inferior to the Yuding sword cultivators. There was even an example where a sword cultivator of the same level killed 5 puppets of Luo sect disciples, but was finally blasted into blood foam by the opponent. Of course. Overall, the sword sect is still much stronger than the Luo sect. After the Luo sect joined forces with Alao Mountain to block several waves of attacks in the early stage, they felt that they could not stand alone. It was at this time that the Kingdom Valley cultivators joined the battlefield, and they were helping the Luo sect. The sword sect was not willing to be outdone and sent many first-class vassal forces under its command to participate in the battle. Not only that, even the Yan League joined them. By this time, the battle between the two sides had involved 5 major sects and more than a dozen first- and second-class forces. It seems that both sides also know that it is not good to spread it without limit. Therefore, the scope of the battlefield was gradually narrowed, mainly focusing on the 3 major battlefields of Linquang's Secret Realm, Blackwater Swamp, and Jilai Jishan. Although there were 3 battlefields, there was a clear distinction between the primary and the secondary. The center of the battle was in Linquang's Secret Realm. It was a rumored ancient relic, which was later developed by the sword sect and occupied alone for hundreds of years. There are even rumors. The reason why the number of Jinden and foundation-building cultivators in the Yuding sword sect exceeded that of the wealthy Kingdom Valley in just a few hundred years is because they have gained a lot of benefits from the Linquang ruins. Luo sect sent Jinden masters to try to seize the ruins and share them with Alao Mountain and Kingdom Valley. The sword sect naturally refused and sent powerful sword cultivators to compete with them. As for the other 2 battlefields, the Blackwater Swamp is rich in many resources, among which the Black Demon Swamp Mud is the most scarce thing in Alao Mountain, and it has to be purchased from the sword sect at a high price all year round. Therefore, the main battlefield of the Alao Mountain cultivators is here, and they have joined forces with the cultivators of the Luo sect to try to occupy this place. As for the Jilai Mountain, it is even more complicated. There is a super large 4th-level thunder ore vein here, which has even created the wonder of the Wonli quicksand wasteland under years of erosion. Everyone wants it, and no one can eat it. The 2 parties send a large number of low-level disciples to fight for dominance in a way that every inch of land counts. This battlefield also has the largest number of people and the most complex forces. The upper sects, major sects, first-rate and second-rate forces, and even many independent cultivators are all involved. 10 years ago, the Linquang Secret Realm suddenly closed. It announced the end of a battlefield. This also led to the end of the battlefield where the high-level cultivators of the 2 upper sects directly fought. They restrained themselves a little and no longer fought personally. Instead, they led their forces and allies to start a protracted war in the Blackwater Swamp and the 9 Thunder Mountains. So, this is why everyone feels that the intensity of the Yuanying upper sects battle has decreased and eased in recent years. Luo Chen murmured. With his powerful soul and smart mind. In just half a day, he finished reading the summary of the so-called Yuding Civil War. There are many doubts in it, and there are also many interesting places. But these are not the focus. At least, it has little to do with him, Luo Chen. He rubbed his eyebrows slightly and took over the intelligence of recent years from Su Xiaolin. Compared with the previous summary files, it is more detailed. For example, in the Blackwater Swamp, Alao Mountain seemed to be powerful, but it suffered heavy losses under the vassal coalition army led by the Jading sword sect. There were even 2 Jinden cultivators, 1 dead and 1 injured. On the side of Jilai Jishan, the conflict between Qingdan Valley and Yanmeng became more and more serious. Many true disciples in the foundation building period fought true fire, and many of them died. There were also many small forces of the first and second rank, which were scattered under the pressure of the general trend. For example, the descendants of Gishan Valley that Luo Chen was familiar with died in battles one after another because of the family's foundation building. In the end, a group of casual cultivators took advantage of the situation and robbed all the clan land. There are many such examples. I only know that the situation in Xianlin Immortal City is so turbulent and it's hard to survive. I didn't expect that there are even more tragic battles happening all the time in this world of immortal cultivation. Perhaps because of this, the major Jinan sects have restrained themselves and want to control the losses of their subordinates. Even Qingdan Valley has recalled many disciples from the battlefield under the pretext of re-establishing the Daozi and starting the Daozi dispute. From the evolution of the general situation, Luo Chen discovered many details. He even deduced that some sects were no longer willing to continue fighting in this quagmire of war. Finally, Luo Chen looked at the intelligence that Luo Ang had collected in the year and a half since he left Xianlin. In the 3425th year of the Shanhai calendar, Han Zan, the Grand Master of Luoyan sect, and Yuding Zhenren, the Grand Master of Jianzong, had their first public meeting on the bank of Qinhu River, and both sides parted unhappily. Seeing this, Luo Chen's face changed slightly. He finally knew what major events had happened outside in the year and a half since he left. Negotiations between the two sects on the bank of Qinhu River. Meeting of Zhenren, parting unhappily. Everyone knows what this means. Of course, the Qinhu River here is definitely not the riverside on the Xianlin Immortal City side. The Qinhu River runs through the entire Yuding area. It is an absolute big river, second only to the Langkang River in size. The specific negotiation address was not detailed. The specific content of the negotiation is also unknown. But just departing on bad terms means that this Yuding civil war will continue. It can even be said that the accumulated contradictions will be completely detonated, and the intensity of the war will also increase. 1 year ago, wasn't it when the Daozi dispute unfolded? Luo Chen recalled the many Jinan masters he had seen in the Heavenly Palace. He remembered clearly that Tao Yisheng said that the Jinan monks from the four major sects of Luoyan sect, Beihou Palace, Bingbao, and Alao Mountain came to watch the ceremony. However, he clearly had not seen the Luoyan sect Jinan in the Heavenly Palace. They came but didn't show up, or they came and left directly. What does it mean? Notification. Yes, they came to notify the results, just going through the motions. In other words, after the Daozi dispute ended, the war machine on the Luoyan sect side was fully operational. Qingdan Valley and Alao Mountain still agreed to take action, and even Bingbao no longer hesitated and completely turned to the Luoyan sect and prepared to join the war. After sorting out all this time, it was late at night. Luo Chen leaned back in his chair, looking tired. He said without raising his eyelids, "You go down first, Wei Niongste." Sima Xian and Su Zialan, who had been standing for a day, looked at each other, and then respectfully left. Looking at the tired Luo Chen, Sima Wei Niong stood up and stood behind him, rubbing the acupuncture points on both sides for him. "I haven't seen you pay attention to it before. Why are you so concerned about the Battle of Shangzong today?" "I have to pay attention." Luo Chen closed his eyes and said solemnly, "Because soon, we will be involved in it." "What did you say?" Sima Hunyang slowed down her movements, as if she didn't hear clearly. Luo Chen sighed. "Ice Castle Juking Fairy asked my Luo Xianhu, all members above the 7th level of key refining, to participate in the battle, and only one foundation building cultivator can stay in Dangsha." After saying this, the fingers on both sides of Luo Chen's face suddenly froze. Sima Hunyang's pupils were shocked, and she sat opposite Luo Chen. "Really? How could I joke with you about such a thing?" Sima Hunyang said in a bitter voice, "How could it be so?" "Yes. How could it be so? But think about it carefully, everything has signs. If Luo Xianhu is still the same as it was at the beginning, with only 1 or 2 foundation building cultivators, Ice Castle will naturally look down on it. But when foundation building cultivators emerge in an endless stream like mushrooms after rain, Ice Castle has already taken it into its eyes. Foundation building ceremony. No. Perhaps when Luo Xianhu attacked everywhere, destroyed Anuan sect and Shangguang sect, and demonstrated its military strength, the other party had already taken a fancy to Luo Xianhu. Even more, they added fuel to the fire and sent a foundation-building pill that was completely useless to Sima Wei Niang during the foundation-building ceremony. Doesn't it mean that the more foundation-building cultivators there are in Luo Chen, the better? At this moment, Sima Wei Niang must have realized what the consequences would be if Luo Chen participated in a war of this level. She showed an unprecedented shock in many years. And panic. But when her eyes fell on Luo Chen, for some reason, her heart calmed down. The woman stroked her hair and said with a sense of realization, "The situation is beyond our control. For so many years, we have enjoyed the great convenience brought by being a vassal of the Ice Castle. Now, it is normal for the other party to ask us to contribute." Luo Chen wanted to say that he exchanged the Ice Castle vassal for the Jade Pill. But when the words came to his lips, he paused. The Juking clan didn't buy the Jade Pill for free, they also paid a lot of spirit stones. If we put it one by one, even if we don't take into account the threat brought by the Golden Pill Master, it is reasonable for the Luo Chen to fight for the Ice Castle. In this world, there is no such thing as getting benefits without paying a price. But it is still a bit difficult to accept this kind of thing when it happens to me. Sima Wei Niang took a deep breath and said hurriedly and clearly, "If we really want to participate in the war, then the current many decisions of the Luo Chen must be reconsidered. Branches in various places will be abolished and reduced. Stop the agency cooperation with scattered cultivators to build foundations for the time being, otherwise it will cause a tail that cannot be cut off. Business with other forces must discuss new cooperation methods as soon as possible. The plan against the Bai family of Liu Guangfang is also directly cancelled." And Luo Chen's wandering eyes fell on the beautiful woman. The other party seemed to have accepted this fact, and very quickly substituted into the future situation. Whatever she thought, what she did, was all considered in the future. Such adaptability is ridiculous. Since Bingbao said that my Luo Chen Association can keep a foundation-building cultivator, you should stay, President. I will be responsible for the battlefield and try to get as many people back alive as possible. Sima Wei Niang's tone was a little low at the end, but the sonorous sound was fearless. Luo Chen smiled. In Wei Niang's astonished eyes, he stretched out his hand and pinched her straight nose. "Fool. Normally, it's okay to let you show up and take charge of Luo Chen Association. But when you encounter such a life-threatening thing, how can you go?" Sima Wei Niang was a little uncomfortable. Such a doting little gesture is not usually seen. But her heart is still warm. However, considering the unknown situation she will face on the battlefield, she is still very worried. But, no buts. Luo Chen shook his head. Fairy Juking said that only one person should be left, which does not include me. No matter what, I am also a famous alchemy master in Yuding domain. Such a technical talent cannot be sent to the battlefield to be consumed. As he spoke, Luo Chen's voice became low. Alchemy master, consume. Faintly, a thought emerged in his mind. Chapter 355 I am Dan Chenzi. What is he doing? Refine the elixir. Since Dangsha came back, he has been refining the elixir all the time, except for practicing and healing you. Alone. Yes, the master's alchemy skills have become more and more powerful over the years, and he doesn't need my help much? What kind of elixir is he refining? I don't know about that. Anyway, the president has sent a lot of materials recently, and I don't know them. The conversation started between Bai Miling and Gu Kai. While they were chatting, there was a slight sound outside the cave. Then Sima Wei Niang stepped straight into the cave. At first glance, she saw Gu Kai sitting in a wheelchair covered with a thin blanket. At this moment, there seemed to be some sparks in the air. But Sima Wei Niang didn't say much, just took a look and waited outside. It seemed that he knew she was coming. After a while, Luo Chen walked out of the alchemy room. He nodded to Gu Kai and Xia Ling, and went outside with Sima Wei Niang. Outside the cave, it was still within the range of the formation. Luo Chen seemed to have done nothing but cast a soundproofing shield. Then, he asked, "Have you spread the news?" "According to your instructions, we have spread the news that Luo Chen will join the war." After that, Sima Wei Niang said with some concern, "At present, people in the association are in a panic, and even in the outer sect, some independent cultivators who joined last year have secretly escaped. If this continues, I'm afraid it will have a great impact." "No problem." Luo Chen smiled slightly. "These independent cultivators are not of the same mind, so it's useless for them to come. They know the pros and cons, and come for the benefits. When there is a big harm, they naturally want to leave. Sima Wei Niang sighed. Luo Chen, who has been developing for a short time. It does not have the foundation of the inherited sect, and it can achieve a strong cohesion from top to bottom to achieve a win-win situation. There is a long way to go, no rush. Luo Chen said. Sima Wei Niang nodded, and then talked about the recent situation. Lianian Business Alliance was mobilized in large numbers and rushed to the Jili Mountain battlefield. The Jade Tripod Sword sect really didn't wrongly accuse them at the beginning. The Lianian Merchant Alliance was indeed somewhat related to the Lauren sect. Even the previous Jinden stage priest who was a free cultivator was introduced by the Lauren sect. In addition to the Lianian Merchant Alliance, many slightly famous forces, such as the Iron Sword Hall, the Zheng family of Gunlongji, the Luo family of Luo Shifangshi, etc., have successively sent people to the Jili Mountain battlefield. The foundation-building cultivators led the team, and the cultivators in the late stage of key refining were the main force of the team. They formed a river of cultivators and continuously poured into the Jili Mountain battlefield. It seems that the call of the big sect is not an isolated case for my Luo Chen society. Everyone has suffered greatly from it. Luo Chen sighed. After sighing, he asked with interest. What about Taoshan? No movement. Sima Wei Niang shook her head. It's still a scene of singing and dancing, and people are having fun. It's just that there are fewer customers, and it's not as lively as before. Luo Chen smacked his lips, thinking. It seems that the 100 Flowers Palace still maintains a neutral attitude and is not involved in the civil war in Yuding. Taoshan is the property of Taoho Patriarch, one of the 3 great golden elixirs of the 100 Flowers Palace. If the 100 Flowers Palace leans towards one side, there is no reason not to use the people of Taoshan. As far as he knows, there are 5 foundation-building cultivators on Taoshan. There is also Zongmiao, a late-stage great cultivator who is close to forming a pill. This is a great fighting force. It is a bit strange, because the food incense master of the 100 Flowers Palace also went to Kingdom Valley to watch the ceremony. Luo Chen shook his head and took a storage bag from Sima Wei Niang. It contained a large amount of materials he needed for alchemy. The two chatted and told Sima Wei Niang to keep everything as usual and focus on stability. After she left, Luo Chen entered the cave. He handed the storage bag to Bai Miling. Help me to sort it out and put it in place. According to the traces I left before, just put it in place as usual. I have to go out now. Bai Miling nodded. She still has this ability. Seeing Luo Chen was about to go out, Gu Kai couldn't help but speak. Has anything happened recently? Luo Chen gently rubbed her head, and the touch was much better than the dry grass-like touch before. It can be seen that the recuperation during this period has indeed worked. Don't worry about some small things. Gu Kai bit her lip, half believing and half doubting in her eyes. It can make Sima Wei Niang come in person regardless of the embarrassing scene of meeting her. I'm afraid it's not a small matter. The big thing is naturally a big thing. But every big thing needs to be calm. Luo Chen has figured out the thoughts of the major Jinden sects to recruit vassals to participate in the war. The answer is actually very simple. That is, the next war is likely to be unprecedentedly fierce, and the major sects cherish their own feathers and don't want to lose too much. Therefore, they want to drive the scattered cultivators and vassals as consumables of the war, while protecting themselves as much as possible. This can be inferred from many details in those files. Since the battle in Lingguang's secret realm, the two Yuanying upper sects rarely had high-level cultivators take action personally, but used their allies as the main means of competition. But the Jinden sects are not fools. It is not easy to cultivate their own cultivators. Each one is raised with precious resources. How can they bear to spend them? Kingdom Valley recalled the foundation-building disciples by taking advantage of the dispute over the Dao seed, and Bing Bao was hesitant for so many years. It can be seen that they also know it well. In this case, they must participate in the war. So, they thought of their vassals. Luo Chen didn't know how many vassals Bing Bao had, and how many external vassals the Juqing lineage had. But he knew that Kingdom Valley and Yanmeng had a lot of vassals. Take Yanmeng as an example. Luo Chen knew the whole family of Taishan Fang, the Zheng family of Gunlongji, and the Iron Sword Hall. This is still on the surface. How many are there in secret? If these vassals are gathered together, it is enough to integrate an army of tens of thousands. With this batch of consumables, no matter how far the war goes, All the major sects can preserve their own strength as much as possible. Consumption. Unless the Yuan Yingzhenren who can decide the outcome of the war personally takes action, the war is all about consumption. Financial resources, material resources, and human resources. In this situation, Luo Chen, an alchemist, is extremely valuable. The elixirs he refines can enhance the strength of the cultivators. With stronger strength, the consumption of manpower will naturally decrease. This is why Fairy Juking allowed all members of Luo Xianhu to participate in the war, but only allowed Luo Chen to stay and let him avoid this war. If I can minimize the ice castle, no, reduce the casualties of the Juking lineage, why should I let all members of Luo Xianhu go to the battlefield? Besides, compared with the present, the future should be what Fairy Juking values most. Standing on the top of Xianlin Peak, Luo Chen looked at the door of the cave in front of him and clenched the 2 jade bottles in his hands. The next moment, the door of the cave slowly opened, and Luo Chen stepped into it. In the cave, Luo Chen put his hands behind his back, showing the style of a master. Fairy Juking didn't look at his behavior. Instead, she lowered her head and carefully looked at the white pill with clear patterns in her hand. Top-grade Jade pill, Dan Chenzi, you are really good at hiding it. Luo Chen smiled slightly. It's not that I'm hiding my skills, but I've had many exchanges with the Titan Academy in Kingdom Valley, and my alchemy skills have improved slightly, so I can easily refine top-grade Jade pill. Refining easily? Fairy Juking's heart moved. What is your success rate? Luo Chen avoided the question and said directly, as long as conditions permit, I can provide at least 100 bottles of Jade pill for you every year. All top grade. Yes. Fairy Juking fell into silence. 100 bottles, it is a huge number. Her Juking lineage has not been in power in the Ice Castle since her Taoist companion Shanghu left, otherwise she would not have been sent to Xianlan Fairy City. Therefore, there are only 10 foundation building disciples in her lineage. It's weak, nothing more than this. The eldest disciple, Tan Taiyu, failed in his bid for Daozi, and there was no sect resource to lean on. If there were these 100 bottles of top-grade Jade pill, it would play a huge role in the cultivation of the disciples. Apart from anything else, Tan Taiyu could quickly cultivate to the great perfection of foundation building. With his help, there is a high probability that he could condense the golden pill. In this way, he would no longer be alone in the Ice Castle, and it would not be impossible to leave Xianlan and return to the core of the Ice Castle. She raised her head and looked at Luo Chen. You said the conditions allow? What conditions? Luo Chen smiled casually. It's very simple. Large-scale alchemy is never a one-person job. The collection and processing of the required medicinal materials takes a lot of effort, and I need enough manpower. The Fairy Juking pulled the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, don't you want the monks of the Luotian Society to go to the battlefield? Luo Chen did not hide it and nodded directly. Without waiting for the other party to refuse, he immediately presented another jade bottle. This is a Fairy Juking, who had just opened the bottle stopper, raised her eyebrows and blurted out subconsciously. The blood-burning pill of Lauren sect. It's not the pill of Lauren sect, but the unique pill of Dinshenzi. Luo Chen said calmly. Fairy Juking held a pill in her hand, and the rich fragrance of blood came to her nose. She knew this thing. It had a stunning performance in the early battle between Lauren sect and Jianzong. After taking it, the disciples in the key refining stage can instantly burst out more than 30% of their own strength. It is really a great thing to kill enemies across levels and save lives and escape. It's a pity that the blood-burning pill of Lauren sect has become extremely rare after it shined in the early stage. I never expected that this pill was actually Luo Chen's exclusive pill. No wonder. No wonder Lauren sect couldn't produce this kind of pill later. While she was thinking, Luo Chen continued, ordinary blood-burning pills are only enough for key refining cultivators. But I can refine the best blood-burning pills that can be used by foundation-building cultivators. If every Ice Castle foundation-building cultivator has one, I'm afraid a lot more people will survive. Fairy Juking narrowed her eyes slightly, and she whispered, Ice Castle foundation building. Luo Chen nodded and said, I heard that the master is not in a good situation in Ice Castle. I can refine more best blood-burning pills and give them to you to make friends with other fellow disciples. I think, for the sake of these life-saving items, the Juking lineage will be much better off during the war. These words were very direct. Even a little disrespectful to the other party. However, Luo Chen was not afraid. From the time Fairy Juking informed him coldly before, he knew that there was no friendship between the two sides. What there was just a naked entanglement of interests. Fairy Juking fumbled for the blood-red pill on the tip of her finger, thinking in her heart. Make friends with other fellow disciples? More than that. She could use this thing to make a deal with other giant cultivators. Nowadays, giant cultivators and sects are rarely solitary. Most of them have disciples, followers, descendants and relatives. But can you refine a large number of top-grade blood-burning pills? Fairy Juking said in disbelief. Although it is only a first-grade pill, it involves the top-grade level. Master, I am Dan Chenzi. For the first time, Luo Chen interrupted the other party. Fairy Juking's expression froze, but she was not very angry. Dan Chenzi, the most outstanding alchemist of the younger generation of the Dandao sect. Questioning his alchemy skills is to question the level of Kingdom Valley. Even though Fairy Juking has a high realm, she really has no say in the alchemy. Putting away the 2 bottles of pills, she looked at Luo Chen. Tell me your conditions. At this moment, the big stone in Luo Chen's heart finally fell to the ground. Chapter 356 Luo Chen goes out to fight, led by the 3 cultivators. Half a month later. On Dangsha Peak. A team of 100 people, with serious faces, were ready to fight. In front of them was the Luo Chen Hall. Inside the hall, Luo Chen looked at the 3 people in front of him. Wang Yuan, Duan Feng, and Su Huanzhen. In terms of realm, Su Huanzhen's 6th level of foundation building should be the highest. But this time, the leader was Wang Yuan. Sorry, I disturbed your cultivation. Wang Yuan shook his head and said calmly, this is what you should do as a member of the Luo Chen Club. You don't need to feel guilty. What's more, at this point, he showed a rare fanaticism on his face. If I can't prove my knowledge to others, it's just a closed-door study. The path I take is different from yours. It requires a lot of actual combat between life and death. These years, I have been itching to fight. Looking at his appearance of a war maniac, Luo Chen couldn't help but frown. Don't take the initiative to cause trouble. I asked for a relatively safe job. You just take these people and bring back as many as possible. Wang Yuan shrugged, but did not refute Luo Chen. Unlike himself, Luo Chen cared more about the life and death of the Luo Xianhu cultivators. He cared about the improvement of his cultivation. However, considering the large number of sect masters that Luo Chen had repeatedly reminded him of before, he still suppressed his fanatical emotions as much as possible. In this world, there are always people who are better than you. He, Wang Yuan, is indeed not invincible. Luo Chen shook his head and walked in front of Su Huanzhen. Before he spoke, Su Huanzhen smiled bitterly. I came to Luo Xianhu to earn spirit stones, but I didn't expect to go to the battlefield now. Luo Chen said helplessly, there is no way. Tan Taiyu specifically asked you to fight. Your beast-controlling skills can play a huge role in logistics and communication. Su Huanzhen still smiled bitterly. If he was a casual cultivator, Tan Tai would naturally not be able to recruit him. But after joining Luo Tianwei, he had to work for Luo Tianwei within 10 years. Otherwise, he would not be able to justify not doing anything while earning the highest salary after the president Sima Weiyang. There is nothing else to say. I hope you are safe. In addition, this book of beast control technique is my compensation to you as the president of Luo Tianwei. I hope you can take care of the key refining monks in the battle hall when you have the spare time. As he spoke, Luo Chen handed out a volume of classics. Su Huanzhen was stunned for a moment and took the technique. The book of 10,000 beasts. It is not of high grade, but it should be helpful to you. Su Huanzhen became interested. He liked dealing with monsters all his life. Most of what he learned was related to beast control. Luo Chen's words were what he liked, and it also made him less annoyed about going on the expedition. Seeing him flipping through the book, Luo Chen walked to Duan Feng. Do you remember what I told you before? Duan Feng nodded. Remember, don't fight, open a magic weapon repair shop in the Wanli Liasha wasteland, earn merits, and improve your weapon casting technology. Yes. Luo Chen smiled. Although the place is different, it's just like the dispute over the giant in ruins in the Guiyang Mountains. They fought to the death, but we made a fortune. The principle is the same. If you can make it in King Mountain, you can also make it in the Wanli Liasha wasteland. After saying these words, Luo Chen took out a storage bag and 3 jade bottles in front of the 3 people. He handed the 3 jade bottles to the 3 people with great care. There are top-grade blood-burning pills that I made myself. 3 pills for each person. They may save your life at a critical moment. Wang Yuan knows the specific usage and he will tell you. And the storage bag contains a large number of top-grade blood-burning pills. Brother Wang, take it and distribute it to the monks in the battle hall when you set out. Remember, the goal is not merit, but to stay alive. The 3 of them accepted it immediately. Normally, Luo Chen is not so nagging. But they can all feel the sincerity in Luo Chen's heart. Coming back alive is the best thing. There is nothing else to say next. Luo Chen led the 3 people out of the hall. Looking at the hundreds of late-stage key refining monks in front of him, his expression was a little complicated. In this battle, Luo Chen who still has to send people. It's not that the things he gave to Juking are not good, but the number of disciples in Juking's lineage is too small, and there are not enough vassals. Therefore, each vassal force has been recruited. People must be sent. But his efforts are not in vain. From the beginning, all members above the 7th level of key refining participated in the battle, to now only 3 foundation building true cultivators and hundreds of late-stage key refining cultivators are needed. This is a change. In addition, Luo Chen also asked for a relatively easy job from the fairy Juking. The cultivators of Luo Chen who will not be assigned to the most dangerous front line. Instead, they will do logistics, communication, and garrison defense. The specific arrangements will have to wait until the ice castle side of the Jilajiashan battlefield makes specific arrangements. Luo Chen slowly spoke after sweeping his eyes over the crowd. Among you, there are old people who have followed me from Daohofeng since I was a nobody, and there are also casual cultivators who seek a living in Xianlan Fairy City. Now we are gathered together, and we all have the same goal, to build a foundation for the great Dao. But my Luo Chen who is not a big and upright sect, and I can't collect a few foundation building pills by myself. Now, there is an opportunity. He raised his hand and pointed to the distance. In the Jili Mountain battlefield, you can earn merits by completing tasks. The big sects have taken out countless foundation building pills. As long as you work hard, everyone will have the opportunity to build a foundation. This trip will be led by Wang Yuan, the master of the transmission hall, and everyone will listen to his command. Go, kill the enemy, make merit, and complete the tasks, and you can exchange for the foundation building opportunity you want. After the words fell, hundreds of monks from the Luo Chen fighting hall were filled with fanatical emotions. Led by Wang Yuan and others, they flew out of Dangsha on the eagle. Looking at their departing backs, Luo Chen lowered his eyelids. What he said to them was different from what he said to Wang Yuan and the other 2. It was not intentional deception. Instead, it was better to promise benefits and make people proactive rather than exaggerate the danger and make people uneasy. Driven by interests, at least these people can still have hope. With a sigh, Luo Chen took a step and flew out of Dangsha Peak. In the air, he saw a large, top-grade flying boat parked outside Dangsha Peak from a distance. There were shadows on the flying boat, indicating that many cultivators had gathered. At the bow of the boat, Sima Wei Niang, with her skirt fluttering, was accompanying a female cultivator and talking to her. Seeing the monks of Luo Chen who flying over, an ice castle monk immediately came out of the flying boat to settle down. The female cultivator who was leading the foundation building looked up and looked at where Luo Chen was. After looking at him for a moment, the 2 nodded in tacit understanding. Soon, Sima Wei Niang flew out of the flying boat and came to Luo Chen. What did Tan Taiyu say? She didn't reveal much, but she said that she would try her best to arrange a relatively safe task for us. Sima Wei Niang sighed. Relatively safe? Luo Chen silently recited this information that made him feel relatively at ease. Buzz! There was a buzzing sound. In the sight, large patches of spiritual light emerged from the huge flying boat, and the behemoth slowly started and began to turn around. Sima Wei Niang suddenly asked, President, when will this war end? Luo Chen looked disappointed. How can I know? Whether it starts or ends, it is not something that low-level cultivators like us can decide. In the world of immortal cultivation, the foundation-building cultivators who can dominate one side are now low-level cultivators in Luo Chen's mouth. Sima Wei Niang nodded with deep sympathy. Compared with the Yuanying Zhenren who started the war, how can a mere foundation-building cultivator not be a low-level cultivator? Not to mention the 2 or 3 kittens of the Luotian society. Even if the number increases by 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, Yuaning's Henren probably won't care about their thoughts. Since ancient times, it is difficult to question the will of heaven. In this Yuding domain, Yuaning's Henren is heaven. After seeing off Luo Tianzan Xiu, Luo Chen returned to Xianlin Peak. His days are far from being as leisurely as the cultivators below think, but much busier than before. In addition to regular practice every day and recuperating Gu Kai's body, it is endless alchemy. Just like what he said to Master Joking. If he wants to provide elixirs on a large scale, it is impossible for him to do it alone. He also needs many low-level cultivators of Luo Xianhu to collect medicinal materials for him and process the materials in advance, so that he can take out the finished elixirs. The only good news is that the two main elixirs he refines have already reached the level of great perfection. Therefore, it is not difficult to refine them. In fact, 100 bottles of Jade pills per year can also provide him with a large number of spirit stones. Regarding the top-grade Jade pill, Luo Chen and Fairy Juking agreed on a sales price of 2,000 yuan per bottle. This price is extremely low. If the news is released, the cultivators in the entire Yuding domain will probably not believe it. The value of the second-grade top-grade elixir can no longer be measured by spirit stones. In the hands of the big sects, this is a strategic-level resource. Even Taowan can only provide Luo Chen with 30 or 40 bottles of top-grade Shenglong pills a year. This number is fluctuating. And the price is also maintained at 2,500 yuan per bottle. Compared with Shenglong Pill, Yulu Pill, which has a special bonus for female cultivators, is even more in short supply. Even if it is sold at 3,000 yuan per bottle, it is not too much. Moreover, Luo Chen will only sell it if he has connections or pays something else. The reason why Luo Chen gave such a low price is to exchange for Luo Xianhu to send fewer people to participate in the war. Even for the top-grade Burning Blood pill, the price he gave was very low, only 400 spirit stones per bottle. Such a big step back was exchanged for the condition that Luo Xianhu would only send 100 combat cultivators and 3 foundation-building true cultivators. But everything is worth it. Luo Chen did the math. Even at this low price, he still made a profit. After all, he not only has a high yield rate, but also a very high pill success rate. In this way, the cost can be reduced to the minimum. It also reduces the chance of casualties among Luo Xianhu cultivators and can earn extra spirit stones. Why not do it? Moreover, large-scale refining of pills can also improve Luo Chen's newly acquired alchemy skills. The main material of Jade pill is blue smoke jade. In the past, Luo Chen used the jade folding hand to process it. The star-picking hand is considered an advanced alchemy skill of the jade folding hand, and it can naturally be used to process blue smoke jade. With frequent refining, the proficiency of the star-picking hand has also begun to soar. Perhaps. The only thing that is not worth it is that time is taken up. Before, Luo Chen wanted to spend time to brush up a few spells that have not been fully perfected, but he has no time recently. Plans are always slower than changes. Unless his realm is high enough to make the plan within his control. Realm. Luo Chen, who had just finished refining the Jade pill, muttered this word in the alchemy room. Time flies, and it passes in a flash. Half a year later. In the 17th cave mansion of Dangshi Peak, Luo Chen looked at the realm column on the attribute panel. Foundation building level 6 10th, 100, he nodded with satisfaction. Refining pills every day, performing the great perfection healing technique anytime and anywhere to repair Gu Kai's meridians, and polishing for half a year, he finally stabilized his realm. It can even be said that after refining the residual spiritual energy absorbed and stored from Qingyuan Peak, his realm has improved slightly. 9 progress bars in half a year, much faster than the daily practice speed. But after that, there may not be such a fast progress in practice. After tidying up his mood, Luo Chen left the practice room. His spiritual consciousness swept across the cave, and Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and he left the cave. At this moment, the sky was hazy, and the fog gradually dissipated. The dense spiritual energy was floating on Xianlin Peak. In his ears, he seemed to be able to hear the rumbling sound of the waterfall falling from the front of Xianlin Peak behind him. However, at this moment, Luo Chen's eyes were focused on a graceful dancing figure. There was a protruding boulder outside the spiritual field. Gu Kai was dancing on it at the moment. Or rather, it was not dancing, but because of her boxing movements, her slender figure made her look particularly graceful. Luo Chen watched for a while, and casually sent out a spiritual energy finger. It hit the other party's Dancehong acupoint. Puff. Gu Kai's figure paused slightly, but the next moment, she waved her arm again and became powerful. Luo Chen stood behind and said in a deep voice, "Cultivators refine ki, and spiritual energy feeds back to the body. Therefore, even if we don't practice physical skills, cultivators of our generation have accumulated a lot of ki and blood. This set of 5 internal organs health-preserving boxing can mobilize the whole body's ki and blood and nourish the 5 internal organs. When practicing boxing, you are also moving ki and blood. Don't subconsciously operate your life-saving skills, but stretch yourself according to the method of body refining." Although Luo Chen's body refining attainments are not as good as Wang Yuan's, he is already outstanding among ordinary cultivators. After the Wang family secret book was brushed to the Grandmaster level, there was basically no movement. The reason is that the 5 internal organs health-preserving fist he majored in has been completely perfected. In addition, his body refining realm has also reached Blood River Realm 50/100. If he wants to move forward, he needs to complete the cultivation of the 4 forces of opening the orifices and the light and dark transformation of the elixir. Luo Chen doesn't have that skill. But with his current knowledge, it is more than enough to instruct Gu Kai. Ahead. Gu Kai, who is wearing a white close-fitting training suit, listened to Luo Chen's words and practiced a 5 internal organs health-preserving fist developed by Wang Yuan with great concentration. After each practice, she could feel her body getting stronger. The predicament of being paralyzed in bed and having muscle atrophy half a year ago seemed like just a dream. It was a nightmare. But now, she seemed to be experiencing a beautiful dream. For a long time. When the sun slowly rose, Gu Kai stopped moving. She turned around and trotted towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen put his hands behind his back and looked at the woman running towards him, but he didn't move. But the next moment, Gu Kai pounced on him, her hands wrapped around his neck, the whole person hanging like a koala. Luo Chen stretched out his hand to hold the other person, helplessly said, "Why didn't I realize you were so clingy before?" Gu Kai wrinkled her nose and sniffed the man's breath. "I'm afraid of waking up from the dream. Only when I hold you, I feel that everything is real." A refreshing fragrance came from his arms. Luo Chen patted the woman's soft back. "After building the foundation, everything is real. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you have built the foundation or not. Being able to hold you like this every day, even if I grow old and die in your arms in 100 years, it's enough for me." Gu Kai rubbed his chin and said so. Hearing this, inexplicably, Luo Chen felt a pain in his heart. He also had an extremely long dream. In that dream, he experienced more than 200 years. In it, there are a lot of vivid and almost real scenes. There were some dreams that he changed in reality, such as Min Longayu's failure to build a foundation, his inability to find high-level elixirs, and being stuck in the late stage of building a foundation, etc. But there were also some that led to different endings because of his subjective initiative. For example, in the dream, Gu Kai successfully built a foundation and succeeded in one go. But because of his kindness in reality, the other party suffered a serious injury that almost killed him. But to say, among these dreams, the most memorable ones for Luo Chen are 2. One is that after he was possessed by the devil, he failed to form a pill. The other was at the top of Dangsha Peak, the sun was setting, and the sunset was all over the sky. He held the deceased Gu Kai and sat for 10 days. Because of the former, after he woke up from the dream, he actively sought resources for cultivation. Because of the latter, after he woke up from the dream, he deliberately alienated Gu Kai. Things are impermanent, and now lovers are finally married, right? But he was unwilling to watch the beauty die in his arms again. Just like now, it is not the setting sun, but the rising purple sun. Get down. Gu Kai got off Luo Chen. She was sweating profusely from practicing boxing, and looked at Luo Chen in confusion. Under her gaze, Luo Chen slowly stretched out his palm, and a pill came into view. Level 3 Resurrection Pill, reshape the Danshan, repair the meridians. Your path, I will continue for you. Chapter 357, Resurrection from the Dead, Ghosts and Gods ask. After burning incense and bathing, Gu Kai, who looked brand new, sat quietly opposite Luo Chen. With her big eyes fluttering, she had a strong hope and uneasiness in her heart. Can I really reshape the Danshan? Luo Chen nodded gently. This pill has the effect of resurrecting the dead, And reshaping the dancing is just a piece of cake. I originally wanted to wait until you have completed your physical training before letting you take it. But now is a time of trouble. If there is a sudden change, I will be too busy to take care of you. Therefore, the sooner you recover your cultivation and build your foundation, the sooner you will have the power to protect yourself. Gu Kai's expression became serious. She was not an ignorant child. After her body recovered, Luo Chen no longer hid some things from her. Therefore, she already knew that Luo Chen was in a difficult period now. If she built her foundation, she could share some pressure for Luo Chen. Yuan Xiao was still a little immature after all. Moreover, what Sima Wei Niang could do, why couldn't she, Gu Kai, do it? Don't worry, although you haven't achieved great success in body refining. But over the past 6 months, I have become very familiar with your physical condition. After you take the medicine, I will protect you throughout the whole process. Luo Chen said. Gu Kai nodded heavily. I believe you. Luo Chen smiled slightly, then patted the other person's shoulder with one hand. Gu Kai turned around and turned her back to him. He did not directly let the other person take the resurrection pill. Luo Chen's smile faded, and his 10 fingers played out spiritual spells like butterflies flying through flowers. Looking at the direction of his spiritual power, it was very unfamiliar. It was not any kind of magic that Luo Chen had known before. In fact, this was also a second-level spell that Luo Chen carefully selected from the many magic books he had collected from the Luo Xianhu in the past 6 months. In other words, it can be called a medical spell. Spring breeze and rain. Water-based medical skills are not difficult to practice, but they require a relatively high level of the cultivator's soul. However, this prerequisite is almost non-existent for Luo Chen. With his soul foundation comparable to the 8th level of foundation building, practicing this technique is just a matter of course. At this moment, as he continued to perform, pure spiritual power, like spring rain, hit Gu Kai's body. The spiritual rain fell. Just as the healing effect was about to take place, Luo Chen forcibly suppressed it with his spiritual consciousness and waited for it to take effect. After performing 18 spring breeze and rain techniques in a row, Luo Chen stopped this action. Huh? Luo Chen sighed and patted Gu Kai's shoulder again. The other party turned around and looked at Luo Chen with crystal eyes. Eat it. Don't worry, I'm here for everything. Yes. Without any hesitation, with great trust in Luo Chen, Gu Kai raised her head and swallowed the resurrection pill. The next moment, her face changed instantly. A sharp pain from the depths of her soul broke out instantly. Not only that, her body also began to twitch non-stop, and blue veins protruded from her fair and round skin, like green snakes. Pain. Too painful. Hold your breath and concentrate, don't resist. Don't try to mobilize the spiritual power stored in your body. Stay awake, and never faint. Luo Chen's words, word by word, resounded in the depths of her mind like a huge bell. The woman bit her lip and slowly raised her head. In a short time, her eyes were already bloodshot. She actually forced out a smile. She opened her mouth with difficulty, wanting to say something, but in the severe pain, she made a sound that was not human. Creak. Creak. Luo Chen's face was extremely serious, and his powerful spirit entered her body at this moment. Passing through the 8 extraordinary meridians, the orifices and spiritual points, he went straight to the Danshan. For more than half a year, he had taken meticulous care of her. He was already familiar with this body. At this moment, under his gaze, the dilapidated Danshan was shattered in a surging medicinal power. There is no creation without destruction, and it is the true meaning of resurrection from the dead. However, destruction is easy, but creation is so difficult. When the Danshan was damaged, a thunderous sound came from Gu Kai's body, and she fell backwards. However, before he fell, he was held by a thick hand. Everything will be fine after you get through this. Gu Kai, who has almost fainted from the pain, seemed to be a little more angry when she heard these words. Yes. I have survived for so many years. How can I miss this step? Gu Kai, if you fall asleep at this moment, you will never see him again. Are you willing to do that? The reshaping of the Danshan is not a matter of a moment. Such severe pain is simply not something that ordinary key refining cultivators can withstand. It was only because Gu Kai usually took Zongmiao pills to improve her soul and spirit to a level comparable to the initial stage of foundation building. But under such pain, It was impossible for her physique to survive. In the final analysis, it was still because her body refining level was not enough. But Luo Chen had expected it. Faced with this situation, Luo Chen took a deep breath and pointed out with one finger like lightning. In an instant, it landed on the 18 acupuncture points on Gu Kai's body. The next moment, Gu Kai rolled violently in his arms like a wounded white python. Pain, still pain. But the pain was not concentrated on one point, but was spread to 18 acupuncture points. In this way, although there is still a feeling of pain, it is not so unbearable. This is exactly how Luo Chen stimulated the key acupuncture points on the opponent's body with the method of Mingxian Poshak. In order to prevent the opponent from being unbearable, Luo Chen specially stimulated only 18 points. The complete Mingxian Poshak requires stimulating 36 major acupuncture points in one breath. Moreover, Luo Chen has a backup plan for this point. Start. With Luo Chen's low shout, the 18 spring breeze and rain auras that had been hidden and suppressed before spread out in an instant. Like spring breeze and rain, it soaked into the 18 acupuncture points. Numb, painful energy. The rolling of the beauty in his arms gradually stopped. In this process, the reshaping of the danshan has been gradually completed. After a while, this step is completed. And the next thing is not easy. Luo Chen straightened the opponent's body, looked at the opponent, and sent a voice transmission. Run the life technique. Don't worry about the endurance of your meridians, and try your best to channel all the spiritual energy stored in your body into your danshan. Quick. As he spoke, the mind-capturing technique was launched brazenly. His eyes were dim and his spirit was heavy. Gu Kai was like a puppet. Under his intimidation, she subconsciously operated her life-saving technique. Being pulled. The huge spiritual energy that was originally stored in various parts of the body, like young swallows returning to their nests and rivers returning to the sea, all poured into the reconstructed danshan. This process seems smooth, but the pain caused to the cultivator himself is second only to the previous reconstruction of the danshan. It's like a piece of iron that explodes and embeds into the human body. It was very painful at the time, but if it was not taken out quickly, after many years, people would get used to it over time. As if it had merged into one. But if someone tried to take out this piece of iron after a few years, it's no different from taking meat. Now, these spiritual energies that have been stored for many years are that piece of iron. With Gu Kai's own ability, she must not be able to do this. Therefore, Luo Chen, the surgeon, is needed to help with the operation. Mind-capturing technique is the means by which Luo Chen performs the operation. At this moment, Gu Kai was practicing her lifelong skills, which was almost under his control. In the past 6 months, he had studied the key refining skills that the other party practiced countless times. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Time passed unknowingly. The sun rose and set, and when the night fell, the door of the practice room suddenly opened. Bai Miling in the living room opened her eyes instantly and watched Luo Chen come out holding the unconscious Gu Kai. Master, did it succeed? Luo Chen nodded, looking tired. He put Gu Kai back on the bed, covered her with a quilt, and then walked out. She may be in a coma these days, please keep an eye on her for me. Xiaoling nodded quickly, yes, I will, master. Luo Chen smiled and rubbed his head, then turned and went into his resting room. At this moment, he looked tired, but he did not rest immediately, but took out a bronze mirror. Looking at the bronze mirror, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. Gu Kai's injury was considered healed. The danshan has been reshaped. Although the meridians have been washed to pieces by the countercurrent of spiritual power, under the residual medicinal power of the resurrection pill, it will naturally repair itself after a period of time. But Gu Kai also has a sequelae. That is, the barrier of the rebuilt danshan is too thick. I am afraid that when the time comes to break through the foundation, it will not be so easy to break through it again. Similar to the Dandu barrier that he faced that year. That time, Luo Chen relied on his strong physique and tenacious will, and forced himself to take 5 foundation building elixirs in succession, and only then did he succeed in building the foundation by chance. But Gu Kai does not have this foundation. Therefore, after she recovered from her injuries, she still encountered many difficulties in impacting the foundation building period again. Feeling the bronze mirror in his hand, Luo Chen had a vague idea. When this thing is complete, it can help the great perfection of foundation building cultivators simulate the process of forming a pill. It's broken now, so it can't do that. But if it helps the great perfection of key refining cultivators simulate the process of foundation building, I wonder if it is feasible. After he rescued Xingzongan, the other party also gave Luo Chen the relevant classics of the Ghost and God Mirror. After that, Luo Chen knew the correct use of the Ghost and God Mirror. The core is to cooperate with the Lan-Ke Black Chess. But at the same time, it also requires cultivators of higher realms to protect and interrupt the process at critical moments to prevent the simulation from going too deep. The reason why Luo Chen's dream lasted for more than 200 years was because he didn't have the support of his elders, so he was deeply trapped in it. I have been refining this magic weapon, the Lan-Ke Black Chess, for many years. Even if it can't play a 100% effect, it is more than enough to protect a key refining cultivator. With the strength of my soul, it is also very simple to forcibly interrupt the simulation of a key refining cultivator. If I can figure out the most suitable method, I can help Kie build her foundation smoothly. No. I can even promote this method to other cultivators in the Luo Chen society who need to build their foundation. By then, with the help of the foundation building pills exchanged for merits at the Jili Mountain battlefield, mixed with the Emperor Liu Jiang that I refined myself, and combined with this method, I will have a chance to produce a large number of true foundation building cultivators in a half-concealed manner. Thinking of this, Luo Chen's breathing quickened. After seeing that there were hundreds or even thousands of foundation building cultivators in Kingdom Valley, he felt dissatisfied that Luo Xian who had only a few foundation building cultivators. If he had a large number of foundation building cultivators under his command, then no matter what he did, he would have to be much calmer. Open a branch? Grab a territory? Participate in a war? Even found a sect in the future? Rubbing the Ghost God questioning realm in his hand, Luo Chen finally understood why this thing was obviously only a low-grade magic weapon, but could be listed as one of the two great treasures of the Ghost God Valley together with the high-grade locking demon tower. But for now, let's get a good sleep first. Rubbing his brows, Luo Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and fell asleep. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Reshaping Danshan and Occupying the Market? 3 days later, Gu Kai, who exuded a faint fragrance, woke up from her coma. She opened her eyes and looked at the dome decorated with moonstones. She was a little dazed. But the next moment, she suddenly stood up and sat cross-legged. First, she looked inward. After being destroyed, the meridians that gradually flattened were empty. There was no more accumulated and solidified spiritual energy. And where did this spiritual energy go? With a thought, the life-defining skills that had not been used for 2 years started to work without any unfamiliarity. Gu Kai groaned, and a clear tingling sensation came from her meridians. But under this pain, she was full of joy. It's really cured. The Danshan is reshaped and the spiritual energy is collected. I can practice again in the future. Luo Chen didn't lie to me. Thinking of the experience of the past few years, she couldn't help it for a moment, and her eyes were filled with tears. But thinking of the bright future, she wiped away her tears and showed a bright smile. After all the suffering comes happiness. Why should I cry? He doesn't want to see me cry. While laughing and murmuring, Gu Kai got off the bed and put on her coat. In the living room, Luo Chen was the first to notice that Gu Kai had woken up, but he didn't disturb her. It would be better to give her some time to calm down. Besides, Luo Chen himself was not used to scenes of overly intense emotions. After a while, Gu Kai, who looked brand new, came to his side. She put on new clothes and combed her hair. Her hair, which used to be as dry as firewood, had regained its black and shiny luster after half a year of cultivation, and it fell to her waist like a waterfall. Her skinny cheeks also became rosy and white, full of collagen. She stood in front of him and looked at Luo Chen with a smile. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head, still as beautiful as before. He stretched out his hand, and the other party sat down next to Luo Chen naturally. In the next 6 months, you will adjust your body, recover, and restore your state to the state of key refining great perfection. After that, I will personally arrange for you to build your foundation. Yes. It's not that I will do nothing in the next 6 months. As for the Luo Chen Golden Palace, you should contact Yuan Xiao and help her check the Golden Palace. Yes. It's not that I don't pity you, but now is a time of trouble. I am busy refining pills for Bing Bao every day, and everyone is working hard. Yes. Looking at the well-behaved Gu Kai, Luo Chen smiled helplessly. Don't be like this, you are well now, how can you become a yes man? Gu Kai did not shy away from Bai Miling, who was also reading in the living room, and went straight into Luo Chen's arms. She arched her head and said in a muffled voice, "From now on, I will listen to you whatever you say." Is it true? Really? Well, Wei Niang will come over later, don't pretend to be a stranger, say hello to her. Gu Kai raised her head from Luo Chen's arms and looked at the man with the messy hair. Luo Chen said helplessly, "She's very nice to you, isn't she? Why is she like an enemy? You're really a downer." Gu Kai hit Luo Chen on the shoulder and left to go to Bai Miling's place. They were studying a recipe book together. Bai Miling has been taking care of Luo Chen's daily life over the years and is a good cook. But it's always unsystematic. Some time ago, Sima Wei Niang sent someone to deliver a recipe book related to spiritual cooking. If Bai Miling can master a few standard spiritual meals, she can be considered to have mastered a skill of cultivating immortals, spiritual chef. In the future, she can make more delicious and more spiritual food for Luo Chen. Luo Chen looked at the two women, and Gu Kai would look up and roll her eyes at him from time to time. She smiled and shook her head. Woman. Sima Wei Niang arrived in the evening. She came here only after handling the affairs of Luo Chen for a whole day. She didn't have this habit normally, but she came more frequently after Wang Yuan and others went to the Jilai mountain battlefield in the past 6 months. Not for anything else. Just to pass on various information from time to time. Learned from the previous experience that the information was not timely, which led to Luo Chen being unprepared in front of the fairy Juking. Now the intelligence of Luo Chen will be reported to Luo Chen and Sima Wei Niang regularly after being collected and processed. Whether it is useful or not is one thing. But whether it is known or not is another matter. Under the Zhuang tree, a man and a woman stood side by side, looking at the setting sun in the distance. Su Huanshan's eagle letter was delivered today. The Juking lineage is indeed not valued in the ice castle, and the corresponding garrison area is also the more dangerous outer area of the 7th mountain. Dan Taiyu did not break his promise. He arranged a relatively safe mountain guarding mission for my Luo Xianhu, rather than patrolling scouts and killing enemy missions. In the letter, Su Huanshan mentioned that the Lauren sect provided very few resources. If they want to hold the place, they need corresponding formation support. I plan to send Min Longayu to take a look. What do you think? Luo Chen frowned slightly. As the core of the battlefield, Jilai Jishan, even if it is not a fight for every inch of land, can also be seen as a struggle between the two major sects. Lauren sect is not satisfied with the support of formation resources for its allies? What about other vassal forces? Sima Wei Niang shook her head. They went in a hurry, and the formations they could set up were mostly first-level formations. Moreover, the geographical conditions of Jilai Mountain are extremely special. Under the influence of various thunder mines and thunder bombardments all year round, the effect of ordinary formations is almost only 1/10 or 1/12. 1/10 or 1/12? Doesn't this mean nothing? Luo Chen understood what Wei Niang meant. Normal foundation building cultivators only know a little about formations, and are only at the level of being able to use formation plates and formation flags to set up formations. This kind of formation is very rigid and inflexible. It is generally called a dead formation. Only a formation master like Min Longayu, or a formation master like the Supreme Elder of Gishan Valley in the past, can set up the most suitable formation according to local conditions and exert the greatest power. That kind of formation is called a living formation. Jilai Mountain has a special geographical situation. Even if everyone is well prepared, the array formation tools they brought with them will not be of much use. Simply put, everyone is naked. Whether attacking the enemy or being attacked, they are all exposed to the enemy's blade. In this case, if Min Longayu goes there in person, it will be very helpful. Luo Chen thought about it and said, Min Longayu can go, but not now. Sima Wei Niang was puzzled. Luo Chen explained for him, the situation there is chaotic now, and it is easy to be ambushed. If Min Longayu goes there alone, any mistakes will be a huge loss to our Luo Xianhu. He'd better wait until the situation there is clearer, and then go with others during the change of guard. Sima Wei Niang recited these two words, change of guard. Yes, our Luo Chen who can't let Wang Yuan and the other two stay on the battlefield all the time. Every once in a while, we will change some foundation building cultivators to go there, which will be fair to everyone. After he said this, Sima Wei Niang understood. Luo Chen didn't say much. He had already made plans in his mind, and if necessary, he might have to go there himself. Suddenly, Sima Wei Niang spoke. By the way, there is one thing that I can't decide, and I need you to make a judgment. Tell me. Sima Wei Niang said nervously, according to the information from Luoying and the Golden Palace, many people from the Zhang family of Gunlongji were transferred to the battlefield, and their Zhang family's medicine business has almost plummeted. Tell me, should we take this opportunity? Don't move. Luo Chen shook his head seriously, don't move for the time being. Not only the Zhang family's medicine business, but also any competitors who are in competition with the Luo Xianhu business, the blank market left behind, don't touch it for the time being. He didn't explain too much, but Sima Wei Niang knew what he was thinking, and vaguely understood what he was worried about. So, she nodded and said, I understand, for now, it's fine to maintain the current scale. Luo Chen actually knew why Sima Wei Niang had such an abrupt idea. It's not that she was jealous. It's that the cultivators of many forces in Xianlan Fairy City were summoned by their respective masters. In this way, there will be fewer people. With fewer people, the consumer market will naturally be sluggish. It is actually a bit difficult for Luo Xianhu to maintain the current business scale. Therefore, Sima Wei Niang set her sights on the blank market left by those small forces. But this kind of thing is really not easy to do in the short term, because you don't know whether you will anger the big sects behind them. In fact, the best place to do business in Yuding domain now is not these immortal cities on the main roads. Luo Chen said meaningfully. Sima Wei Niang blinked and realized where the other party was referring to. Blackwater Swamp Battlefield. Thunder Nine Mountain Battlefield. What other business is more profitable than making money from war? However, if you want to do this kind of business, I'm afraid you have to plan for the long term. While she was thinking silently, suddenly, a crisp voice came from behind. The meal is ready, President Sima, stay and eat together. Wei Niang turned around. In front of the cave gate, Gu Kai stood there generously, with a calm expression. Luo Chen didn't say anything, but his lips curled up slightly. The three of them had a dinner that they didn't enjoy. First, the ghost cook by Mealing was new to the recipe of spiritual meals, so the spiritual energy was well preserved, but the taste was not very good. Second, the two women sat face to face, swallowing gracefully, but not communicating much. Luo Chen, who sat between them. Originally, he was quite happy. But after chatting for a few sentences, he felt a little uncomfortable because the topic didn't get started. It wasn't until the end of dinner when Sima Wei Niang said goodbye and left that Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the blessing of having two wives is not something that ordinary people can enjoy. He was very charming that he could make the two women sit together in harmony and have a meal. But to say that they were talking and laughing, that was a bit wishful thinking. But it's always a good start. Looking at the back of the woman who was bending over to wash the dishes in the kitchen, Luo Chen smiled. Chapter 359, Third Level Illusion, Mirror Flower and Water Moon. As Gu Kai recovered from her injury, Luo Chen had more time. The refining of Jade Dew Pill and Burning Blood Pill was not a big deal for him who had mastered the art of alchemy. Therefore, Luo Chen spent the extra time on other things. One was to improve his fighting skills. It was not just about improving his spell proficiency. He moved the Duan family's books on the art of controlling weapons from the library of the Luo Xianhu Transmission Hall. He studied every day, trying to master this method. The other was to study the Ghost in God Heart Mirror. Although this treasure was incomplete, it still retained some of its power. With a black chess piece in hand, Luo Chen was relatively safe to explore this treasure. But it was only relatively. Every now and then, Luo Chen would fall into the illusion from time to time. It could be as short as a moment or as long as 2 or 3 days. So much so that every time he woke up, Luo Chen was a little dazed and looked confused. This scene really scared Gu Kai and Bai Mealing. Are you really okay? Gu Kai asked worriedly during lunch one day. Luo Chen froze for a moment, then waved his hand. "Don't worry, I found a shortcut to control this treasure." "Shortcut?" Gukai was puzzled. "There are shortcuts to control magic weapons." Luo Chen nodded and said casually, "The heart mirror is the treasure of the Ghost Valley. It combines the formation and illusion to guide the soul consciousness of the cultivators to fall into it for deduction and simulation. To control this treasure, you must either have a master-level formation method or learn the corresponding matching illusion. The core of the illusion covered by this thing is a third-level illusion called Mirror Flower Water Moon." Gukai became interested and asked, "Could it be that you can do Mirror Flower Water Moon?" "I can't, but I have the original of this spell and know how to practice it." "The original of the third-level illusion?" When Gukai was surprised, Bai kneeling beside her said with a smile, "Sister Kai, I also have the practice method of Mirror Flower Water Moon." Luo Chen smiled and did not explain too much. He did have the practice method of this high-level illusion in his hand. It originated from Ghost Mystery Record. The ghosts and evil spirits are either fierce and evil, or they confuse people's minds, making people fall into the trap unknowingly. Ghost Mystery Record is the core practice of the third-level ghost cultivation, and naturally there are spells that can psychedelically seduce. It is exactly Mirror Flower Water Moon. However, as a third-level spell, the difficulty of practice is naturally very high. If the foundation building cultivator wants to learn it, he must first master 3 second-level spells. It is very similar to the landslide, both are fusion spells, and the power will naturally be greater. To practice Mirror Flower Water Moon, you must first learn the second-level water spell Water Mirror spell, the second-level wood spell Flower Fairy, and a soul secret technique called the God Bewitching spell. Only when these three are combined can one release the mirror flowers and water moons calmly, and make people indulge in the illusion. Of course, Luo Chen's goal is not to learn a powerful illusion. He just wants to master the ghost and God inquiry mirror through this spell. Therefore, it does not need to be very profound, as long as it is barely accessible. The practice of the 3 basic spells is not very difficult. The water mirror technique is a partial auxiliary spell that most foundation building cultivators will learn more or less. After the foundation is built, the cultivator can release his spiritual consciousness. But what the spiritual consciousness can detect is almost a feeling, and the specific situation is very vague. Therefore, through the water mirror technique, the specific situation is displayed as a picture, which can be viewed directly. Luo Chen has seen many foundation building cultivators or golden elixir cultivators use this technique to watch the scene within the range of spiritual consciousness from a distance. The reason why he did not practice after the foundation was that he had a pair of spiritual eyes and could see very far, so it was naturally unnecessary. It is not difficult to practice at this moment. After all, this spell is extremely simple. It is only because of the prerequisite of releasing spiritual consciousness that it is barely classified as a second-level spell. As for the Flower Fairy, it is a wood-based spell, which is not difficult for him. The last spell of confusing the gods is somewhat strange, and it is an application of the soul. But for Luo Chen, it is actually not difficult. The reason is that this spell is similar to the spell of deterring the gods that Luo Chen has learned a long time ago. However, the spell of deterring the gods tends to be overbearing and forcibly deters the enemy. The spell of confusing the gods is different. It tends to be gentle and mainly confuses and induces. The core of the ghost in God Heart Mirror is the formation and illusion. With the power of the formation, the power of the illusion is stimulated to the maximum extent, inducing the cultivator to make deductions and simulations within the logical range in the illusion. The mirror flower and the water moon are the core of the core. Luo Chen does not know the formation, but he can take the shortcut to control this treasure by mastering the core illusion. Once mastered, this incomplete magic weapon will not only be used by himself, but also can be applied to others. It didn't take Luo Chen much time to learn this third-level illusion. He just learned the 3 basic spells, and after a little combination, he could slowly perform this illusion. It's not good to use it against the enemy. But if he uses it on his own people, he has enough time to perform this spell. My magic talent is really terrifying. Now I can easily get started with second-level spells. Even third-level spells don't seem to be a difficult task for me as long as I have a definite method of practice. In the quiet room, Luo Chen's hands were extremely agile and he played a series of spiritual spells. The spiritual power in his body surged out, outlining a series of mysterious trajectories. In front of him was the floating bronze mirror. About an incense stick later, the spell was completed. The bronze mirror emitted a yellow light and fell on Luo Chen. At the same time, a black light emanated from Luo Chen's arms, covering his whole body. The next moment, Luo Chen's figure appeared in the bronze mirror. Mirror flower and water moon is done, and I have this treasure in my hands. The next step is to help Gu Kai build her foundation. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Half a year later, under his care, Gu Kai successfully built her foundation. At the same time, the situation on the battlefield of Jilei Jiayushan became more and more urgent, and the major sects continued to send their core disciples to join the battlefield. Even the Peach Blossom Patriarch of Bihu Palace appeared on the battlefield several years later. In this way, the 7 sects of Yuding participated in the war in full force. This also means that this war will cover the entire Yuding domain, and no one from top to bottom can stay out of it. Report to the president. The important place where my Luo Tian will be stationed has been severely damaged and urgently needs support. What did the Ice Castle say? They are too busy to help. Is that so? Luo Chen, who is high up in the Luo Tian Palace, narrowed his eyes slightly. Well, I will go to Jilei Jiayushan myself. After saying that, he jumped up. After several years, he has already stepped into the 7th level of foundation building, becoming a true late-stage great cultivator of foundation building. The powerful spiritual energy fluctuations followed him out, sweeping all the way. Flying in the air, Luo Chen was thinking about how to lead Luo Xianhu out of this quagmire of war. Just as he was thinking, his brows suddenly frowned. The next moment, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. I almost got into trouble. A smile appeared, and he casually swung a sword. The sword light was red, but there was a deep black color in the red, and the shadow of a chess piece was faintly falling. When the sword fell, the chess fell. The space in front of him was broken layer by layer like a glass lens. A mysterious fluctuation, like rippling water, slowly spread. And Luo Chen's figure also dissipated bit by bit. In the quiet room, Luo Chen's body trembled, and he opened his eyes faintly. He stretched out his hand and the ghost god questioning mirror fell into his hand. Luo Chen looked dazed. No matter how many times I experience this incomplete magic weapon, every time I always exclaim that it is magical. Just now, I took the initiative to perform the mirror flower and water moon to guide the heart-searching mirror, but I didn't expect to bring myself in. Almost, I have to simulate for dozens or hundreds of years. Luo Chen shook his head, stroking the treasure, with a hint of reluctance on his face. In this simulation, the long years passed in the blink of an eye. After several experiments, he actually gained a lot of benefits. His soul foundation has increased much more than that of taking the top-grade Zongmiao Pill in recent years. As far as now, he is at the 6th level of foundation building, but his soul foundation has even surpassed most of the 8th-level cultivators of foundation building. It seems that he is only one step away from Tawan, a strong man of the 9th level of foundation building. Ghosts and gods ask the heart, every time you force yourself to go through it, there will naturally be corresponding rewards. The growth of the soul is a blessing. But soon, Luo Chen turned his hand and put away the bronze mirror. Although this treasure is good, it is obvious that it cannot be used frequently. If this goes on for a long time, you will inevitably be deeply addicted to it, so that your mind will be distracted and your soul will be scattered. Luo Chen took a deep breath and cut off the greed. Recently, he has been acting in a trance and has failed many times in refining pills. This is extremely rare in his cultivation career. Especially the failure of refining pills. With a system guarantee, his success rate is always very well controlled, and there should be no unexpected failures at all. The culprit is that he indulged in the ghost and god heart mirror many times. Not only me, but the cultivators under my command can only use the heart mirror once or twice at most, and they can't stand this treasure. Luo Chen made up his mind that this treasure must be used with caution. After leaving the quiet room, Luo Chen said hello to Xia Erling and left Xianlan Peak. He went straight to the discussion platform. When entering the Yuding Sword Pavilion, Luo Chen paused. Looking at the disciples of the sword sect who were still working normally, his brows subconsciously frowned. This war that almost affected the entire Yuding domain, the sword sect was clearly the party involved, but it seemed that apart from the actions on the battlefield, they were like nothing happened outside the battlefield. Do they not care about winning or losing at all? No one answered his question. There was only one key refining stage disciple of the sword sect who came up to greet him enthusiastically. Senior Dinchenzi, Senior Chu has been waiting for a long time. Luo Chen nodded, casually rewarded a few spirit stones, and went straight to the training ground. That's right. He made an appointment for a sparring partner. It was Chu Kui. One sparring partner cost 10,000 spirit stones. The price was high, and he also hoped to get value for money. When he saw Chu Kui, the other party was drinking wine and eating fairy beans. I'm here. Thank you for your help. Chu Kui waved his hand and said proudly, it's no trouble at all. You pay me, big brother. Besides, after I advance to the 9th level of foundation building, I also want to be familiar with new fighting methods. Your business is like a pillow for me. Luo Chen smiled slightly. Doesn't it mean that I am also your sparring partner? In this case, the price. Chu Kui was stunned. Haha. Luo Chen laughed and stepped into the spacious training ground. Come on, everyone is short of time, so don't delay. Brother Chu, please give me some advice. Chu Kui looked at Luo Chen, who was ready for battle, and his eyes lit up. Okay, I also want to know what the methods of the fire spirit lord who is famous on the Kinhu River are. Chapter 360, Gu Kai builds foundation, Chu Kui goes to Jilai Mountain. The clouds of fire stretched for thousands of miles, covering the sky. The blazing heat, even though they were so far away, made the hairs on my body almost burn. In the messy training ground, Chu Kui looked at Luo Chen with great admiration. Your method of controlling magic with weapons is really mysterious. Did you learn it from Dan Yangzi during the Dao Seeds fight? Luo Chen nodded. I was inspired and found it in the classics after I came back. Chu Kui praised again. Very good, the power is not weaker than Dan Yangzi's. It seems that your attainments in magic are indeed worthy of the name. Luo Chen frowned. That's all? Didn't you say that your sparring also includes pointing out shortcomings and finding ways to strengthen? I don't believe it. I'm perfect when I first learned this technique. Chu Kui laughed. Then, his face became slightly serious. Looking at Luo Chen, Chu Kui said seriously, your methods are very strong. I can see that you have at least left a lot of room. When you burst out with all your strength, ordinary great monks may not be your opponents. Luo Chen did not hide it and nodded directly. It was just a training match. How could he use all his trump cards and exert all his strength? In the previous training, he only used 30% of his strength at most. But Chu Kui changed the subject and looked at Luo Chen with a frown. I found a weakness in you. Huh? Or rather, it's not a weakness, but you didn't use your strengths. Tell me more. Luo Chen listened attentively, without any anger in his mind. Chu Kui pointed to the large area of fire spirit left on the training ground. You are too obsessed with the powerful explosive power of fire magic. Although you have indeed become the best at the same level, your strength is not in fire magic. According to my observation, your spiritual power is actually mainly in the wood system. For the same level of magic, if you use wood magic to fight the enemy, the explosive power should be several times greater than that of other systems. You have gone astray since the key refining stage. After hearing this, Luo Chen, who had been a little indifferent before, felt depressed at this moment. Indeed. Just as Chu Kui said, all the skills he has practiced along the way are mainly wood-based. Eternal Spring Skills Yi Mu Yaga Wang Sutra Bulao Chang Qing Sutra step by step, he has been promoted to perfect and pure wood-based spiritual power. But the various means he uses in normal battles are actually focused on the fire system. Fireball technique, blazing sun technique, landslide. Even the main magic weapon he uses is the mysterious fire sword. His own path, in the eyes of outsiders, was very abnormal. Luo Chen would occasionally doubt himself, but he felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with his use of fire magic, and it was also very powerful. So he had always ignored this matter. At this moment, Chu Kui pointed out this omission very clearly, and he seemed to really not be able to find any good solution for a while. Brother Chu, do you have any suggestions? Luo Chen asked sincerely. Chu Kui did not hide his own ideas and said bluntly, either you make up for the wood-related methods, or you switch to the fire-related methods or the wood-fire dual-related methods. After listening, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. The former is actually not difficult. He also knows a lot of wood-related spells. Entanglement, healing, spring breeze and rain, and the flower fairy he just learned recently. But these spells are not very powerful in combat. Most of them are mainly auxiliary. Well, the auxiliary effect is outstanding under the blessing of the pure wood spirit power. But if you want to complete the wood-related attack methods, the wood-related method is not famous for attacking. As for the latter, it is even more impossible. After finally deducing the Eternal Youth Sutra to the Grandmaster level, how could he easily change his lifelong cultivation method? Otherwise, should he still cultivate this great way? For a moment, it seemed that there was no solution to the current situation. Chu Kui patted Luo Chen on the shoulder. Of course, you don't have to think too much. At least with your current ability, it is absolutely no problem to dominate the same level. Sometimes, it is better to strengthen the strengths than to make up for the shortcomings. As long as your fire method is unmatched, a little unsatisfactory is not a big deal. And most foundation building cultivators use external objects to fight the enemy, and spells are not that important. Luo Chen hummed. Thank him for his advice. If the road is wrong, it is wrong. Forcing it to be right will only waste a lot of energy and time. Along the way, there are actually not many things that he can choose. He can only do his best within his ability. Moreover, if he can practice the method of controlling the weapon to an extremely proficient level, at that time, he can cooperate with a magic weapon Zuanhero sword to perform fire magic. Although he dare not say that he is invincible in the same level, he has the power to protect himself against any foundation building cultivator. After all, his fire method just does not have the corresponding increase in spiritual power. But the power is not inferior to that of fire cultivators, and even more. After making an appointment with Chu Kui for the next training time, Luo Chen returned home. Now Gu Kai's injury has healed, and he has also initially mastered the incomplete magic weapon, the Ghost God Questioning Mirror. For a while, in addition to refining pills and practicing, there is a lot of free time. Luo Chen's arrangement is to use all the extra time to strengthen the means of fighting. After many simulations, he saw that the scope and degree of the civil war in Yuding would expand. He had to try his best to become stronger for a possible more chaotic future. Time constantly passed. A few months later, in a second-level lower-grade cave, in front of Gu Kai, Luo Chen took out many foundation-building spiritual medicines. Top-grade rejuvenating water, high-quality glazed cream, second-grade top-grade pulse-protecting pill, tranquilizing incense, and a portion of emperor-flowing juice containing the energy of Zuanan. Looking at the dazzling array of foundation-building resources, Gu Kai couldn't help but say, even disciples of the big sects don't have such good resources to assist them when they are building their foundation. Luo Chen paused and couldn't help but laugh. Indeed. When he was building his foundation, he didn't have such good resources. Ordinary rejuvenating water, ordinary tranquilizing incense. Even the second-grade spiritual land was forcibly constructed by the ice and fire spiritual springs of Xiaohun Mountain in combination with formations and spiritual stones. That time when he built his foundation, he relied purely on 5 portions of foundation-building spiritual medicines. Gu Kai was different. In addition to these resources, he also read through the foundation-building experiences written by all the foundation-building true practitioners of Luo Xianhu. Not only that, he pushed her palace and pulsed her, and showed her the process steps of building her foundation many times. He even used the Ghost in God Heart Mirror to let her simulate the foundation building herself. And so on. Let alone the true teachings of the great sects, even the core key refining disciples of the Yuanying upper sects probably don't have such conditions. If I can't build my foundation yet, I'm afraid I'll have to find a piece of tofu and hunt myself to death. Gu Kai said playfully. Luo Chen rubbed her hair. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Whether you succeed or not, I will support you. Humph, I don't want you to support me. Gu Kai raised her long neck. Although she said so, she still held Luo Chen's hand and said softly, thank you. It's not necessary. As the old saying goes, if one person achieves the Tao, all the chickens and dogs will rise to heaven. Although I haven't achieved the golden elixir Dao yet, it's more than enough to take care of you. Okay, don't think about it, adjust your state, gather your distracting thoughts, and prepare to build your foundation. Luo Chen let go of his hand and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, a gentle touch came from behind. Gu Kai hugged his broad and thick back and murmured, wait for me to come out of retreat. Yes. After a heavy yes, she stopped hugging him. Luo Chen left the cave, looked at the woman inside, and waved. The dragon-breaking stone fell with a rumble, and Luo Chen sighed. It was not that he was worried that Gu Kai would fail in building her foundation. But every time he saw this scene, he always had a strange feeling. It was like a farewell, like a departure, and like they were separated forever. Now he was just refining Qi to build his foundation. If he became a golden elixir and a primordial infant in the future, he would have to retreat for decades at a time. After he came out, how many relatives and friends would he have to see? This was also the reason why he was reluctant to be moved by people in the early years. Those who couldn't keep up with the pace would slowly fall behind, even if he didn't take the initiative to abandon them. Maybe after a retreat, what he saw was a handful of yellow soil. I hope everything goes well. Xianlin Peak. Chu Kui and Luo Chen sat together, drinking wine. Occasionally, they would talk about some cultivation experience. In the first few sparring sessions, Luo Chen treated him well. But later, he found that he could teach Luo Chen less and less. He felt unworthy of the high fee for sparring. Therefore, he would share some of his experience in the late stage of foundation building with Luo Chen from time to time, which was also a compensation. Remember what I told you before, that the soul foundation is crucial when forming the pill. I'm not fooling you, but it's true. Rumor has it that there are 3 methods to form the pill, and the best method relies on the power of the soul. For example, take you alchemists. When forming the pill, you often have to use spiritual power to control the pure medicinal power after quenching in the air and knead it into pill. Forming the pill, it's probably the same. It's just that the spiritual power is replaced by the power of the soul, and the medicinal power is replaced by spiritual power. Hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but be stunned. There is such a metaphor? Chu Kui shrugged. I just heard it from someone. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. But this rumor is indeed somewhat credible. After all, it is said that the magic power of a Jinden cultivator is all concentrated on a Jinden. If there is a foundation building cultivator, he can knead the infinite spiritual liquid in the sea of Qi into a whole big pill. Do you think this counts as a pill? Luo Chen fell into deep thought. After a while, he released the spiritual energy that was liquefied from the spiritual power in his body in front of Chu Kui. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. He tried to fuse them all. It was not difficult at first, but when the number reached 9 drops, it became difficult to continue. Faintly, there were signs of losing control. Don't try it. Chu Kui shook his head. I tried it, it didn't work. This is a rumor about the upper method of forming a golden elixir. How could it be so simple? On the contrary, the lower method of forming a golden elixir first condenses a smaller ordinary golden elixir, and then uses the power of the same source to attract other spiritual powers in the sea of Qi, slowly merge, and finally achieve the golden elixir path. The golden elixir floats, and the sea of Qi floats? At this point, he threw out a concept. This lower method of forming a golden elixir will create a unique realm, called the false elixir realm. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. False elixir realm. Yes. Chu Kui pointed in the direction of Xianlin Peak, but his mouth skipped Xianlin Peak and talked about the cultivator on Taoshan. Taoshan Zuanаю failed to form a golden elixir with a lower method before, and is currently stuck in the false elixir realm. Of course, the false elixir realm is still considered the great perfection of the foundation building period, but it may be slightly stronger. But the consequences are also serious. If he wants to try to form a golden elixir again in the future, it will be even more difficult. Luo Chen took the failed spiritual fluid back into his body. He kept repeating the terms foundation building great perfection, false elixir realm, and golden elixir. In his mind, he was thinking about the 3 methods of forming elixir mentioned in Nanshan Shengren's experience of forming elixir. Different methods of forming elixir would have a difference before and after forming elixir. Unexpectedly, the false elixir realm would also be created by the lower method of forming elixir. Okay, let's talk about this today. Don't ask me to practice with you in the future. I have nothing to teach you. Chu Kui stood up. Luo Chen looked up at him and smiled. How could it be? Brother Chu has extraordinary skills. In my opinion, he is even better than Dan Yangzi. He has a lot to teach me. Chu Kui curled his lips. He could be complacent about other compliments, but he knew his strength better than anyone else. In his opinion, Dan Yangzi of Kingdom Valley was indeed not that strong. But the premise is not to use the purple extreme sky fire. Chu Kui stretched his body and yawned, saying, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but I'm going on a long journey recently and don't have time to practice with you. Long journey? Where to? Luo Chen asked subconsciously. But then, he said, excuse me, I guess Brother Chu has taken on some big job again. Chu Kui sighed. This time, It's really not a big job. Actually, there's nothing to hide. I plan to hang out at the Jili Mountain battlefield and see if I can get something useful for dam formation. Luo Chen was surprised and said, Jili Mountain battlefield? Brother Chu is going to wade into this mess too? As a casual cultivator, no one should be able to force you to do it. The mountain breeze with moisture blew by. It lifted Chu Kui's thick black hair that was scattered behind him. The tall and strong man had a rare self-deprecating look on his face at this moment. Although being a free cultivator is free, but under the free scenery, there are hardships that only you know. In the early years, I could still take jobs from time to make a living. But after the 9th level of foundation building, only the resources of forming pills can attract me. I should also take the initiative to do something for my own practice. This time he joined the war. He does not work for anyone, but only fights for himself. How could Luo Chen not know the hardships of being a free cultivator? He also survived the period of being a free cultivator. He thought about it and asked, which side are you going to join? Whoever gives more and better things, I will help them kill people. Chu Kui's face showed a fierce look. If you have spare energy, help me if you meet a cultivator from my Luo Chen society. How many spirit stones do you give? Luo Chen was stunned, and then he cursed. Get lost. Chu Kui laughed and left. After he left, Luo Chen felt empty in his heart. Although he and Chu Kui had a relationship of interest, they were both teachers and friends after all these years. Now, another friend is actively getting involved in the quagmire of war. Just as my heart mirror simulated, as long as this war is not ended, sooner or later everyone in Yuding territory will be involved. I don't know how long my peaceful life will last. Chapter 361, The lights are on and the fragrance fills the sleeves. Chu Kui's departure was not an isolated case. Soon, Luo Chen sent away 2 foundation-building cultivators from Luo Xianhu, Li Yingzhang and Min Longgaiyu. Luo Chen originally wanted to change the defense, but the battle in Ice Castle was tight, and Yuan Feng had to take care of the magic weapon business, so the defense line that Luo Xianhu is responsible for began to be impacted. Relying on Wang Yuan and Su Huantian alone, the strength is inevitably weak. Therefore, Li Yingzhang, the guest elder, was also sent over. Min Longai went there to provide formation assistance, and would come back after setting up the corresponding formation. Li Yingzhang, however, would stay for a long time. On Dangsha Peak, Luo Chen looked at the 2 of them, and his face was also gloomy. He had provided Juking with a lot of burning blood pills in the past year, but he didn't know how she used them, and it didn't improve the situation of Juking's lineage at all. As a result, Luo Xianhu was also dragged down by it. Now, he was forced to send away 2 more generals. President, don't worry. When I go, I will definitely set up the formation for the brothers and make sure that no one gets hurt. Seeing Luo Chen's solemn face, Min Longgaiyu thought he was worried and immediately comforted him. In his words, he showed the confidence of the master of formation. Luo Chen shook his head and did not explain his thoughts. Instead, he showed concern for the 2 of them. Have you brought all the materials? Min Longgaiyu patted the storage bag on his waist. Don't worry, I have specially studied the geographical environment of Jili Jiu Mountain according to the classics. This time I can set up at least 2 second-level formations and 1 first-level formation. Seeing that he was so confident, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Li Yingzhang, Luo Chen asked, how is the chilling sword being sacrificed? After the other party established his foundation, Luo Chen had already returned the magic sword in front of Li Jinhe to him. However, with only 1 year, I am afraid that the sacrifice will not have any effect. Sure enough. With full strength, I can use the chilling sword like twice. Li Yingzhang replied. Can you only use the power of magic weapons twice? Luo Chen shook his head, afraid that both times were very reluctant. Moreover, it was just a sword light, not a magic weapon killing move. After thinking about it, Luo Chen reminded, don't use magic weapons against the enemy unless it is absolutely necessary, and use the best magic weapons as much as possible. Li Yingzhang was puzzled. Magic weapons are powerful, should we rely on them? The battlefield is full of twists and turns, and the situation is complicated. You don't know how many enemies you are really facing. The gap between using magic weapons is enough for others to kill you 7 or 8 times. Use more best magic weapons, and you can always keep 1 or 2 points of strength in case of accidents. Luo Chen explained. Li Yingzhang nodded thoughtfully. indicating that he had listened. That's all Luo Chen could say. After giving each of them 3 best blood-burning pills as a life-saving trump card, Luo Chen watched them leave on the flying boat. When he came back with a somewhat ugly face, Sima Wei Niang couldn't help but sigh. There aren't many people in my Luotian society who have built their foundations. Now 5 of them have gone. I don't know when this war will end. Luo Chen reluctantly comforted her. It's okay. Other families are in a worse situation than us. Sima Wei Niang laughed at herself. Is this considered making the best of a bad situation? Besides, the old man has left, and a new foundation has been born. Things are always developing in a good direction. Sima Wei Niang was stunned. Then she suddenly realized, has Palace Master Gu successfully built his foundation? Although it hasn't been completed, it's not far away. Luo Chen looked into the distance and said leisurely, according to the time estimate, it should be in the next 2 days. Wei Niang, do you want to go and pick her up when she comes out? Sima Wei Niang refused without hesitation. Forget it. The first thing she sees when she comes out is that she definitely doesn't want to see me. Luo Chen was helpless. Maybe this is what women are like. They obviously sat down to eat together before, but they still look like they will never see each other again. Obviously, we will see each other every day in the future. Forget it. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I'll go back first. You'll have to work harder in Dangsha. Sima Wei Niang's face didn't fluctuate. Although the scale of Luo Xianhu is much larger than before, it is only an organization of thousands of people. Various industries have gradually been on the right track in recent years, and there are dedicated people in charge. She felt that it was not that hard. However, looking at Luo Chen's back as he left, she still pursed her lips. I don't know what I was thinking in my mind. Suddenly, a sentence popped up. Boring. I don't know if she was talking about others being boring, or herself being boring, or something boring. But the self-deprecating meaning on the corner of her mouth seemed to be talking about herself. After making a self-deprecating remark, the woman turned around and returned to Huxin Hall, where there were piles of documents waiting for her to deal with. There were also official documents for opening up new business for Luo Xianhu, waiting for her decision. In the mountain stream, the drizzle was hazy. Luo Chen held an oil paper umbrella and stood quietly in the breeze and drizzle. Suddenly, there was a slight movement in his ears. A rumbling sound rang out. He turned around, and the huge dragon-breaking stone slowly rose. A beautiful figure gradually revealed itself as the stone rose. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. The man opposite also smiled. In front of Luo Chen, the woman slightly bent down and folded her hands on her waist. Dao Luo, I am here to greet you. Luo Chen smiled and clasped his fists and bowed. Dao Gu, would you like to tour Xianlin with me in the rain? That day, in the deserted Xianlin fairy city, a man and a woman, holding an umbrella, walked along the long street and visited the shops. This stroll lasted a whole day. When he came back, the man changed out of the red cloud Taoist robe he had worn for many years and put on the warm and smooth white long gown that the woman had personally selected for him. And the woman also had a blue bracelet on her wrist. That night, the lights were lingering, and the fragrance filled her sleeves. The wine was getting stronger and the spring thoughts were wafting, and the mandarin duck embroidered quill turned red waves. Until dawn. Gu Kai's foundation building is undoubtedly a shot in the arm for the recently turbulent Luotian society. Although no foundation building ceremony was held. But when the monks in the society saw Gu Kai, who was seriously injured and paralyzed in bed for more than a year, return to Luotian society in a radiant manner and take control of Luotian Golden Palace again, this scene made all the monks excited. Although the war is terrifying, Luotian society still has vigorous vitality. As long as Luo Chen is still there, it is equivalent to the Dinghe magic needle that stands firm. No slogans or ceremonies are needed. Luotian society has regained the feeling of its peak period. And with Gu Kai's return, Luotian Golden Palace also began to radiate its powerful role. In just 2 months, President Sima Wei Niang and Golden Palace Master Gu Kai unanimously approved the decision of Luotian society's new business. The elixir business, spiritual plant business, and medicinal material business are integrated and returned to one place. The monks left in the war hall reorganized a team under the leadership of the law enforcement elder Zhou Yuanli. The two sides joined forces to march onto the Jili Mountain battlefield, open up new markets and make a fortune from the war. During this process, Luo Chen did not show up at all, allowing the two women to discuss and make their own decisions. Even when they asked about his decision later, Luo Chen just let them do it. During this period, Sima Wei Niang also proposed some other decisions. For example, recruit a large number of casual cultivators again to enrich the outer sect. For example, partner with the Chen family of Xianifang to open a robe shop in the Wanli wasteland. Luo Xian who will be responsible for providing raw materials and selling them, and the Chen family will be responsible for making robes. Luo Chen did not object to such things. He put all his energy into practicing magic and strengthening himself. In the study room of the cave, Luo Chen held a piece of animal skin in his hand and studied it carefully. After a long time, he put down the animal skin thoughtfully. I may be able to practice this technique. But before practicing this technique, I need external objects to help me. I do have the raw materials for this external object. Unfortunately, Duanfeng is not here. Luo Chen confirmed that practicing this technique could greatly improve his strength. And it would be an improvement in a short period of time. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He immediately went down Xianlin Peak and went straight to a shop in Xiancheng. Looking up at the sign called Bailian Mountain, Luo Chen walked straight in. A waiter came up to greet him. Does the senior want to buy a magic weapon? No, I want to customize a magic weapon. Is your Taoist Gongsun here? The waiter was stunned, and then said, my master of Bailian Mountain has gone to the Jilei Mountain battlefield. I don't accept the business of customizing magic weapons. Elder Gongsun. As he spoke, he stopped talking. The person in front of him was dressed in a brocade white gown, and his clothes were luxurious. Not only was he handsome, but he also had the aura of being in a high position for a long time, which was even more fascinating. It would be difficult for him to refuse such a person. He asked cautiously, Senior, can you please tell me your name? Dan Chenzi. The waiter was startled, and blurted out subconsciously. But it's Senior Dan Chenzi of Luo Xianhu. Yes. The waiter swallowed his saliva. Senior, please wait a moment, I will go to invite Elder Gongsun right away. After that, he turned around and left. Halfway through, he asked the maid to serve spiritual tea and cakes to Luo Chen, and then went into the back hall. Faced with such thoughtful hospitality, Luo Chen could not help but nod. It is worthy of being Bailian Mountain, which has stood in Xianlin for many years. Even with Xianfan City and Yanmen, the big casting sects above, and Zheng family and Luo Xianhu, the rising stars below, it still lives like a fish in water. The Shenggong sect, which is as famous as Bailian Mountain, has long disappeared. But they are still alive and well. What they rely on is the customization business of conventional magic tools. The three major casting masters are all second level. They can not only cast ordinary magic tools skillfully, but also jointly cast magic weapons. Counting it, the backer behind Bailian Mountain should be Alio Mountain. Just now, I heard from the waiter that the mountain master went to the battlefield of Jilei Mountain. I think he was also summoned by Alio Mountain. Sure enough, if you want to survive in this Yuding domain, you have to find a strong backer. But when the war expands, no one can survive alone. Just as Luo Chen was sighing silently, hurried footsteps came from the back hall. After a while, an energetic old man hurriedly appeared in front of him. Seeing Luo Chen, he couldn't help laughing. Dao Luo, it's been a long time since we parted in Dangsha. Luo Chen also smiled slightly. Dao Gongsun, how are you? Chapter 362, Li Iant spreads its wings and soars to 90,000 miles. In the reception room, the two of them were talking happily. Actually, they were not very happy, and they mostly complained to each other. There are only 3 foundation building cultivators in Bailian Mountain, and 2 of them were taken away by Alio Mountain. It's the same for my Luo Ocean Society. It was not easy to accumulate 8 or 9 foundation building cultivators, and the ice castle took 5 away from me. Hiss, so many? That juking master, don't you even give face to Dan Chenzi? Yes. Otherwise, how could there be a few left to manage the business in the society? Guangsun Jin sighed. These big sects really don't regard us small forces as human beings. Luo Chen felt sympathetic. After complaining to each other, the estranged relationship between the two became active. Maybe they were in the same boat. Guangsun Jin asked Luo Chen about his purpose. You want to customize a magic weapon? I remember that your sect also has a weapon casting master Duanfeng. He was sent to the battlefield of Jili Mountain. Well, no wonder he came to Balian Mountain for help. Needless to say, Gongsun Jin asked Luo Chen about his requirements for customizing a magic weapon. I want to customize a wing-like magic weapon that can be implanted in a cultivator's body. Assisting flight. Yes. The kind that uses spiritual power as a driving force. If it can be mixed with the power of ki and blood, it will naturally be better. That's a bit difficult. This kind of magic weapon requires very high materials. I'll bring my own raw materials. Oh? Why don't you take it out and have a look? Let's go to another place. This room is a bit small. Gongsun Jin had no objection and took Luo Chen to the spacious backyard. In front of him, Luo Chen took out a pair of folded fiery red wings from the storage bag. The wings of a second-level monster. Or a pengbird. Gongsun Jin became interested, spread his wings, squatted on the ground, and began to study them carefully. Luo Chen stood aside, looking at the pair of red wings that were several feet long, and his face couldn't help but reveal a look of nostalgia. This item was exactly what he bought from Shangkun, a casual cultivator who was building his foundation in the underground black market. During the transaction, Tian Xingzi, as the middleman, helped him bargain for a lower price. In fact, this was only a part of the monster he bought. Fiery Cloud Pen. A second-level monster. Luo Chen also used this complete monster corpse to refine 3 portions of emperor-flowing liquid, which enabled him to successfully build his foundation. Because of the existence of the demon pill, Luo Chen saved this pair of wings. For many years, they have been idle in the storage bag and have no great use. Recently, while studying the incomplete third-level body refining technique Yuanpeng transformation, Luo Chen obtained a complete flying spell from it 90,000 miles. In the past, he would not care about such flying spells. But after building their foundation, most cultivators fly with swords, and their speed increases dramatically. And his original Xiao Aoyao and Yu Fengju, even if they were perfected, but as the realm rises, the increase in his speed becomes smaller and smaller. It can be said that among the cultivators of the same level, although he still has a certain speed advantage, it is already very small. After all, Xiao Aoyao is just a common Qingguang, and Yu Fengju is just the most common basic flying spell in the world of immortal cultivation. But during the Battle of Dao Seeds in Kingdom Valley, he saw that super speed could almost change the situation of the battle. Whether it was Den Yangzi's body-melting sword, or Taowan's superior Wind 9 changes, they all shocked him. This speed is not limited to moving and flying. During the battle, there is even a chance to dodge the enemy's sudden killing moves. It is for this reason that Luo Chen has the idea of improving his speed again. The 90,000 miles in Xianpeng change is such a spell. It is not very accurate to call it a spell. Secret skills, physical skills, and strength killing moves are more accurate. If he can master this skill, Luo Chen estimates that he can once again have the absolute speed advantage over the cultivators of the same level as in the key refining stage. At least, he will not be inferior to Taowan. However, to practice this 90,000 miles, Luo Chen's magic talent alone is not enough. Either he had to practice the Xianpeng transformation completely, learn how to transform blood and ki into wings, and escape 90,000 miles in one breath. Or, he had to have the corresponding external objects as an aid and force his way in. A pair of suitable external implanted wings is the auxiliary external object. In Xianlan Fairy City, there are many forces that are good at casting magic tools. Whether it is Wanbao Lao, Yanmen, or other shops. The reason why Luo Chen went to Balian Mountain is that the other party has a good relationship with him. Balian Mountain was also one of the 3 forces in the Xianlan boat parking field at the beginning, and it had a competitive relationship with Shengongmen. Luo Xian who destroyed Shengongmen, and Balian Mountain was naturally happy. Even at Sima Wei Niang's foundation building ceremony, Gongsun Jin personally came to congratulate. In terms of the current overall situation of Yuding Domain, Alao Mountain and Bingbao are also allies. Balian Mountain and Luo Xian who, as vassals of the 2 sects, are naturally closer. For all these reasons, Luo Chen took the initiative to find Gongsun Jin. The opponent's casting technique is only better than Duan Feng's. In the backyard, Gongsun Jin studied for a long time. He either observed or injected spiritual power to check the complete state of the wings. From time to time, he took out some special liquid medicine from the storage bag and dripped it on it to test the reaction. After a long time, he stood up. Fellow Taoist Luo, Your material is a bit embarrassing. What do you mean? Luo Chen asked. Guangxin Jin did not hide it and said directly, second-level materials are not qualified for refining magic weapons and can only be used as auxiliary materials. If it is used to refine magic weapons, it is a bit wasteful. In addition, your pair of wings of the fiery cloud peng has been placed for too long. Even in the storage bag, its spirituality has lost a lot. Plus, your requirements are a bit harsh. Even if I refine it myself, I am afraid it will be difficult to make a magic weapon. After hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Although he did not pursue the power of magic weapons, if he could make a magic weapon, he could use it for a long time. Even if it reaches the Jinden stage, it can still be used. However, the most urgent task is to quickly improve his combat power. It doesn't matter if it doesn't become a magic weapon, just do your best. My minimum requirement for it is that it must at least have the grade of a mid-grade magic weapon. Guangxin Jin nodded. Mid-grade is not difficult. If you add some auxiliary materials and refine it, it is possible to have a top grade. This kind of wing-like magic weapon is not among the conventional magic weapons. Once formed, it can be classified as a strange magic weapon. If it can achieve a mid-grade, its effect will be no weaker than a top-grade flying magic weapon. It can already meet Luo Chen's basic needs for practicing 90,000 miles. The initial intention was reached. Luo Chen, accompanied by Guangxin Jin, went to the warehouse to select the corresponding auxiliary materials, and then left a deposit of 1,000 spirit stones. After agreeing on the approximate time for delivery, Luo Chen left the Bailianshan store. Half a month later. In the Qinhe River Basin, the continuous green mountains rise and fall. Two figures appeared here. Guangxin Jin took out a pair of palm-sized crimson wings from his storage bag and held them in his hand. Luo Chen looked at the item in surprise. Did you engrave the Ruai formation? No, the Ruai formation is a third-level formation that only I, the master of Bailian Mountain, can create. But I took a different approach and added a little soft thunder sand in addition to the refined gold and black iron, Guangxin Jin said complacently, stroking his beard. Luo Chen was shocked. Soft thunder sand is a well-known third-level mineral material, often added to the refining of magic weapons. This kind of mineral material is also highly adaptable and can be changed in size as desired. It is a precious resource. I'm sorry to have cost you a lot of money. Guangxin Jin shook his head. It's not a big deal, it's just a little bit. It's a long way from being enough to refine a magic weapon, and it's useless for me to keep it. Besides, at this point, he smiled. The wool comes from the sheep, and this treasure is a top-grade product. Even the texture is the best among the top grade, not inferior to any top-grade flying magic weapon. Such a treasure, Taoist friend, you can compensate me as appropriate after testing it later. Luo Chen nodded. If it is really useful, he will not be stingy with a few more spiritual stones. Then, from Guangxin Jin's introduction, Luo Chen learned the correct use of this thing. Because Luo Chen mentioned the requirement that both spiritual energy and blood are energy sources. Therefore, the use of this treasure also has an additional condition of dripping blood to recognize the master. Otherwise, it cannot be activated by the power of blood. Recognize the master with blood. In front of Guangxin Jin, Luo Chen's mind moved, and a trace of sword-light pierced on the fingertip. It was a bit difficult to pierce, and a drop of bright red blood oozed out after a long time. Guangxin Jin watched this scene from the side, and his eyelids twitched. What a terrifying physical strength. That trace of sword light, at least a top-grade magic weapon, was so difficult to pierce the skin. Even if the opponent deliberately controlled the power, it was still quite scary. Moreover, the spiritual power fluctuation contained in this drop of blood essence was too pure. What kind of cultivation is this Luo Xianhu Dan Chenzi? I'm afraid that a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building doesn't have such pure spiritual power. Luo Chen didn't know how the opponent's heart was in such a short time. He merged the blood essence into the palm-sized magic weapon without changing his expression. Then, in front of Guangxin Jin, he opened his coat. With the sword light turning into silk, he cut a wound on the shoulder blade on his back. A pair of wings were installed on him while he frowned. You can try the flying effect first. Although it is a top-grade Kaiman magic weapon, it is an external object after all, so you may not be used to it. As for this injury, go back and apply some wound medicine, it will be healed in half a day. Guangxin Jin said. Luo Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was not necessary. He performed 2 great perfect healing spells, and under Gongsun Jin's wide eyes, the 2 wounds on his back were healed in an instant. It was as if nothing had happened. Then, Luo Chen took a deep breath and mobilized the spiritual power in his body to inject it into the 2 iron plates behind him. Swish! With a crisp sound, 2 illusory crimson wings extended from under Luo Chen's robes and spread out dazzlingly behind him. They were not big, and each wing was only half a meter long. But at this moment, it was like a rock spreading its wings, giving people an inexplicable sense of fit. Luo Chen's mind moved, and strands of spiritual power flowed from the meridians to the wings. Then, whoosh! Gongsun Jin looked up and saw the figure of the young Taoist floating in the air. Under his gaze, the figure flapped the illusory wings behind him. The initial flying speed was still very slow, but gradually it became faster and faster. Later, its flying speed far exceeded that of ordinary flying in the clouds. It was not much worse than normal flying with a sword. Gongsun Jin stroked his beard and nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, although this magical instrument he had forged was of top quality, with the cooperation of the corresponding formation and high-quality materials, its flying speed was no less than that of a normal flying sword. And in the sky, Luo Chen, who was gradually getting familiar with the wings, also had a strange feeling in his heart. It seems that I am not as uncomfortable as Gongsun Jin said. It's as if this thing is a part of me. Like adding wings to a tiger? No, it's more like an eagle beast peng bird naturally flapping its wings and soaring after growing up. Could it be related to the Emperor Liu Jiang I refined with the fiery cloud peng to build my foundation? The 2 are originally of the same origin, and I recognized the master with my essence in blood, so that I achieved a natural fit. He was puzzled and could not figure it out. Luo Chen experimented for a while, then descended and landed in front of Gongsun Jin. Dao, are you satisfied? Very satisfied. This thing is very good. Luo Chen smiled. Gongsun Jin also smiled back. You are its owner, why not give it a name, otherwise it would be unrefined to call it this thing or that thing. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. After thinking for a moment, he uttered 3 words. Lian Wing. Lian Wing. Gongsun Jin was stunned, then clapped his hands and sighed. It comes from the fiery cloud peng, so it is very good to name it Lian. Luo Chen smiled and didn't care much about it. In front of the other party, he took out 5,000 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag. Gongsun Jin said embarrassedly, isn't this a bit too much? You provided the main material and paid a deposit of 1,000 yuan before. I only provided some auxiliary materials. Not much? The soft thunder sand you added makes it much easier for me to control this thing. This alone is worth the price. Luo Chen paused and continued, moreover, at this time, a top-grade Cayman magic weapon, 6 or 7,000 spirit stones, is definitely worth the money. Gongsun Jin was stunned. Then he gave a thumbs up. As expected of Dan Chenzi, you are open-minded and generous. Luo Chen smiled slightly, not being modest. He declined the invitation to go back to the city with the other party, indicating that he wanted to stay and get more familiar with this magic weapon. Gongsun Jin had no objection and went back to the city happily. He spent half a month and earned 6,000 low-grade spirit stones without selling the main materials. He was naturally very happy. After he left, Luo Chen felt a vague object behind him, and his eyes also showed joy. He just tested it, just activating the magic weapon normally, and had not used the 90,000 miles secret technique. Even so, the speed was no less than flying with a sword. If the 90,000 miles secret technique in Yuanpeng transformation was used to control this object, how powerful would it be? Looking at the continuous green mountains, there were birds chirping softly, fluttering and soaring in the mountains and forests. Luo Chen jumped and stepped into the air. When the figure was about to fall, wings suddenly appeared on his back, and the whole person paused in his falling momentum, and then suddenly rushed up. His speed was so fast and his posture was so graceful. It was like a rock spreading its wings and soaring up to 90,000 miles. Chapter 363, Death. Good morning, fellow Taoist Wang. Is fellow Taoist Luo going out again? Yes. At the entrance and exit of Xianlin Peak, Wang Pingzi, who was guarding the gate, looked at Luo Chen's back and couldn't help but wonder. This person usually stays at home. Why does he go out every day recently? After greeting Wang Pingzi, Luo Chen appeared on the streets of Xiancheng. He could see the confusion on the other party's face clearly. He had indeed been going in and out too frequently during this period. It was not because of trivial matters. It was to go outside to practice the third-level flying spell of Jiwanli. Although Xianlin Peak is large, there are many people and eyes. If he practices this spell there, it would be too conspicuous. Going outside, the sky is high and the land is vast, and there is enough space for him to practice this spell. However, halfway through the walk, Luo Chen turned and walked into another street. Looking up at the sign of Binglan Palace in front of him, Luo Chen stepped in. After a long time, he walked out. This trip was to deliver the top-grade Jade pill and burning blood pill that he had refined in the past year. After weighing the storage bag, Luo Chen showed a satisfied look. Another 100,000 spirit stones were in hand. This amount of money was enough to make up for his expenses at Taowan's place. If you deduct this link in the middle, I can barely be considered to be refining pills for my own use. Luo Chen shook his head and smiled, but soon he became confused. He hadn't seen Master Juking for a long time. He thought he was in seclusion, but just now at Binglan Palace, it was not him who came to receive the pills, but the elderly Shi Boying. Could it be that Juking is no longer in Xianlin Fairy City? Suddenly, this thought popped up in Luo Chen's mind. Once the thought came up, it lingered. The handover of the top-grade Jade pill is not a small business. Each time, it is worth more than 100,000. In the past, when Tan Taiyu handed it over to him, it was nothing. After all, Tan Taiyu is the most advanced disciple in the Juking lineage. But since Tan Taiyu went to the battlefield of Jili Mountain, Fairy Juking pointed out that she should contact him in person. Judging from these signs, it seems that the other party has really left Xianlin? Forget it, where Master Jinden went, what does it have to do with me? Luo Chen curled his lips, too lazy to think about the woman whose face changed faster than a book. After leaving the fairy city, Luo Chen flew towards the area of Qinhu River on his sword. It was a place with thin spiritual energy near Xianlin. Even casual cultivators rarely set foot there. In fact, there are many such places outside the 1,000-mile range of Xianlin. This situation is a bit strange. It is clear that Xianlin Peak is a third-level spiritual land, and the surrounding mountains and valleys are mostly first-level spiritual lands. But as long as you go beyond the 1,000-mile range, it seems that the spiritual energy has disappeared and it has become ordinary. According to Luo Chen's estimation, it is related to the 7 sects building the fairy city and forcibly upgrading Xianlin Peak to a third-level spiritual land. A third-level spiritual land is definitely not created out of thin air. Either it is naturally nourished, or it is formed by drawing on the spiritual energy of other places. Only this explanation fits the situation near the Immortal City. It is said that other large immortal cities also have similar situations, which is consistent with Luo Chen's guess. These guesses are just Luo Chen's fantasies to kill time on the way. When he arrived at the place where the green mountains were continuous, Luo Chen naturally put away the ordinary flying sword. Without the power of relying on, and without flying in the clouds, he seemed to be falling. But a pair of illusory crimson wings extended from his back. Without much effort, he naturally floated in the air. Sure enough, as time goes by, this thing fits me better and better, just like my arms and thighs, as if it is a part of my body. In this way, the improvement in my fighting time is too great. When low-level cultivators fight, they often stand still to output, which is stupid. Experienced fighters, such as Luo Chen and Wang Yuan, would use the method of light body lifting and leaping to avoid becoming a sitting duck. After the foundation building, the spiritual power of the cultivators is stronger than that of the key refining, so they can perform the flying technique, which is relatively flexible. But that's all. After all, paying attention to the enemy and controlling the magic tools is already very stressful, and adding the flying technique is already the limit. Even before Luo Chen, he mostly stood still and bombarded the enemy with large-scale magic power. Distracting himself from other things really consumes his energy. After Luo Chen's Ming Shen Po Shao is perfected, he could do 3 things at once, and the situation was a little better now. But it was only a little better. After all, he still had to distract himself to perform the wind control technique. However, it was different now. Lian wings merged with him, and he could control it as if he were an arm. In addition to ensuring the supply of spiritual power, he didn't need to spend any energy at all. In this way, he could be more flexible and changeable than others in battle. That's not all. Luo Chen shouted in a low voice, and the wings behind him trembled. The next moment, the whole person rushed to a distance of 100 feet in an instant, like an arrow from a bow. The speed is rare in the world. And this is just a short distance sprint. What if it is within close range? Luo Chen, who was in the sky, moved up and down, turning and moving, and was extremely agile. Like a butterfly, like a sparrow, almost as agile as he was on the ground. Suddenly, Luo Chen paused. Then, with a blessing of spiritual energy, he flew far away. After a long time, he flew back. Huh? After a breath of turbid air, Luo Chen's whole body showed excitement. It is worthy of being a third-level spell, but with a perfect level of proficiency, the speed has exceeded Taowan's Gale 9 changes, which is really surprising. Even if I can't fly 90,000 miles in one breath, I'm afraid that there are few who can match the foundation building level. Flying 90,000 miles in one breath is the ultimate description in Xianpeng transformation. After this technique is perfected, the speed of escape is as fast as any other 5-element escape technique, and can even be compared with a rainbow flying escape of the giant stage sword cultivator. Luo Chen does not expect to reach that level for the time being, and he has not reached the third stage of body refinement. But for now, it is enough for him to use. Of course, if outsiders knew that he had cultivated this technique to perfect level in just a few months, they would probably be shocked. Luo Chen was not surprised. Although it was a bit unexpected to have such an achievement, it was also within reason. With the great perfection of the ordinary light skills Iao is the foundation, and the great perfection of the Yufeng Ju blessing. He himself has the foundation of the same origin of the fiery cloud Peng, plus an outstanding magic talent. It is reasonable to have such progress. After a short rest, Luo Chen flew up to a height of 10,000 feet again, which was a height that ordinary foundation builders rarely set foot on. At such a height, the cultivators on the ground would hardly notice it. In the sky, Luo Chen not only practiced Jiayuanli, but also took out the magic weapon Zhuanhe sword, and became familiar with the means of controlling the weapon. Although Luo Chen often reminded his subordinates to build the foundation and not to rely too much on magic weapons. But he himself did not have this to do. First, his spiritual power was far superior to that of his peers. As a 6th-level cultivator, Su Huanshan was far inferior to him. Last year, he had trained with Chu Kui many times, and he vaguely felt the strength of spiritual power in the late stage of foundation building. Chu Kui, who was at the 9th level of foundation building, had more spiritual power than him, but it was also limited. In terms of the degree of spiritual power, Luo Chen is now comparable to an ordinary 8th-level great cultivator. Second, we have to mention the Zhuanhe sword, an extremely ordinary low-grade magic weapon. It is really too ordinary. There is not even an accompanying killing move. Whether it is Dan Yangzi's Zixi sword, Taowan's Liuan Fixiu, or even the blue dragon bracelet that Luo Chen gave to Gu Kai, they all have accompanying killing moves. Zhuanhe sword, no. That's why this flying sword looks so ordinary and cheap. But since it's a magic weapon, it naturally has its advantages. That's amplification. After the sword is injected with spiritual power, it can amplify the attack strength of the cultivator by about 30%. Simply put, its ultimate move is ordinary attack, and ordinary attack is its ultimate move. If an ordinary foundation building cultivator gets this treasure, he will probably feel it's quite useless. A magic weapon without a killer move is a waste of spiritual power. But for Luo Chen, spiritual power is not to be feared, and the amplification effect solves the disadvantage that his main spiritual power is wood. In addition, Luo Chen is very good at fire magic. Using the instrument control technique to cast spells, the power of the two is even greater when superimposed. Thousands of feet high in the sky, an illusory mountain collapsed in front of Luo Chen. The strong aftermath rolled in, causing Luo Chen's brocade white robe to rustle. Holding the Zhuanhe sword, Luo Chen let out a long sigh. I wonder if a 9th-level foundation building cultivator can take my sword. After muttering to himself, Luo Chen ended his practice today. Put away the Zhuanhe sword, and slowly fly to Xianlin Peak. There is no sun or moon in the mountains, and 1,000 years have passed in the world. For Luo Chen, who is in the foundation building period, 1,000 years is too long. But in the repetitive days of his continuous alchemy, practice, and meditation, time has flowed to the 2nd year of Luo Tian's participation in the war. On this day, Min Longai returned to Luo Xianhu. He did not come back alone, but he also came back alone. This statement is somewhat contradictory. But when Sima Wei Niang looked at the coffin in the hall, She froze. A month ago, the 7th mountain of Jilei was attacked by the Yan League army, and a giant and cultivator took action. The 7th mountain was jointly guarded by the combined forces of the loose cultivators. The Yan League giant used its overwhelming power to blast open the formation set up by the Luo Chen sect. The Bingbao giant was unable to rescue them in time, and the 7th mountain was declared lost. In this battle, the loose cultivators had no one to command them and were defeated. My Luo Chen who only guarded a remote path and could have retreated calmly, but we were blocked by a team led by a late-stage foundation building cultivator. Even though I used the 5 Thunder Strike formation to intimidate that great cultivator, the Luo Chen who cultivators were still greatly impacted. In this battle, 43 key refining cultivators of the Luo Chen who died, and Elder Li Yingzhang was seriously injured. He was lucky to survive with the rescue of Hall Master Su Huanzhen. Among them, there was the Hall Master of the Daoxian Hall. Min Longai lowered his head and sadly told the situation one by one. The Hall Master of the Daoxian Hall was Sima Xian. Sima Wei Niang, who was sitting at the top, held the armrest of the chair tightly with 5 fingers. She said coldly, "What is the name of that great monk?" Min Longai's expression froze, and he was a little bit unable to answer. Sima Wei Niang took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. The late foundation building cultivator of the Yan League is definitely not an unknown person. Don't you even know the other party's origin? Or is he not a cultivator of the Yan League, but a vassal of the Sword Sect? Min Longai gritted his teeth and said, "It was late at night, and I couldn't see his true appearance. I only heard a cultivator in the early foundation building period call him Ku Chan." Ku Chan. Sima Wei Niang silently recited this name, as if to engrave it into the depths of her soul. After a long time, she slowly asked, "Where's Wang Yuan?" Min Longai breathed a sigh of relief and said again, "At that time, I was worried that other Yanmeng monks would arrive, so I activated the 5 Thunder Strike formation in advance. I wanted to severely injure the enemy and then take my Luo Chen monks away. But I didn't expect that the other party, after being severely injured, still pursued and killed me relentlessly, and Palace Master Sima also died in the pursuit." Seeing that the situation was urgent, Palace Master Wang, Palace Master Su, and Elder Li took action one after another. In the end, I led the remaining soldiers to withdraw from the 7th mountain. Palace Master Su brought Elder Li back, and Palace Master Wang disappeared. First, my eldest brother died in the battle, then Li Yingzhang was seriously injured, and in the middle, more than 40 key refining monks died tragically. Now even Wang Yuan, the first person under the president of Luo Chen, is missing. Sima Wei Niang closed her eyes, and the depressing atmosphere continued to spread. "President, I am in mourning. Get out." Min Longai sighed and had to leave Huxin Hall. After she left, the hall was silent. After a long time, Sima Wei Niang came down from above, walked to the coffin, and pushed open the coffin lid with difficulty. Looking at the unrecognizable corpse inside, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. After leaving Huxin Hall, Min Longai felt relaxed. But when he turned around and faced a pair of eyes, he trembled subconsciously. Newly promoted to foundation building Murin Qinglian and Gu Kai, Qin Liangjin, Bian Zhen, Yuan Dongsheng and his wife. Many cultivators stared at him, as if they had thousands of words to ask. Down the mountain, there were even more cries and wails. Luo Chen, who has been rooted in Xianlan for more than 10 years, and many monks in the battle hall have established families. Now that a large number of corpses have returned, the grief of relatives has reached the sky. It actually died the dusk of Danxia so sad. Everyone. Min Longai just opened his mouth and was greeted with countless questions. "Elder Min, how is my eldest brother?" The person asking was Li Yingzhen, Li Yingzhang's biological sister. Min Longai replied subconsciously, "I was injured by a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, but my life was saved." Hearing the first sentence, Li Yingzhen's whole body went limp. Fortunately her husband Yuan Dongsheng supported her. But the second sentence made her feel relieved. "Why didn't you come back after being injured?" "That's because Master Yinayu of Bingbao didn't allow anyone to leave. Even I was allowed to bring back the bodies of the fallen cultivators only after Master Juking asked me to. How could there be such an inhumane order?" Min Longai smiled bitterly and was speechless for a while. In war, there is no such thing as human feelings. "Elder Min, have you seen my husband Dunfeng? How is he now? Is he injured? Can you tell me some news?" The disciples of Luo Chen sect also participated in the war, But they saw my child's Ilohu. His full name is Qin Yuanjiang. Where is Lao Zhang? They all said he was dead, but why didn't I see his body? Questions were constantly raised from the crowd. This scene seemed even more terrifying than the enemy led by the late foundation building master. Min Longayu took a step back subconsciously, and for a moment he didn't know how to answer. Someone shouted, "The president is here." The next moment, the crowd automatically dispersed and made way. On the jade path, Luo Chen walked calmly step by step. When he got closer, he turned around and looked at the eager eyes. "Don't you have anything to do? Gathering here, how can it be decent? If I didn't know, I would think you were going to eat Min Longayu and force President Sima to abdicate. Go back. Go back to your own halls. I will inform you of the specific situation later." Under the calm face, what came out was a sentence of scolding. Over the years, Luo Chen has always been gentle and approachable in the meeting. At this moment, he was so harsh and arrogant, but it did not cause any disgust. Everyone lowered their heads and retreated silently. "You two go too, Min Longayu stay." There were 3 foundation building cultivators present. Murin Kinglian sighed and walked towards Qin Liangchen, who was waiting in the distance. Gu Kai's face was not looking good either. She pointed to the quiet palace in front of her and left quietly. At this moment, only Luo Chen and Min Longayu were left at the entrance of the hall. There was almost no hesitation. Plop. Min Longayu knelt directly in front of Luo Chen without caring about the dignity of a foundation building cultivator. "President, Long Yu deserves death for not protecting the brothers of Luo Chen. Who told you to kneel? Stand up and talk." The crowd was gone, and Luo Chen's face showed a gloomy look for the first time. Under his scolding, Min Longayu stood up with great guilt, but his back was not as straight as before. Chapter 364, Battle Hall Master Luo Chen sets out for the 9 Thunder Mountains. I overestimated my attainments in formations. The geographical environment of Jilijiu Mountain is extremely repulsive, and it is impossible to set up a complete defensive formation. Even the 3rd-level defensive formation arranged by the Jinden Master of Loyan sect is vulnerable to the same level of Jinden. Therefore, I spent half a year to construct a killing formation according to local conditions, 5 Thunder's Blast. With the help of the omnipresent thunder power of Jili Mountain, this killing formation is enough to threaten any great cultivator in the late foundation building stage. But I didn't expect that the battle came too hastily. No one expected that the Jinden Master would attack so brazenly. After all, the previous battle was limited to the scope of key refining and foundation building. When the battle broke out, I activated the Thunder Killing formation and killed 5 foundation building cultivators in one fell swoop. I thought such a result would be able to deter the opponent, but I didn't expect the remaining foundation building cultivators to still not give in. Wang Yuan ordered me to lead the retreat, and the 3 of them stayed behind to cover the retreat. In the end, Li Yingzhang was seriously injured, and the magic weapon Chilling Sword fell into the hands of others. Su Huansum gave up his 2nd-level White Crane Spirit Beast to save him. Wang Yuan launched a killing move, and the Blood God Tribulation Finger frequently appeared. After covering the 2 of them to leave, he was finally chased and disappeared into the night. After retreating to the 8th mountain, Duanfen came to protect me. Only then was I allowed to return to Xianlin and bring back everyone's bodies. Speaking of the end, Min Longayu choked up and his eyes turned red. That battle was really too tragic. He didn't know the casualties in other garrisons. Luo Xian who alone lost almost half of them. 4 foundation building true cultivators, 1 was seriously injured and 1 was missing, and Su Huanzan, who had the highest realm, also lost his White Crane Spirit Beast. Only he, Min Longayu, came back alive and well. "President, I have failed your expectations, I deserve to die." Luo Chen pursed his lips and tightened his face. Looking at the man who was extremely annoyed and guilty, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Before setting off, Min Longayu did say that he would go there to set up a large formation to save the lives of the Luoxianhu monks. But the result now really slapped him hard. On the battlefield, how can you, a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, be so arrogant? However, some things must be said. The fault is not yours. You have done a good job. If you hadn't set up a large formation, half of the people would not have survived. Go down and rest. Write down the details in 2 days and give it to Murin Kinglian. Min Longayu wanted to say something, but Luo Chen had turned around and slowly pushed open the door of Huxin Hall. The hall was as quiet as death. Min Longayu opened his mouth and finally left with shame. In front of the black wooden coffin, Luo Chen gently placed his hands on the unrecognizable corpse. Strands of pure wood spiritual power, as he inhaled and exhaled in his palms, fell on it. The rotten flesh rolled, the bones returned to their original positions, and the hideous wounds healed. A new and rosy face returned to his face. Rough, weathered, and weathered. It was the face of Sima Xian in his memory. Sima Wei Niang, who had recovered her emotions, saw this face and couldn't help sobbing again. At this moment, she no longer had the demeanor of a strong woman. She was as weak as a blade of grass that would fall in the wind. The three of us brothers and sisters were born in a secular city. Our family was well off, but later on our family fell into poverty. My eldest brother raised Wenji and me all the way. Later on, we had a chance to become immortals. Fortunately, the three of us brothers and sisters all had spiritual roots, and from then on we embarked on the path of cultivating immortals. In the eyes of outsiders, Sima Sangxiu puts me first. I am the one who makes the plans and decisions wherever he goes. But whenever there is danger, it is always my eldest brother who is at the forefront, and it is always him who chooses to stay behind to cover the retreat. How I wished my eldest brother could find a Taoist partner and live a quiet and ordinary life. But he said that his younger sister is enjoying the glory in front of the stage, but she doesn't know how many people are thinking about my position. He must work hard to cultivate and become my most solid support. My eldest brother has always been a man of few words. He said this to Wenji in private when he was drunk. The failure of building the foundation was the most painful thing for him. Since then, he has become even more silent and has put all his thoughts on the Daoxian Hall. But I didn't expect that he would die in Jili Mountain. No, in fact, I should have thought of it earlier. How can people not die? Even a true cultivator who has established his foundation can die. But Luo Chen embraced the woman in his arms. He was always good at speaking and could always speak eloquently in front of high-level cultivators, but at this moment, in front of this fragile woman, he couldn't think of any suitable words of comfort. All he could do was to hug her tightly. Time passed slowly, and the candlelight in the hall kept swaying, emitting wisps of green smoke. I don't know how long it took. There was a clang. The woman closed the coffin lid. She wiped away her tears and left Luo Chen's arms. In a trance, the familiar Sima Wei Niang came back again. You're okay. It's okay. Sima Wei Niang sniffed and her expression became firm. Everyone will die one day. Zhengwen can die, Grandma Yuan can die, so many cultivators in Luo Chen who can die, how can my eldest brother stay out of it? He has been prepared since he set foot on the battlefield of Jili Mountain. Life must go on. Luo Chen opened his mouth, but he didn't react. The Sima Wei Niang he was familiar with was indeed back. President, the battle hall cannot be without a master for a day. Yes. I decided to transfer Bianzhen to be the master of the battle hall, and Xiu Gu will take over the spiritual medicine hall. She is. Let me do it. Sima Wei Niang suddenly raised her head and looked at the man in front of her. In the dim hall, the man stood up and said slowly, the battle hall is the sort of the Luo Tian society, how can it be disadvantageous? Wang Yuan is strong enough, but he is more obsessed with martial arts practice. I had no choice but to let your elder brother take over. He did a good job, but I underestimated the current situation. It is not something that a key refining cultivator can deal with. Looking at the current Luo Tian society, only I can wield this blunt sword. Sima Wei Niang couldn't help but say, but. No buts. Luo Chen said decisively, after attending the funeral of this group of cultivators, I will go to the Jilajiashan battlefield in person and lead the Luo Tian society cultivators. It's very dangerous over there. The woman whispered, as if begging. Luo Chen shook his head. There is no such thing as peace and smoothness on the road of cultivation. Over the years, countless battles of Luo Chen, big and small, were fought under my command. Although you are all able to take charge, the situation over there is completely different now. Wang Yuan is missing, Li Yingzhang is seriously injured, and Su Huanshan's main fighting spirit beast was killed. If I don't go, I'm afraid that the remaining cultivators of Luo Chen will be treated as cannon fodder. Wei Niang, in such a big dangsha, can you find a second person more suitable than me? Sima Wei Niang was speechless. Luo Chen knew what she was worried about. But in times of crisis, there is only responsibility. As someone who founded the Luo Chen himself, He must not live alone in Xianlin and stand idly by in this situation. He reached out and stroked the woman's somewhat cold cheek. Don't worry, as long as you don't meet the Golden Core Master, no one else can do anything to me. These words were comforting and extremely strong self-confidence. The woman felt a little more settled in her heart. Turning back, she looked at the black wooden coffin. Where should my eldest brother and his family be buried? The back mountain, with Masin on the back and Kinhu River in front, bury them with honor. For those who died in battle but have no remains, build a tomb with clothes and hats, and treat their families well. Luo Chen said in a low voice. 3 days later. Paper money was flying all over the sky like flowers, and sobbing and wailing continued. In the distance, Luo Chen looked at Sima Wenji, who was still reluctant to leave and kneeling in front of Sima Xian's tomb, and remained silent. There were footsteps behind him. It was Min Longgaiyu. He said without turning his head, "What's the matter?" "Dong." Min Longgaiyu knelt on one knee and gritted his teeth and said, "President, take me with you." The news that Luo Chen would personally lead the expedition to Jilai Mountain had spread throughout Dangsha within 3 days. All the halls were in operation, and the corresponding manpower and resources were fully prepared. But Min Longgaiyu was not on the list of people going to the expedition. To be honest, his attitude was somewhat beyond Luo Chen's expectations. The other party was not a member of Luo Xianhu at the beginning, and could even be regarded as an enemy. But after returning from the battle this time, the feelings he showed were even deeper than those of many old men. Otherwise, he would not have knelt twice in such a short period of time. Luo Chen was very surprised, but he did not ask. Whether it was sincere or false, Min Longgaiu's attitude was impeccable. He just refused lightly. "Don't go this time." "Why?" Min Longgaiu raised his head, his eyes full of confusion. "There is no reason. If you and I leave, who will guard Dangsha Peak? But at present, no one should come to provoke my Luo Chen association, and there are still 3 foundation building masters, including the president, staying behind. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of 1. With you in charge of the Dangsha formation, ordinary great cultivators dare not provoke you. Only in this way can I have no worries." After hearing this, Min Longgaiu drooped. But there was still some unwillingness in his eyes. His feelings for the monks of Luo Chen Association were very complicated. When he first joined, he was just a stranger, each taking what he needed. But when Luo Chen Association settled in Dangsha Peak and returned to his family's hometown, some of his views gradually changed. Especially when he saw the once dilapidated family homeland gradually recovering its vitality under the cultivation of the Luo Xianhu monks, that inexplicable emotion went deep into his heart. They had worked together, fought side by side, and often exchanged cultivation experiences. Although they were not family members, they were close to family members in his heart. More than 100 years ago, the Min family was destroyed, and he was powerless. But 100 years later, how could he sit back and watch the decline of Luo Xianhu, especially since he had strong abilities? This war was one of the heaviest losses in the history of Luo Xianhu. The number of people was not as high as the Battle of Gaolingin, but the casualties were all elites. In this, he committed the sin of arrogance. So, he wanted to make amends. But Luo Chen did not give him this opportunity. "Get up." Luo Chen sent out a spiritual power and helped him up without allowing the other party to refuse. Looking at the cemetery in the distance, which was shaded by the moss, he said calmly, "There are always separations of life and death in this world. You have done a good job. Don't blame yourself too much. Compared to going to the battlefield to kill the enemy and take revenge, staying in Dangsha and protecting Luo Xianhu is more meaningful." Although Min Longgaiu was still unwilling, he nodded and accepted Luo Chen's arrangement. However, he still had to do his best. In front of Luo Chen, he took out the 18 arrays of traveling with great care. "President, this is for you." Luo Chen looked at the magic weapon that he had given out. It was incomplete at first, but after these years of joint repairs by Min Longgaiu and Duan Feng, it was completely new and there was no sign of incompleteness at all. "Is this the core of the 7-color Dangsha array? If you give it to me, what will happen to Luo Xianhu?" Min Longgaiu shook his head slowly. "No, the core of the 7-color Dangsha array is Dangsha Peak and me, not this magic weapon. People are in the mountain, and people die when the mountain is destroyed." Luo Chen frowned and stared at the other party seriously. Min Longgaiu took a deep breath and continued, "The situation over there is getting more and more treacherous. Even the Jinden cultivators are shameless. President, you are very strong, but if you encounter a Jinden enemy, you are the soul of Luo Xianhu, and you must not lose. Luo Chen's eyes fell on the 18 formation plate. Can this thing fight against Jinden? If the environment is right, maybe we can fight. Under Min Longyu's expectation, Luo Chen finally accepted his kindness. Just as Min Longyu said, Luo Chen's significance to Luo Xianhu is irreplaceable by anyone. Just like now. Dangsha Peak was originally in a bleak storm, but it was because of Luo Chen's appearance that the situation was suppressed. Sima Wei Niang is very capable, but she still lacks something. That thing will take a long time to catch up with Luo Chen little by little. Stroking the 18 formation plate, Luo Chen listened to Min Longyu's careful introduction of the formation killer move that he had painstakingly studied. At last, he suddenly asked, "Describe the battle scene of that night to me again. I want to know who is the one who is still relentlessly pursuing you after the team's strength has been severely damaged." When mentioning this, Min Longyu's face instantly became ferocious. The corresponding resources are all ready. The small ones are packed in storage bags and kept by Qin Liangchen and Yuan Xiaoyu. The large ones are loaded on the lanky flying boat. When you get there, just hand them over to the Ice Castle monks. The price has been negotiated with Tan Taiyu before. Above Dangsha, the lanky flying boat has been fully unfolded. The boat body of more than 50 feet long shows its heaviness as a top-grade large flying boat. It has been densely piled with various large volume materials. Mineral materials, wood, etc. These things can be of great use in the war when they get there. Just this trip, Luo Xianhu can earn more than 100,000 spirit stones. In addition to these things, there were also many monks from the war hall and the outer gate on the flying boat. The Golden Hall sent out the deputy hall master Yuan Xiaoyu, who would be responsible for the specific goods transactions. Sima Wei Niang looked at Luo Chen worriedly. These things are actually not important. The most important thing is you. Luo Chen smiled. It's not like you to be so nagging. Sima Wei Niang said nothing more. She had already said what she should say in the past few days. It was just that she was moved by the scene at the time of parting. She got off the flying boat and stood with Gu Kai and Murin Kinglian. Don't worry, I will bring them all back after the war. Luo Chen waved to them and turned to board the lanky flying boat. Set sail. With his order, the huge lanky flying boat made a rumbling sound and then slowly flew away. Sima Wei Niang and the other two watched their backs from afar. In the Dangsha Peak, there were many more monks watching this scene. I don't know who shouted. The next moment, they all shouted, "President, you must come back." There was no response from the flying boat, only a white figure with his hands behind his back, standing against the wind, gazing into the distance. Jishin of Thunder, I, Luo Chen, am here. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, Taoist Friend, Please Stay. Instant Kill. The Nine Thunder Mountains are one of the few large-scale 4th-level mineral veins in the Yuding domain. The environment here is special and it is bombarded by thunder all year round. Over time, ores that are completely different from other places have been born in the mountains. The 3rd-level mineral material soft thunder sand required for refining magic weapons is produced here. In addition to soft thunder sand, the famous 3rd-level mineral materials such as black lead and flowing silver tin are also among them. There are also low-level associated materials such as quicksand refined gold, thunderwood, and red thunder iron that are produced in large quantities. Among these materials, the most famous and precious is the 4th-level mineral material Lei Ying, which is only produced in 9 parts in 10 years. This thing is generated by the accumulation of a large amount of thunder and lightning power and combined with special ores. It has growth potential in itself. It is the core thing for Jinden masters to refine their own magic weapons. While Lei Ying is indispensable for refining the magic weapon of one's own life, the reason is unknown to ordinary casting masters. But Duan Feng once told Luo Chen that it might be related to the thunder tribulation that Jinden cultivators have to go through when they are promoted to Yuanying. The Jilijiashan Mountain produces a steady supply of thunder spirits and contains many rare mineral materials of the 1st to 3rd order, So naturally this place has become extremely important. Since the Jading Sword sect conquered the Jading region, the Jilai Mountain has been under their control. Even though the sect territories are far apart, the Sword sect does not allow other sects to get involved in this place. This time, the Luo sect started a war and chose the Lingguang's secret realm and the Jilai Mountain as the battlefield, which undoubtedly caught the Sword sect's weak spot. Now the Lingguang's secret realm is closed. The Blackwater Swamp has nothing to do with the overall situation, it is just the plot of the Alio Mountain. In this way, the victory or defeat of the Jilai battlefield is particularly critical. In the eyes of ordinary cultivators in the Jading region, whoever completely controls the Jilai Mountain means winning the war. For Luo Chen, he actually doesn't care who wins or loses. Over the years, he has never stopped reading information about the two sects. In his opinion, from the failure of the Sword sect's surprise attack on the hinterland of the Luo sect, and the subsequent meeting between Master Hanzan and Master Yuding, the two sides were not actually at the point of a fight to the death. Otherwise, their war mode should be that all the masters of the sect would come out to attack each other's mountain gates. Just like the Daijiang gang against the Pashan gang, the Luo Chen Society destroyed the Fujio Wubao, and the Luo Chen Society attacked Xiaohun Mountain. This kind of direct attack on the mountain gate is a fight to the death. The current war mode is scattered in various places. No matter who wins or loses, they may be seriously injured, but they will never destroy the sect. That's why he acquiesced to Wei Niang and Kai to do business related to war. Since you don't fight to the death, it doesn't matter if I make a little money in the middle. After all, I have a person. The only thing Luo Chen cares about is the lives of the cultivators in his own association. He thought that under the care of the Ice Castle, even if the Luo Chen Society was damaged, it would not be too much. But he still overestimated the status of Master Juking in the Ice Castle. In other words, it's not that Master Juking's status is not enough, but the intensity of this war is continuing to rise, which is completely beyond his expectations. In this case, Wang Yuan and others alone could not suppress the situation. Moreover, Wang Yuan was missing. Therefore, Luo Chen personally participated in the battle. A son of a wealthy family, should he not sit in the hall? No, Luo Chen was far from that level. The huge flying boat flew across thousands of miles like a shield covering the sky and the sun, and continued to move towards the Nine Thunder Mountains. Outside the flying boat, the monks of the war hall rode the flying eagles trained by the Spirit Beast Hall, constantly patrolling and guarding the four directions. Inside the flying boat, Luo Chen sat in the main hall. He held the animal skin with the record of Xianpeng transformation in his hand and studied it attentively. This skill is as high as the third level. Although it is incomplete, it is only the main method of cultivation that is incomplete. The several physical skills recorded above are very complete. Wang Yuan's blood god tribulation finger was obviously inspired by Xianpeng's claws. Luo Chen's 90,000 miles is also an excellent secret skill recorded above. This body refining technique is clearly different from that of humans. It does not pursue the four powers of light and dark transformation of Dan from the changes of qi and blood, but is a bit like the ancient demon race, only pursuing a strong physique. If I can complete this body refining technique, can I skip the changes of qi and blood and simply cultivate the physique? Luo Chen was unwilling to waste time and energy on cultivation other than qi refining. To achieve success in body refining, one must understand the changes of qi and blood, transform light and dark into Dan, and finally achieve the third level of qi. It must take a lot of effort. But if you don't take the path of qi and blood changes, and just want to strengthen your physical body, then it is definitely worthwhile to practice it while practicing qi refining. This is what Luo Chen is thinking. After years of study, Luo Chen's understanding of Xianpeng transformation is already very deep, no less than Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan knew that this technique was incomplete, so he started with the idea of learning from its strengths and weaknesses to improve himself. Luo Chen can use the system to complete it. Therefore, Luo Chen did not think about anything else, but just studied in the direction above. If he could really research something, then his current stagnant body refining realm might be able to increase by 1 or 2. After these years of research, his research on this technique has been extremely in-depth. If he uses the system to complete it, it will probably not cost many achievement points. Just when Luo Chen was immersed in it, suddenly, he raised his eyelids slightly, and his deep eyes seemed to penetrate the thick wooden board and looked at more than 10 miles away. What a courage! Boss Hu, are you sure? What's not sure? Nowadays, the process of doing war business is the same. This Luo Chen who came here once last year. That time it was a small fight. This time it must have brought a lot of wealth. If we can seize it, you and I will each share half. That would be a lot of money. More than a dozen miles away, in a small valley, there were more than a dozen cultivators gathered here and there. The leaders were two casual cultivators in the foundation building period. At this moment, under the nagging of Boss Hu, another white-faced young man said helplessly, "That's not what I'm asking." Boss Hu was stunned, then laughed. "I know, you Koji are worried about the strength of the Luo Chen caravan, right?" The white-faced man nodded, with some worry in his eyes. Boss Hu patted him on the shoulder. "You don't have to worry about this." "What do you mean?" Koji asked, with curiosity on his face. "I have already found out clearly. The Luo Chen in Xianlan Immortal City is just an ordinary second-rate force, just like the Shadow Alliance in our Daguang Immortal City. It was founded by a casual cultivator. They used to develop well before, but they suffered a heavy blow not long ago. This caravan should have a foundation-building cultivator to come and guide it, but this time the other party has no manpower at all." After hearing what Boss Hu said, Kaoji was half believing and half doubting, and asked, "Can't the other party send a foundation-building cultivator from their hometown to escort the caravan?" "Yes, but most of the Luo Chen whose foundation-building cultivators are in the Jilijiashan battlefield. There are only a few women left in their hometown. Who can they send?" Boss Hu disagreed. Kaoji shook his head. "Women are not easy to mess with." Boss Hu curled his lips. "Don't worry, I'm not that reckless. Let them charge in front later. If there is a strong foundation-building cultivator, you and I will not do it." Kaoji followed his gaze and looked at the dozen or so key refining cultivators outside. Each of them was very excited, fantasizing about doing a big job under the leadership of two foundation-building cultivators. Kaoji nodded, and his heart was much more at ease. However, just in case, he still asked one more question. "This caravan of Luo Chen who is to provide resources to the ice castle of the Grand Sect. Will we offend the Golden Core Sect if we do this?" Boss Hu laughed dumbly. "Brother Kaoji, you are too steady and cautious. Let's not talk about whether the Jinden Sect will care about us. Just the two sides are in different camps. What if he blames us? If we seize this batch of goods, we will not only earn resources, but also get a good amount of merit on the Sword Sect's merit list. You should know that blocking logistics is also the best and safest way to gain merit." Kaoji was stunned. After thinking it through, he suddenly realized it. Looking at the complacent Boss Hu, he sneered in his heart. "You say I am steady and cautious?" You answered so fluently, which shows that you have made full preparations before. "I am afraid you have thought more thoroughly than me. When robbing later, I have to keep some backup." "Okay, they are about to pass Shiansu Peak. The terrain over there is towering. If the large flying boat does not want to take a detour, it will have to increase its flying altitude. It is a good opportunity for us to launch a sneak attack." Boss Hu waved his hand and issued an order to start. A group of key refining cultivators who were dragged along by him rushed out excitedly. In today's world, Jinden masters act regardless of their status. The lives of foundation-building cultivators are worthless, and casual cultivators can switch identities and become calamity cultivators at any time. They have really lost the true meaning of our cultivation. On the deck of the flying boat, Luo Chen, who had changed into an old red cloud Taoist robe, murmured with emotion. Qin Liangjin looked at him curiously. "President, why did you come out?" "Nothing, I came out to relax." Luo Chen smiled slightly. At this moment, he did not look outstanding. The powerful spiritual power fluctuations of the 6th level of foundation building were almost concealed by the blessing of the great perfection breath-retaining spirit art and the turtle breathing technique. Instead, he was just an ordinary 9th level key refining cultivation. Watching the flying boat rise in altitude, clearing the breeze and white clouds, Luo Chen suddenly asked, "If you encounter a small-scale key refining cultivator on the road, how will you deal with it?" "Key refining?" Qin Liangjin laughed heartily and said, "Then it's not up to me to see how I deal with it, but to blame them for not having eyes and running into my hands." He pointed at the hundreds of cultivators on the flying boat, as well as the flying eagle knights patrolling the periphery. These are the monks of the battle hall who fly eagles to fight, and each of them is quite powerful. The cultivators I brought from the outer sect are all selected masters of the late stage of key refining. A small group of robbery cultivators of ordinary size will be like an egg hitting a rock when they meet us. Besides, although I, old kin, failed to build my foundation, I have also reached the great perfection of the key refining stage, so I am not afraid of ordinary people. There was a lot of confidence in his words. Luo Chen's eyes lit up slightly and he nodded secretly. Although Qin Liangzhen failed to build his foundation, he regained his previous open-minded character as his Taoist partner Murin Qinglian successfully built his foundation. Now that he has been in control of the outer sect for a long time, he has become more and more confident. If you don't consider his physical defects, his mentality is really very suitable for building a foundation. Qin Liangzhen was about to say something else when his face changed slightly. The next moment, seeing the dozen or so key refining cultivators rushing over from a distance, he looked at Luo Chen in astonishment. You knew it a long time ago. Luo Chen smiled and nodded. Go ahead, I'll support you from behind. Qin Liangzhen had no choice but to have a golden hammer appear in his hand, and then soar into the sky. Behind him, Luo Chen's laughter came. No need to waste time talking to them, just kill them directly. Yes. Qin Liangzhen hummed, and then shouted. Cultivator Luo Yan, prepare to fight. The next moment, on the deck of the flying boat, cultivators performed the wind-controlling art and soared into the sky. The dozen or so tribulation cultivators rushing over in front saw this scene, and their eyelids twitched wildly. But thinking of the two foundation establishment cultivators behind them, they were not so panicked. A master of the 9th level of key refining even remembered the instructions of Boss Hu and made a test first. See if there are any foundation establishment cultivators following on the other flying boat. We are cultivators from the Yan League, and we would like to invite your foundation establishment senior to come out. But before he finished speaking, his face turned extremely pale. Qin Liangzhen didn't listen to what he said at all. He remembered Luo Chen's order and killed them directly. Under his command, the monks of Luo Xianhu rushed forward like tigers and wolves. The magic tools and talismans in their hands fell like rain. Wait, don't. Stop first, why are you so unreasonable? This group of robbery cultivators who came from nowhere fled in a panic and begged for mercy. They looked aggrieved, as if the robbery cultivators of Luo Xianhu were the ones who committed crimes. But Qin Liangzhen didn't listen to their pleas for mercy. He just ordered his monks to fight to death. The golden gourd hammer he controlled was even more ruthless. Every time he attacked, a puff of blood mist would be smashed in the air. Bang! A robbery cultivator of the 9th level of key refining escaped the encirclement with difficulty. He shouted bitterly, Senior Hu, why don't you take action now? When will you? A sigh came from the valley not far away. Then two figures came riding on clouds and mist. The robber cultivator saw this scene, and he couldn't help but feel relieved, and his face showed ecstasy. But before this joy appeared on his face, he froze. A crescent moon ghostly went around his neck. Under the circumcision, the head flew up. On the deck of the flying boat, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Yuan Xiaoyu, who was pale at the bow. Not bad, did Kie teach you? This fighting method of circumcising the head was the most commonly used move by Luo Chen when he was in the key refining stage. It was cruel and efficient. He only learned a few tricks from Gu Kie, who was familiar with him. Yuan Xiaoyu recalled the crescent moon, and it turned out to be a scimitar. She smiled shyly. The palace master did teach me a lot. However, the credit just now was mainly due to the sneak attack. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. It's good to be able to kill the 9th level of key refining with the 8th level of key refining, even if it was a sneak attack. He smiled and laughed. But Boss Hu and Cao Ji's faces were not so good. To be honest, they really didn't care about the life and death of this mob. In fact, they had planned to finish this job and take the initiative to get rid of them, so as to avoid one more person to share the goods. However, killing yourself and being killed in front of others are two completely different things. That female cultivator at the 8th level of key refining was slapping them in the face. Little hoof, if you fall into my hands later, I will definitely cook you a good one. Boss Hu glanced at Yuan Xiaoyu in the distance, and then looked at Qin Liangzhen, who was in the lead. It's strange, why is this person not afraid at all when he sees the two of us who are building foundations? Qin Liangzhen gathered up the mess and looked at the two. What are your names, seniors? What do you want to do by stopping us in this way? Boss Hu smiled grimly. Young man, you killed my beloved clansman. Today I will take your lives and this boat of goods as compensation. As he spoke, He sacrificed his flying sword and was about to kill. But the next moment, a majestic momentum rose from the flying boat in the distance. Boss Hu's face changed instantly, and his pupils trembled. Great monk. As soon as the words came out of his mouth, he turned around and wanted to run away. But he saw from the corner of his eye that his friend Cao Ji had already fled, and his reaction was faster than his. Damn guy. He cursed inwardly and turned around and ran away. He was even more panicked. This Luo Chen club is just a small force that has only risen in Xianlin in the past 10 years. How could there be a great monk in the late stage of foundation building? Such a person, how could they match it? It seems that he didn't hurt any of them here, so they shouldn't catch up, right? Just as he was thinking about this, a huge sword light suddenly burst out in front of him. Cao Ji, who ran the fastest, only had time to scream, and the whole person was swept in, and countless blood and flesh fragments splashed out. There was also flesh foam, which hit the face of Boss Hu, who was caught off guard. Since you are here, why are you leaving? Dao, please stay. Chapter 366, Hanging the Enemy's Head. Stop. I'll stop your mother. Boss Hu yelled, and changed direction to escape. In the blood mist, the sword light in the sky instantly gathered and turned into a blood-colored sword ball. Buzz! The sword ball trembled slightly. Then it burst into extreme speed, chasing after it like a meteor. The speed was too fast, and it was not something that ordinary foundation-building cultivators could avoid. Boss Hu's mind trembled violently, and he summoned a flying sword to intercept. But the flexibility of the sword ball far surpassed his sword-controlling skills, and it bypassed the flying sword in one go. Damn it! Boss Hu hurriedly cast a talisman, which bloomed a yellowish-brown light shield. This was a second-level diamond talisman, which was good at defense. Not only that, he also offered a black and yellow iron shield to block in front of him. So, there should be no worries, right? All of this was long to say, but it was actually very fast. At the same time, the meteor sword ball hit the diamond wall. Swish! In the horrified eyes of Boss Hu, the second-level defense talisman was vulnerable and was broken in an instant. The next moment, the sword ball pierced the Zhuanghuang iron shield. Squeak! Squeak! The harsh friction sound almost pierced the eardrum. The scattered sparks were fierce and dazzling. But in the end, it was blocked. The power of the great monk is so terrifying. Seeing the sword ball retreating, as if it was going to attack again, Boss Hu trembled and turned around to escape. However, in the dark, a feeling of catastrophic disaster emerged from his mind. He looked up suddenly. In his pupils, the sky was covered. At some point, a huge mountain had already enveloped his head, and it seemed to be pressing down slowly and quickly. The majestic spiritual pressure stirred up thousands of layers of wind and clouds. Under the terrifying pressure, Boss Hu couldn't control his body and fell to the ground. He raised his head with difficulty, his face pale. No. The heavy seal rumbled down, as if to crush him into a meat pie. But when it reached 3 feet above his head, it suddenly stopped. Boom! Although the magic weapon stopped, the residual power pressed the ground down 3 meters. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Boss Hu's limbs were weak and he lay limp in it. The catastrophe stopped. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of him. It was Qin Liangzhen, who had killed so many people before. Get up and come with me. Our president wants to see you. As he spoke, the mountain above his head shrank into a small seal and flew back. Only then did the huge pressure slowly dissipate. Boss Hu trembled, as if he was scared out of his wits, and climbed up from the ground. Who is your president? You'll know when you get there. Qin Liangzhen looked at him in embarrassment, curled his lips, and walked ahead on his own. Boss Hu followed behind with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, his eyes flashing, and he didn't look scared at all. Just as his eyes rolled, he was ready to kill and run away. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound in his ears. The sword ball, at some point, was spinning beside him. From time to time, it would emit sword light, which made people's hair stand on end. Boss Hu subconsciously trembled, and the scene of Cao Ji being killed just now appeared in his mind. That was definitely not a sudden killing move. It was an ambush long ago. Otherwise, even a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building could not kill a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building without anyone noticing. Not to mention the mountain transformed from the small seal. It was clearly arranged in advance on their retreat. Preparation first, then there will be a thundering strike. Boss who did not dare to have any unreasonable thoughts. Such an existence was not something he could fool with his tricks. The other party didn't kill me directly like they did to Kauji, which means they must have a reason to spare my life. I hope he's a good friend. But how did he find out about our plan? President, I brought him back. On the flying boat, Boss Wu saw the young man surrounded by a group of cultivators. He was wearing a red cloud Taoist robe, his skin was as white as jade, his eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright. Seeing his young face, Boss Wu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was so young that he didn't think he would be murderous. But when he saw those eyes, his soul trembled. You guys clean up the battlefield, don't stop, keep moving forward. Come in with me. In a daze, Boss Wu entered the hall in the center of the lanky flying boat. As soon as he entered, plop. He actually ignored the dignity of a foundation-building cultivator and knelt down with his legs softened. Senior, please spare my life. I was just possessed by a ghost for a moment. Since I didn't cause any damage to you. Raise your head. Boss Wu raised his head subconsciously. As far as he could see, the pair of eyes as cold as a deep abyss were reflected in the depths of his sea of consciousness. Shocked, oppressed, confused and chaotic, his soul was agitated and wanted to resist. But as weak as he was so weak under the pressure of this huge soul. In his sea of consciousness, there was only a pair of huge and indifferent eyes staring at him. Name. Hu Wei, the one who does evil things. Where are you from? Who ordered you to do it? I'm from Daguang Immortal City. I'm not ordered by anyone. I just wanted to get rich. What do you know about Jilai 9 Mountains? Tell me one by one. At the Jilai Mountain battlefield, the leader is Master Yaoxing, who is in the late Jinden stage of Yuding Sword Sect. There are 5 Jinden of Sword Sect and 300 foundation-building sword cultivators. The main force of the coalition is the cultivators of Yanmen, as well as the vassal Xiandao Wu, Lengayu Temple, and Liasha Sword Sect of Sword Sect. In the quiet hall, only Hu Wei's voice was heard. Initially, he was quick and decisive, but gradually became slow and dull. The information he described became more and more vague, and he often used words such as probably, estimated, and perhaps. Especially when it comes to information about defense lines and garrisons, he knows nothing. Finally, he said with a tired look and difficulty, "This is all I know." With this Hu Wei suddenly woke up. The huge eyes in his sea of consciousness had disappeared. He looked at the hall blankly, and all the words he had said before came back like a tide. In just a moment, his face turned pale. He had hit a wall. The man in front of him was not only powerful, but also breathtakingly strong, and his methods were so extraordinary. He had almost no secrets in front of him. No wonder the other party had been prepared before. With such a strong soul, the spiritual consciousness could reach more than 10 miles. There were more than a dozen people in the group, and without any cover, they were as conspicuous as candlelight in the dark night. He swallowed his saliva and knelt on the ground. Senior, I have told you everything I know, please spare my life. You are a generous man. Let me ask you one last question. Luo Chen smiled and spoke gently. Hu Wei nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. Please ask, I will tell you everything I know. It's a very simple question, don't be afraid. Hu Wei couldn't help but feel relieved and listened to the next part. Luo Chen played with his sword ball in his hand and said casually, if I'm not here, how are you going to deal with this boat of monks? Hu Wei was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously raised his head and was about to speak. A sword light rose from his hand. Hu Wei felt dizzy. When he stopped, he saw only his headless body kneeling in the hall. Luo Chen shook his head, you shouldn't hesitate. Hu Wei died with his eyes open. After dealing with Hu Wei, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. Just now, he used the soul-stealing technique to intimidate the enemy, and then used the soul-confusing technique to confuse the opponent's mind. Although he couldn't be as domineering as the magic soul-searching technique, he also asked what he wanted. This group of robbery cultivators is not strong. There are only 2 cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. They can't make waves on the battlefield of Jilai Mountain, so they changed their identities and did the logistics work of robbing and killing Luo sect. They can earn spirit stones and merits issued by the sword sect. There is nothing much to mention. They could not last more than 3 rounds under Luo Chen. What interested Luo Chen was that the composition of the allies on the Jianzhuang side was so complicated. Or rather, it was not complicated, but very simple. It was just the Jianzong and the Yanmen. What was complicated was the vassalages under the Jianzong. Xiandao, Lingaiguan, Liashejiangpei, 7 or 8 forces in a row, all of which were first-class forces with a small reputation in the Yuding domain. There was at least one Jiandan cultivator in each sect. This standard was a bit high. Think about the vassalages of the Jiandan sect, whether it was the Yanmeng, the Ice Castle, or the Alio Mountain, etc. They were basically only forces at the foundation building stage. Only Kingdom Valley was rich and powerful, and had 1 or 2 first-class vassalages at the Jiandan level. No wonder the Sword Sect, with a combined strength of the 2 families, was able to confront the 4-sect coalition of the Luo sect and even gain the upper hand. Of course, there is a reason that the 4 sects are of the same mind but different strengths, but the foundation of the Sword Sect in Yuding domain for more than 300 years should not be underestimated. After sighing, Luo Chen also had a deeper understanding of the situation on the battlefield of Jili Mountain. After arriving there, he would not be at a loss. When dealing with the enemy, at least he could simply distinguish the other party's home. A voice transmission was sent. Soon Qin Liangjun walked in. At first glance, Qin Liangjun saw the corpse of Hu Wei on the ground with his eyes open. Take it out and hang it on the flagpole. Qin Liangjun was surprised and said, "Isn't it too ostentatious? Beheading a foundation-building cultivator for public display is an excessive operation even in the world of immortal cultivation." But Luo Chen didn't care much. There may be a lot of trouble along the way. Although I am not afraid of trouble, I also feel troubled by these unnecessary troubles. The meaning is a bit confusing. But Qin Liangjun quickly understood the meaning. With the head of a foundation-building cultivator hanging high, any cultivators who have ill intentions on the road have to think about whether they have the courage to provoke a force that can kill or even hang the head of a foundation-building cultivator. Moreover, the road they took was a relatively safe rear area. Even if there were troubles, there would not be many. With a head hung, these few troubles would stay away. Indeed, the president is right. There are also advantages to being ostentatious. Qin Liangjun smiled, holding Hu Wei's body in one hand and the other's head in the other, and walked out of the hall. After a while, the noise of the Luoxiano cultivators came from outside. For the matter of hanging the head of a foundation-building cultivator, it is still very shocking to the key refining cultivators. After the noise, there was the sound of discussing Luo Chen. After not taking action for many years, the president's strength has improved a lot. He was still a few miles away, but he could easily defeat the cultivator of the same level without being seen. Kill in one instant, suppress in one. Such a record really shocked all the Luotian monks. At the same time, it also boosted their confidence in going to the Jili Mountain battlefield. Following the president, you will never lose a battle, and you will always advance triumphantly and win every battle. In the hall, Luo Chen didn't care much about these. He looked at the 2 storage bags in front of him and became interested. One was Hu Wei's, and the other was Cao Ji's. Luo Chen smiled as he sent his spiritual consciousness out and probed into them. The 2 of them were not very good. The spiritual consciousness marks left behind were also quite superficial. With what he could do at the moment, it would be easy to crack them. He flicked his hand casually, and the great perfection cleansing technique brushed over, and then erased the marks of the 2. It was so easy that it was really sigh-worthy. Back then, it took him 3 full years to crack Duan Kaiankan's storage bag. Even if his realm was improved a lot later, it would take more than half a year or even a year to erase the marks of the cultivators in the early stage of foundation building. It's not like now, it's easy to crack. With a strong soul, there are still many conveniences. With a slight smile, Luo Chen's spiritual consciousness probed into it. Huh? He thought there was nothing good in it, but after a quick scan, it really gave him a little surprise. Luo Chen's mind moved, and a piece of ore that was a foot high appeared at his feet. Looking at this thing, Luo Chen couldn't help but nodded. Yes, it is indeed the raw ore of soft thunder sand. If it is handled well, at least 2 tails can be tempered. Soft thunder sand is the most commonly used thing for refining magic weapons. It is listed as a 3rd-level material and its value has always been in short supply. 2 tails of soft thunder sand can be worth at least a few thousand spirit stones, and it is not easy to buy. This is just a piece of raw ore. There are countless raw ores buried in the Jili Mountain, and countless other precious mineral materials are excavated every year. The Sword Sect relies on the resources of this mine alone. I don't know how many spirit stones it will get every year. No wonder the Luo sect is so jealous of this place and wants to take it down at all costs. With a smile, Luo Chen put the thing back. Then he transferred the more than 40,000 spiritual stones in the 2 storage bags to his own storage bag. As for other things, he didn't care much. There were a few top-grade magic weapons, but he currently had the sword pill and the heavy seal in his hands, so they were not in short supply. However, he took Hu Wei's shield. This was a rare top-grade defensive magic weapon. He didn't need it, but he could give it to others in the future. Top-grade defensive magic weapons, even foundation-building true cultivators would be very envious. Luo Chen planned to keep the other sundries and return to the Luoxianhu treasury. There would always be a place for them. After dealing with these things, Luo Chen fell into a state of staying indoors again. The lanky flying boat flew slowly. There was no major trouble on the next journey. During the period, Luo Chen released his spiritual consciousness from time to scan the surrounding situation. With the strength of his soul, it was enough to cover a radius of 20 miles. During the period, he actually discovered a robbery team consisting of 3 foundation-building true cultivators. However, after they found the head hanging on the lanky flying boat, they hesitated and finally chose to retreat. A few days later, the lanky flying boat slowly landed on a golden land. "President, we are here." In the hall, Luo Chen opened his eyes and stood up. Chapter 367, Golden Sands Floating Island, 4 Sects Alliance. Which giant sect does this belong to? How do you know that he is a disciple of a sect? Can't you see the style of this flying boat? It is clearly the style of the magic weapon lanky flying boat, but it is just a defective product. But even so, it is difficult to buy such a top-grade large flying boat if you are not a giant sect. That makes sense, but the symbol on the flag is somewhat familiar to me. Let me think. When the lanky flying boat docked, many cultivators outside stopped and looked over curiously. There was a constant stream of discussion. The reason why they were so curious was not only the top-grade lanky flying boat, but also the head of a foundation-building true cultivator hanging high above it. Such ostentation is not something that a disciple of a major sect can do. Just as they were discussing, a figure flew up from the back and headed straight for the flying boat. "Hey, isn't that fellow Taoist Duanfeng from Luo Chen Society? Could it be that this is a disciple of Bigu?" Someone with sharp eyes recognized Duanfeng. They also knew that Luo Chen was a vassal of Ice Castle. Duanfeng was so attentive to come forward, so it was probably that a big shot from Ice Castle had come. However, when they saw Duanfeng walking out with a man in a red cloud Taoist robe, everyone looked at each other in surprise. Ice Castle had male disciples, but not many. Even if there were, most of them practiced water magic and ice magic. Those who had reached the foundation building stage were even more familiar. And this one was clearly not any of them. Suddenly, a cultivator from Kingdom Valley whispered, "Isn't that Senior Dan Chenzi?" When this was said, everyone was stunned, and then their expressions became exciting. Dan Chenzi's reputation has been quite important in the past few years. Although he is a casual cultivator, he is highly valued by the Ice Castle's Juking Fairy, who even gave him great training. Although he is not a true disciple of Ice Castle, his reputation is better than most of the true disciples of Ice Castle, especially among casual cultivators. Dan Chenzi's weight has even been boasted to be no less than that of the 7 sects Taoists. Such a genius in the alchemy path, once he forms an elixir, will surely become an important figure in the Yuding domain in the future. Even the Yuanying upper sect will treat him with courtesy. Watching Luo Chen's departing back, many people wanted to make friends with him. Especially the casual cultivators who were building foundations. Everyone was born as casual cultivators, and they were all wanderers in the world. With this origin, currying favor with one or two. In the future, it will be of great benefit. Luo Chen didn't care about the opinions of these people at all. He only cared about one thing now. Where is the person? In front, please follow me, President. The two of them walked forward, and the scenery of this resident area covering an area of 100 miles gradually came into Luo Chen's eyes. There are natural scenery, but more are traces of artificial carving. Golden Sands Floating Island. On the 10,000 miles of quicksand, the Luo sect cultivators built a large place for cultivation with great means. In this 10,000 miles of quicksand wasteland with almost mixed spiritual energy, they actually gathered spiritual veins and created a second-level spiritual land. During the war, It served as the base camp of the Four Sects Alliance. The monks who rotated down from the Jili-9 mountains would also come here to rest, trade, and practice. Seeing Luo Chen's curiosity along the way, Duanfeng gave a general introduction to the situation in each place. In the four directions, the east is where the Luo sect is stationed, the south is the Kingdom Valley, and the west is the Alio Mountain. The station where the Luo Chen society is located belongs to the floating island in the north, where the ice castle is located. When Luo Chen stepped into this place, his eyelids moved slightly, and he glanced at the crystal high castle in the center. It looked like a war fortress, but also like a palace cluster building. The sect guarding magic weapon of the ice castle? The vassals of ice castle are the least among the four sects, or even the least among the 7 sects. Now they are basically gathered here. Led by the 3 major families, they occupy the place with the most spiritual energy except for ice castle. My Luo Chen, who is slightly inferior, and Master Juking applied for a residence of about 2nd grade superior quality for us. The concentration of spiritual energy in the place is not bad, which has attracted many criticisms from Ice Castle vassals, but they were all suppressed by Tenteiyu. However, with Wang Yuan missing, Li Yingzhang seriously injured, and Min Longai leaving, Su Huanshan and I have been unable to withstand the pressure recently. After all, it involves rotating combat, and the cultivators recover their spiritual power. The higher the concentration of spiritual energy in the residence, the faster the recovery will be. 2 forces have asked Master Yinayu several times to exchange residences with us. Luo Chen listened quietly. When he heard that Master Juking had applied for a good residence for his Luo Chen cultivators, his face looked a little better. But when he heard that other Ice Castle vassals had coveted it, he couldn't help but sneer at the corner of his mouth. A group of bullies who only care about the weak and the strong. Why didn't they make any moves when Wang Yuan and Min Longai were here? Now that I'm here, if I want to make any moves, it's better not to bump into him. No. Maybe it's best to bump into him. Luo Chen's heart moved, and he thought silently. When Duanfeng introduced them, the two had already arrived at the north of the floating island. The speed of escape was very fast, and wherever they passed, cultivators would look up from time to time. But when they saw the two landing at the Luo Chen residence, the expressions of these people became playful. Virtue is not worthy of the position, which is what the Luo Chen said before. Now, the Luo Chen has sent another foundation-building cultivator. The 2 families that had coveted it before are afraid that they will not be able to sit still. President. 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 Voices came out from the mouths of the surviving battle hall cultivators. Luo Chen's hurried steps finally slowed down. Looking at the key refining cultivators walking out of the rooms, his expression gradually softened. Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Someone choked up, as if he was greatly comforted by this sentence. Someone shouted, it's our duty to fight for Luo Chen. It's not hard. Such words continued in an endless stream. Luo Chen was surprised. He thought that a group of defeated generals would be in low spirits. But he didn't expect that everyone's mood was very high. This high mood was not just suddenly raised because of his arrival, but seemed to have existed for a long time. Of course, now is not the time to delve into this. He said softly, during this period, everyone has worked hard. I brought a lot of fine wine and food from Luo Chen to reward everyone. Not only that, I will also stay here and fight side by side with everyone. As soon as these words came out, everyone cheered. The already good mood became even more high. Take people to receive supplies outside the floating island, and help Yuan Xiaoi and the Ice Castle monks to hand over the goods. Then, bring all the people and things back. Luo Chen whispered. Duanfeng nodded and immediately selected a few people to leave. Luo Chen walked towards Su Huanshan, who was guarding outside a stone house. Sorry, I made you lose a 2nd-level spirit beast. Su Huanshan smiled bitterly, just like what they said. This is just what I should do. You should go see fellow Taoist Xiaoli. Luo Chen hummed and entered the stone house. As soon as he walked in, a strong smell of medicine entered his nose. President. On the bed, Li Yingzhang struggled to get up. No need to get up, just lie down. Luo Chen frowned and said. Then he asked without turning his head, what's the situation? Su Huanshan immediately replied, Xiaoli was injured by the true teachings of the Yan League. The means of injuring him are different from ordinary magic weapons. It is attached with the Earth-Fire Evil Spirit. Earth-Fire Evil Spirit. Hearing this term, Luo Chen's heart jumped. He was very familiar with this thing. Whether it was refining the blood-burning pill or refining the body at the beginning, a lot of earth fire evil spirit was used. Therefore, he knew more about the harmfulness of this thing than many people. Strictly speaking, the evil spirit of earth fire is not exclusive to first-level materials. Its grade is derived from the quality of earth fire. The higher the quality of earth fire, the higher the grade of the evil spirit condensed. Yanming is the main casting sect in Yuding domain. It is full of earth fire of various grades, and even condenses a sourceless fire, withered and flourishing fire. Therefore, the disciples of this sect are very good at fire magic. Not only that, they often use the evil spirit of earth fire to fight against the enemy. During the battle, the evil spirit of earth fire can not only wipe out the spirituality of the enemy's magic tools and magic treasures, but also cause great harm to the body of the cultivator. At the beginning, Mishuhu said that the evil spirit entered the body, cutting off the roots and destroying the foundation. If he had not practiced Mingshen Poshat and had Wang Yuan's assistance, he would never use evil spirit to temper his body in his life. Now that he heard that Li Yingzhang was actually injured by the evil spirit of earth fire, how could he not be surprised? That true disciple is very skilled in using the earth fire evil key. Not only did he destroy Zhao Li's connection with the chilling sword and took it away, he even injected a stream of earth fire evil key into Zhao Li's body. This thing is difficult to get rid of. After we withdrew to Jincha floating island, Duanfeng invited 2 doctors from Ice Castle and Kingdom Valley to treat you in your name. One suppressed it with ice and snow techniques, and the other treated it with elixir. But even so, Zhao Li's injuries are still recovering very slowly. Luo Chen listened quietly. His attention was all on Li Yingzhang. The other party seemed to be pretending to be calm, but his eyes trembled from time to time, which showed that his internal condition was not very good. At last, Su Huan's hindsight and said, "It's just that Zhao Li's foundation is so solid that it can be called terrifying, otherwise he wouldn't have waited until someone came to treat him." Luo Chen knew a little about Li Yingzhang's foundation. After learning everything, Luo Chen walked in front of Li Yingzhang. "Bear with it for a while, I'll take a look at your situation." Su Huan's hand behind him was stunned. The president also knows medical skills? But then, he thought of Gu Kai. He heard that the other party was not only cured by the president, but also successfully established his foundation not long ago. Since ancient times, the three of alchemy, medicine and medicine have been inseparable. Excellent alchemists are often good doctors, or experienced spiritual plant cultivators and pharmacists. The president is a powerful alchemist who surpasses the 7 sons of Kingdom. It seems natural that he knows some medical skills. Li Yingzhang naturally would not object. Concentrating his mind, Luo Chen continued to check his internal condition. A huge spiritual consciousness gently entered Li Yingzhang's body. Flesh, blood, bones, meridians, and qi, step by step, everywhere. After a long time, Luo Chen withdrew his spiritual consciousness. He finally understood why Mi Shuhu said that the evil spirit entered the body and destroyed the foundation. He finally understood why Su Huan's hand was impressed by Li Yingzhang's solid foundation. During his inspection, Li Yingzhang's meridians were wide and the 9 layers of qi were deep and far-reaching, far more than ordinary foundation building true cultivation. Even compared to Luo Chen, he was only slightly inferior. It can even be said that his original foundation may not be inferior to Luo Chen at all. 9 bend loop body. 9-fold return to origin technique. Building the foundation of the great Dao with this is really terrifying. No wonder Li Jinhuang never urged Li Yingzhang to build the foundation forcibly when he knew that he would not live long. With such a physique and such a foundation, this boy is indeed a rare talent for cultivation. Even, maybe Li Jinhuang underestimated Li Yingzhang's potential. It's a pity that the evil spirit of earth and fire entered his body, destroying at least 10% of his foundation. Moreover, it wanted to continue to erode and cause the 9-story building to collapse. However, when Luo Chen checked, a group of ice and snow spiritual power balls wrapped the evil spirit of earth and fire scattered in Li Yingzhang's body. In this way, his foundation was prevented from collapsing. But this method is obviously a temporary solution and not a fundamental solution. If the evil spirit in his body is not removed, the foreign object in his body will eventually harm Li Yingzhang himself. The miraculous medicine of Kingdom Valley is indeed extraordinary. In addition to repairing the injuries, it is obviously trying to integrate into the ice and snow spiritual power group to dissipate the evil spirit. This method is very mature. It seems that Kingdom Valley has long studied how to deal with the situation of evil spirit entering the body. Luo Chen muttered in his heart, with a thoughtful look on his face. On the bed, Li Yingzhang asked weakly, "President, in my case, is there any hope? Let me think about it carefully." Li Yingzhang looked at Luo Chen, who was frowning and thinking, and his face could not help but show a disappointed look. The two great medical masters of Kingdom Valley and Ice Castle could not do anything to deal with the evil spirit in his body in a short period of time. The president is not specialized in medical skills, so how can he help? He said disappointedly, "If it can't be saved, my Jiang Li family will have to ask the president for help in the future. Why are you the same as your grandfather, entrusting the family at every turn? If you have a wife and children, do you have to entrust them to me?" Luo Chen suddenly scolded. Li Yingzhang was stunned, and then his face flushed. Luo Chen smiled, "You think too much? Even if I can't do anything, you can recover in 10.5 years according to the methods of those two doctors, and your cultivation will not be hindered." Ah! Li Yingzhang opened his mouth, and his face became even redder. Su Huanshen couldn't help laughing and said, "Xiao Li, I said you think too much every day. Now that the president has said so, you can just rest assured and recover." "Yes." Li Yingzhang hummed embarrassedly. Just as Luo Chen was thinking. Suddenly, there was a noise outside the station. Luo Chen's face flashed fiercely, and he walked out directly. Su Huanshen seemed to have thought of something, and his face became gloomy. "Xiao Li, don't come out, the president and I will solve it." After saying that, he hurried out. On the bed, Li Yingzhang also understood what might happen outside, but he didn't listen to the dissuasion and struggled to get up. "Senior Chu, do you have something to say?" "Something? I'm just bringing up an old matter." "Don't stop me, youngster. Let the head of your family come out and speak. This is the headquarters of the Luo Chen Society. No one is allowed to enter without an important notice. Youngster, if you stop me again, don't blame me for not warning you." As he spoke, a strong airflow suddenly burst out from the middle-aged man. The pressure was so strong that Bu Junji couldn't stop retreating. Kick, kick, kick. On the stone slab, as Bu Junji continued to retreat, he left deep footprints. Bu Junji stopped. A gentle spiritual power not only held him back, but also relieved him of the pressure. "President." A figure slowly emerged from behind him. He was like a standing pine tree, his aura was like a blazing sun, but his cold eyes were like a cold abyss, deep and bottomless. Wherever he looked, everyone's heart trembled. Chapter 368, Using Weapons to Control Techniques, 9-Channel Spirit King. "You've done a great job. Stay aside." Hearing this, Bu Junji's face showed excitement, and he quickly stood aside obediently. While Luo Chen was speaking, the key refining cultivators of Luo Chen who had already come out one after another. Everyone glared at the people surrounding the Luo Chen whose residents with a common hatred of the enemy. Luo Chen looked over with a calm face. Two forces. The first to bear the brunt was the Chu family. The one watching with a smile in the back should be the Shenshu sect mentioned by Doan Feng. They are all vassals of the Ice Castle, and they all covet the Luo Chen whose residence. With the appearance of Luo Chen, the atmosphere around him gradually calmed down. Calm, but tense. "You are a little shameless to bully the weak with your power," he said calmly, but there was an uproar on the side of the Chu family cultivators. Chu Xianbao's face trembled. It was the first time that someone said he was shameless in front of so many people. "Take a deep breath and suppress the anger in your heart," he said with a fake smile. "Reputation is always earned by strength. This fellow Taoist looks young, so he probably hasn't practiced for long and doesn't know the rules of the world of immortal cultivation. Oh, you want to take advantage of my youth?" Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Chu Xianbao sneered, "It's not that I'm taking advantage of your youth, but the spiritual land belongs to the capable. It was fine for your Luotian society to occupy this place before, but now that one of the foundation builders in the society has gone, one is injured, and the other is missing, you still occupy this place, which is a waste of natural resources." Luo Chen shook his head slowly. "Whether it is a waste or not is not up to you, the Ice Castle has its own decision. If the Ice Castle does not decide, we still have to discuss it ourselves." As soon as these words came out, everyone was in an uproar. This means that the Chu family's desire to occupy the spiritual land of the Luo Chen Society has been tacitly approved by the cultivators of the major sects above. Luo Chen was silent. His eyes looked at the huge ice palace standing in front of him. Chu Xianbao sneered again and again opposite him. And further behind, the faces of the cultivators of the Shenshu sect changed slightly, and they looked at each other in bewilderment. The Chu family seemed to be moving faster than them. However, in this situation, how should the new foundation-building master of Luo Chen deal with it? Facing the eyes of many people, Luo Chen suddenly smiled. What if I don't want to discuss it? What do you think? Take it by force, or fight to the death? Chu Xianbao was dumbfounded. As if he didn't hear clearly, he subconsciously asked, "What did you say?" Luo Chen did not respond. On the Chu family side, the cultivators were talking about it. This new foundation-building master of Luo Chen is really shameless. He is so shameless that he stays here. Do you really think that others can't do anything to him? If you are not worthy of your position, you should give up the spiritual land. Hearing the discussion behind him, Chu Xianbao didn't react until this time. He sneered, "It seems that Ao is really thick-skinned. Not as thick as you." Luo Chen shook his head. "After all, I can't do such a mean act of bullying the weak and making arrogant remarks in public. You." This is the second time that the old matter has been brought up again, and someone has exposed his shortcomings. Chu Xianbao even felt a little regretful. He should have used that method to show off his strength. He took a deep breath and calmed down again. "Dao, do you dare to tell me your name?" "I will not change my name. I am Luo Chen of the Luotian Society." "Dao Luo, right? I will ask you today, will you give in or not?" He said it firmly, as if he was determined to win. Little did he know that behind him, the faces of the two foundation-building cultivators of the Shenshu sect changed. Luo Chen. Could it be, yes, the key refining stage disciple who called him the president? Let's not move, wait and see. Luo Chen glanced at the two people without leaving a trace, and then looked at Chu Xianbao. "If I don't give in, what will you do? If you want to start a war, aren't you afraid that the ruthless master who gave us this place will hold you accountable?" The words were spoken quickly and hastily. But every word pierced Chu Xianbao's heart. His expression was stiff. The ruthless fairy was no longer on the Jinsha floating island. Influenced by the destruction of the 7th mountain formation by the Yan League's Jinden, the 4 alliances now each sent a Jinden master to guard the 5th mountain and the 6th mountain. That's why he dared to come here to make trouble. He wanted to make things a done deal. But if the other party resisted stubbornly, even if he occupied this place by force, once Master Juking returned, he would definitely be in trouble. Everyone knows that Luo Chen has a close relationship with Juking. It can even be said that Luo Chen is the only vassal of Juking at present. In short, he dared to offend. But he didn't dare to offend to death. How can this guy be so thick-skinned? With so many people watching, he dared to say that he was occupying the toilet without taking a shit so confidently. Chu Xianbao cursed in his heart, but for a moment, he really didn't dare to make a big move. Just when he was in a dilemma, the man opposite suddenly laughed. "Of course, I don't think I'm as thick-skinned as you, so I'm willing to give you a chance. Your fucking face is thicker. 3 times is the limit." This time, Chu Xianbao cursed directly. Luo Chen's face turned cold and he stopped talking nonsense. "1 move. You and I will decide the winner with 1 move. Life and death are up to God. The loser can get out of here as far as he can. Don't show up in front of me for the rest of your life." "Good boy, you are so arrogant." Chu Xianbao was furious. Luo Chen sneered, and the whole person controlled the wind and clouds and rushed into the sky. His purpose was self-evident. A battle in the sky. Being watched by so many people, Chu Xianbao naturally couldn't be a coward, and immediately chased after him. When he was in the sky, he was about to say a few more harsh words. But he saw that the other party had a black and red longsword in his hand. His pupils shrank, a magic weapon. He was not shocked that the other party had a magic weapon, but that the other party took out a magic weapon without hesitation, which meant that the other party was really going to kill him. At this moment, he quickly restrained all his anger and put himself into a fighting state. He also took out a magic flying sword, which was azure and crystal, as bright as ice. "Then let's fight." Without any hesitation, he mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and continuously poured it into the flying sword. It was an agreement of 1 move. There was no test at all, and there was no back and forth, and there were no wits and tricks. It was a pure strength competition. On the other side of him, the man holding a long sword did not mobilize his spiritual power, but danced strangely. It seemed like writing, and it seemed like engraving, and his posture was faintly wild, as if a madman splashed ink and wrote. The two of them moved like this. Naturally, it was impossible to hide it from others. On the Jinsha floating island, a noise sounded almost at the same time. Many cultivators came out of their residences and looked forward to watching this battle. Especially some cultivators who had seen Luo Chen before at the floating island's boat landing. They were even more in an uproar. This Dan Chenzi, he just came and fought with others. What a big temper. At the Luo Xianhu's residence, the three parties all looked up, and they didn't dare to breathe. Only the two cultivators of the Shenshu sect who were in the middle stage of foundation building, privately communicated with their spiritual consciousness. Isn't this Dan Chenzi too arrogant? He is just an alchemist. How dare he fight with Chu Zongmiao, who is in the 6th level of foundation building? Junior brother, the Chu family is far away from Xianlan Fairy City, and I don't know what Luo Chen can do. How can you be so ignorant? Well, what do you mean? Have you forgotten that Luo Chen had another Taoist name before Dan Chenzi? Hiss, Lord Holing. On the banks of Qinhu River, the fire method is powerful. In that battle, Lord Holing didn't even use his magic weapon, but he killed 3 cultivators in the early stage of foundation building and 1 in the middle stage of foundation building alone, and even suppressed countless cultivators in Qingshan on both sides of the river, and saved the family left by his good friend. How can such a person be regarded as a weak alchemist who is not good at fighting? What's more, the cultivators of the Shenshu sect looked at the black and red sword with fear. Lord Holing took out his magic weapon, which shows that he really wanted to kill. This time, Chu Zongmiao really hid a wall. The sky was full of golden colors. Chu Zongmiao suddenly raised his head and looked at Luo Chen. Youngsters are too naive. You are using killing moves against each other. Do you think this is a sect competition? With a low shout, the magic sword in his hand broke through the air. The sword light whistled, and the killing intent was fierce. But its power was not very great. He did not condense the killing move at all, but wanted to interrupt the opponent's magic weapon killing move. If he succeeded, Luo Chen would definitely be injured in the backlash. Regardless of life or death, but victory or defeat, Luo Chen has already lost. Under his proud gaze, the flying sword has come to a distance of 10 feet in front of Luo Chen. At such a distance, the opponent was stunned and did not even use the defensive magic weapon. You lose. At the moment he released the victory declaration, a blue glassite curtain spread out in an instant. There was no roar or explosion. The unstoppable flying sword magic weapon, as if it was stuck in a swamp, suddenly slowed down. In that light curtain, it crawled slowly like a snail. Seeing this scene, Chu Zongmiao's expression changed drastically. What kind of defensive spell is this? It's so abnormal that it can even block the magic sword. Moreover, when did the opponent activate it? Did he see him pinching his fingers and chanting a spell? Talisman? Automatically protecting the master's magic weapon? Just as he was surprised, a fiery red sun slowly rose in the yellow sand. Along with it, there were also those cold eyes. You are the most jumping clown. After the words fell, the sun set. The scorching sun emerged from the tip of the sword and exploded above Chu Zongmiao's head. Boom! The powerful spiritual power fluctuations burst out regardless of everything. The raging high temperature seemed to burn everything in the world. Even the void became curved, like sparkling waves. The defensive magic weapon that Chu Zongmiao hurriedly took out melted without even a breath of resistance. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded, and the terrifying explosive force fell on him as if to destroy everything. Enough! A feminine voice suddenly came. Then, a stream of light passed over the huge black ice castle. The flames in the sky disappeared in an instant. Chu Zongmiao, who was lucky enough to survive, was not doing well. The whole person fell directly down like a kite with a broken string. Large gusts of blood spit out of his mouth, even with flames. In the sky, Luo Chen reached out and took down Chu Zongmiao's magic flying sword. Looking at this scene, his face was still as calm as before. It seemed that he had known that this scene would happen. At this moment, he held the water and fire swords in his hands, his long black hair fluttered in the wind, and his cold eyes overlooked the entire Jinsha floating island. Everyone's terrified eyes, everyone's horrified faces, all reflected in his eyes. HMPH. He snorted coldly, without even looking at the still-alive Chu Zongmiao, and landed directly at the Luo Xianhu's headquarters. The president is mighty. The president is mighty. The president is mighty. There were only a few dozen people, but the voices at this moment were like a tsunami. Luo Chen raised his hand and pressed it. The Luo Xianhu monk stopped immediately, looking at him with admiration. Luo Chen turned around and looked at the monks of the Chu family, among whom there were foundation-building cultivators. Don't leave? Do you want me to invite you? The Chu family monks were shocked and retreated subconsciously. But one of the foundation-building cultivators took a step back, stopped again, and gritted his teeth and said, "Please return my Chu family's 9-channel Spirit King sword." These words were said firmly, but to everyone, they were almost begging. Luo Chen casually made a sword flower. The azure-long sword stretched in front of him. So this sword is called Jiuguilingwang. It's a good name and a good sword. It's a pity that the precious sword is covered in dust. Your family master doesn't deserve to own this sword. Go away, I won't send you off. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the Chu family cultivators turned pale. Everyone saw the battle in the sky just now very clearly. It was agreed that one move would decide the outcome. But their Chu family master insisted on being clever and tried to interrupt the other party's magic weapon killing move. If he didn't do this, they would both condense killing moves. Even if he failed, he wouldn't lose so badly. He simply had no power to fight back. If it weren't for the intervention of Master Bing Bao Jiangdan, he would probably have lost his life now. The sword is covered in dust, which is really not a sarcastic remark. But they absolutely cannot accept that the family sword falls into the hands of outsiders. I wanted to say something. However, when I saw Luo Chen's unfriendly eyes, the foundation-building true cultivator who dared to speak before kept silent. The whole person was silent, and kept retreating. The Chu family cultivator retreated. Luo Chen looked at the Shenshu sect again. Before he could say anything, the two mid-stage foundation-building cultivators of the Shenshu sect all bowed their hands and clasped their fists, performing an impeccable Taoist ceremony. Meet fellow Taoist Anshenzi. Prime Minister Su is here to show his courtesy. The Lord of Fire is indeed worthy of his reputation, and the head of the Shenshu sect, Luo Jiangnan, is here to show his courtesy. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. He knew that the other party had bad intentions at the beginning. But at this moment, he didn't want to hide a smiling person. He held two swords, but it was difficult to salute, so he could only speak. If you have time, you can have a small gathering with the two Taoist friends. The implication was that he didn't have time to be polite with you now. The two people of the Shenshu sect were not annoyed, and left with their disciples and followers with a smile. It was not until this moment that the Luo Xianhu's residence was completely quiet. Luo Chen dispersed his previous cold and ruthless smile, and put it on his face again like a spring breeze. Go back and rest. Old Su, count the injured people, I will deal with them when the time comes. After saying that, he went into the stone house. After he left, the monks of Luo Xianhu could no longer suppress their excitement, and they gathered together to discuss. Some of them were more sentimental, and invited their friends to drink and talk. Today's battle was really a relief, sweeping away the recent decadence of Luo Xianhu. Inside the stone house. Clang. Without the chilling sword, there is still the 9-channel Spirit King. Yingsheng, do you like this sword? Chapter 369, Yin Yu is ruthless and jumps back and forth. Luo Chen and Chu Zhenbao's one-move battle did not last long. It was only about a dozen breaths. But the impact left by this battle was extremely huge in the Four Sects Alliance. It was like a seemingly calm lake with turbulent undercurrents. Luo Chen's battle was like a huge rock that smashed down and detonated undercurrents in many places. Of course, such a far-reaching impact is a bit exaggerated. But at least, at this moment, many cultivators on the Jinsha floating island are discussing the short battle just now. In the Luo sect's residence in the east, a young cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building withdrew his eyes faintly. This person is quite interesting. He can do two things at the same time so skillfully, and the magic he condensed is also very powerful. He is very suitable for studying the puppetry of my Luo sect. Beside him, the old and the young couldn't help showing surprise in their eyes. Suji, with red lips and white teeth like a teenager, opened his mouth to speak, but closed his mouth at the signal of the old man's eyes. The young cultivator caught this scene and asked with a chuckle, "Brother Xiang Xingzi, do you know this person?" If Luo Chen was here, he might find that the old man the young cultivator was asking about was Xiang Xingzi, the foundation-building cultivator who presided over this headlong black market in Daofang. However, he used to guard a place, But now he was extremely respectful in front of this young cultivator. Brother Han Zhang guessed right, I do know this boy. Oh. Han Zhang became interested, I have nothing to do, so I'll talk about him and relieve my fatigue. Han Zhang is the direct grandson of Han Zan, the supreme Yuanying Zhenren of Luo sect. He is also a rising star in Luo sect. Although his realm is not high, only the middle stage of foundation building, his reputation is still above the Taoist sons of this generation of Luo sect. Everyone knows that as long as he does not die halfway, he will be the absolute master of Luo sect in the future. In front of him, Xiang Xingzi did not dare to be arrogant at all, and immediately introduced Luo Chen to him. The story about him has to start from a remote market town called Zhaofang. As he spoke, Suji's face became uncertain. Dan Chenzi actually has such a strong fighting ability. We really misjudged him at the beginning. With his strength, I'm afraid he can win a few games in the first round of the true transmission ranking competition of Kingdom Valley. In fact, it's not a misjudgment. Compared with the fighting skills he just showed, his attainments in the way of alchemy are even better. In the Kingdom Valley station, many cultivators in the foundation building period gathered together to discuss the battle just now. If we talk about who knows Luo Chen best among the 4 sects, the other 2 sects are far behind. Even Bingbao, the object of Luo Xianhu's pursuit, I'm afraid most people don't know Luo Chen. But in Kingdom Valley, Luo Chen is a well-known person. Everyone knows him. That's why the atmosphere of discussing him in Kingdom Valley is the highest. Just when everyone was discussing it heatedly, suddenly, a great cultivator in the late stage of foundation building frowned and said, "My fellow disciples, did you find that Dan Chenzi's sword shooting method just now was somewhat familiar?" When he said this, everyone was stunned. But soon, someone blurted out, "Ah, isn't this the weapon controlling technique that our eldest brother is good at?" The others suddenly realized it. No wonder it felt so familiar. When the eldest brother and the eldest sister fought in the Dao Seed contest, they clearly used the same method. When did Dan Chenzi learn it secretly? Someone asked indignantly. In Kingdom Valley, not everyone admired Luo Chen. There were many people who hated him because Luo Chen defeated the 7 sons of Kingdom, won the championship for 3 consecutive times, and stole the limelight of the alchemy competition. At this moment, he said it directly as stealing. However, when he said this, the person found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. He looked over in confusion and found that several senior brothers and sisters in the late stage of foundation building were looking at him as if he was a fool. There were several cultivators who supported his argument, but now they stopped talking at a loss. Finally, it was a mature and steady senior brother who explained. Dao Ayao and Chenzi obviously did not learn it secretly during the Dao Seed dispute 3 years ago. Senior brother, what do you mean? Junior brother may not have seen that battle at that time. Dan Chenzi's means of controlling weapons are very skilled, even better than that of senior brother. It can be seen that this is definitely not a one-day achievement. This boy has been immersed in this for many years. How is this possible? The senior brother smiled. Nothing is impossible. Dan Chenzi just controlled the sword with one hand and cast a water defense spell with the other hand. Both are incredibly fast. If he only casts one method, it would be even faster. Such attainments are indeed slightly higher than that of senior brother. The junior brother's eyes were blank. Even if he knew the specific situation, he was still reluctant to accept it. It's fine that the senior brother's alchemy skills are not as good as Luo Chen's, but how come he is also not as good as Luo Chen in fighting skills? One doesn't have to be better than others in everything, and the senior brother's real skills are still in the sword control skills and the purple sky fire. If they really face each other head-on, Dan Chenzi will definitely not be able to beat the senior brother. The mature and steady senior brother said with a smile. Those indignant junior brothers finally felt better. However, they did not notice the solemnity in the eyes of several late-stage great cultivators. Luo Chen's realm just now is clearly the 6th level of foundation building. But the skills he showed in a short period of time made them, the late-stage great cultivators, feel extremely difficult. Among the casual cultivators, there are also such geniuses. It's fine that he is advanced in alchemy, but his fighting skills are also so good. Compared with these people's discussions, the biggest reaction was no one but Duanfeng and Tantai. They were handing over the corresponding goods, counting and calculating the list bit by bit, and the value of the goods involved was counted in more than 100,000 spirit stones. Such a big business can't only be done by Luo Xianhu's own output. Many goods are collected by Luo Chen in contact with other allied forces at the foundation building level. Therefore, there is no room for error. When the battle broke out, Tan Taiyu's face changed first. Especially when she saw that Luo Chen was fighting against Chu Xianbao, she cursed. Damn it. Then, she hurriedly handed over the handover to Shilan, and arranged for a junior sister to go to the 6th mountain to inform the master, the ruthless fairy. As for herself, she apologized and hurried back. Duan Feng and others, even though they were overwhelmed by Luo Chen's strong victory over Chu Xianbao under the attention of the crowd, at this moment, they could only suppress their excitement and do their job carefully. However, the speed was obviously much faster. In a spacious stone house, Luo Chen looked around for a while and showed a satisfied look. It is indeed the concentration of spiritual energy at the first level of the 2nd class upper grade, which is only one level higher than his cave number 17 on Xianlan Peak. Practicing here won't hold him back too much. Suddenly, he heard something beside his ear. Come in. Bu Junji, a 9th level key refining cultivator, was stunned when he arrived at the door, and then walked in respectfully. President, Senior Tan Ta is here to visit. She came earlier than I thought. Luo Chen had a playful smile on his face. Please let her in. After a while, the woman with the cold face walked in. Luo Chen looked at her. This familiar temperament seemed natural, but in fact it was a bit pretentious. It was not due to the other party's nature. Instead, it was more like the usual behavior of the juking fairy. Tan Taiyu, this disciple, was subconsciously imitating her master. As he looked at her, Tan Taiyu frowned and spoke. Why are you here? Luo Chen smiled. Why can't I come? Do I really have to wait until all the monks of Luo Xianhu die before I can come to collect their bodies? He smiled casually. But in Tan Taiyu's eyes, it was quite sarcastic. I don't know if he was mocking their juking lineage or mocking himself. If it was the former, Tan Taiyu was really speechless for a while. Master had gained great benefits from Luo Chen before. As a result, even on the battlefield, Tan Taiyu's cultivation progress did not fall behind at all. In fact, with the help of the top-grade Jade Pill, her cultivation was several points faster than that of the monks of the same sect. But for Luo Xianhu, Juking's promise was not fulfilled. The seemingly safe resident mission caused Luo Xianhu to suffer heavy losses. In this regard, she could only helplessly say, "You don't have to blame us." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. As if he didn't notice his expression, Tan Taiyu continued, "In the battle, the vassal forces of the 7th mountain suffered heavy losses. It is extremely lucky that Luo Xianhu was able to keep most of its men." Luo Chen was unmoved. He would rather never have such a lucky thing again. Forget it, this matter has passed, and there is no point in saying more. Let me ask you, since you are here, why do you want to conflict with the Chu family? Why can't there be a conflict? They have come to bully me. Do you really want me to not fight back, not say anything, and hand over the station to them? With me here and my master here, he can't make any waves. But if the rice is cooked, how are you going to explain to Luo Xianhu? We don't need to explain to Luo Xianhu. The moment this sentence came out, the atmosphere froze to zero. Luo Chen was so angry that he laughed. He knew that the big sects did not take the vassal seriously, but it was too shameless to be so naked. Tan Taiyu knew she had said something wrong. But as a disciple of the sect, she was too proud to apologize. She could only change the subject. The Chu family is a vassal of Master Yin Yu's lineage. Now that you almost killed him, you gave them a handle. What can they do if they gave them a handle? Kill me. Luo Chen sneered. Tan Taiyu shook her head. That's not the case, but Master Yin Yu is in charge of most of the arrangements on the battlefield. If she deliberately. Before she could finish, Luo Chen interrupted her forcibly. The dispute over the garrison was tacitly approved by Master Yin Yu, who allowed us to discuss it on our own. I won, and I won openly in front of everyone. If this is a threat of private revenge, will Yui's castle monks and all the vassals believe her? Tan Taiyu was speechless again. On the way here, she had thoroughly understood what had just happened. From beginning to end, every detail. At this moment, it seems that Luo Chen has done a perfect job, and no one can find any flaws. However, Uncle Yin Yu. Just as she was thinking, outside the door, Luo Chen, the president of Luo Chen Society, has been summoned by Master Yin Yu. Why don't you go to see him as soon as possible? Junior will come right away," he replied. Luo Chen glanced at the stunned Tan Taiyu and left with a flick of his sleeves. After he left, Tan Taiyu suddenly realized something and his face changed drastically. When she left the house, she saw that Luo Chen had already been led by a fellow disciple and was flying towards the high castle where the ice castle monks were stationed. The two of them didn't seem to be on edge along the way. But this behavior made Tan Taiyu's heart sink uncontrollably. "Master, why are you not here at this time?" In the empty ice palace, a feminine and delicate voice slowly echoed. "A casual cultivator, Luo Chen. It is you, the junior. You were born in a humble family, but you founded the Luo Chen Society, established your foundation, and now you have two Taoist names. In the past 300 years of the Jade Tripod Immortal cultivation world, you are considered a genius with amazing talent and unparalleled talent. Even compared with the geniuses of my 7 sects, you are not much inferior. Master, you are too kind. I am unworthy of your praise. Your modesty is completely different from your high-spirited and wanton display just now. Raise your head." In the ice palace, which exudes a strong cold and gloomy atmosphere, Luo Chen slowly raised his head and looked at the woman sitting at the head. Unlike most of the ice castle cultivators who like to wear plain white clothes, this Yinyu master is wearing a gorgeous palace skirt with complex and colorful patterns outlined in between, and paired with exquisite jewelry. A beautiful face, like a crescent moon looming in the cloudy sky. Charming and extremely shy. Shy and timid, but as if she can show the bright light that belongs only to the bright moon at any time. He looks pretty. This was not said by Luo Chen. Instead, it was the woman opposite who commented on him. Master Yin Yu smiled lightly, but the next words would make most foundation-building cultivators tremble. "Don't you know that the Chu family is a vassal of my lineage? Beating a dog depends on the owner." Luo Chen's face was calm, as if he was unmoved. He just said calmly, "Chu Xianbao said before the battle that Master would not care about our disputes and we could discuss it on our own. I just acted according to your wishes. I asked you to discuss it, but I didn't ask you to kill me." Master Yin Yu's tone was playful. Luo Chen's face changed drastically. There was clearly a sense of panic in his eyes. Master Yin Yu covered his mouth and chuckled, "Look how scared you are. A useless dog, just keeping it to guard the house. It's good for you to teach it a lesson, so that he won't rely on my prestige and bark everywhere." Luo Chen's expression eased slightly. He said with a little gratitude, "Luo Chen thanks the master for his forgiveness." Master Yin Yu shook his head and suddenly said, "I heard that you can refine Jade Pill, and it is of the highest grade." The words were in the form of a question, but the tone was extremely affirmative. Luo Chen asked in confusion, "Didn't Master Juking mention it to you? My senior sister always likes to hide good things." Master Yin Yu said with a smile, "Especially men, yes, especially good men like you who can refine pills." Luo Chen showed a shy look on his face. He said a little awkwardly, "Master, you are too kind. My alchemy skills are not worth mentioning. This is not too much praise." Master Yin Yu shook his head and said softly, "Your skills can revitalize a giant insect. Luo Chen, are you interested in joining my Yin Yu lineage?" Luo Chen hesitated. This hesitation, in the eyes of the woman, made her interest soar. "You may as well know that the Juking lineage has long been in decline. But in my Yinai lineage, besides me, there is also a junior brother who is in the early stage of the golden core. Even the head sister is on my side. If you join our lineage, you will be the #1 person under Daozi in the 7 sects. You will never be treated unfairly by all kinds of resources. Not only that, you can also form a Taoist couple with my eldest disciple and practice the Great Dao together. By the way, even for the matter of forming the golden core, I can ask the head sister to fully support you." Listening to these conditions, Luo Chen's eyes showed a look of desire. He swallowed his saliva and said hoarsely, "Master, this is not good, right?" "Why not? Master Juking has treated me well and has supported me a lot along the way. If I change my sect..." "Haha, we are all family, how can I change my sect? We are all family." After these words came out, Luo Chen's eyes were shaken even more. Master Yinai was not in a hurry, and he was very sure that the other party would agree to this. First, she would use the evidence to accuse the other party. Then she would use simple charm to shake his will. Finally, she would promise him huge benefits, and even dispel his concerns about his reputation being tarnished. With all these measures, no foundation-building cultivator could refuse her. The conditions given by my master Yin Yu are not as demanding as Zhu Qing. Luo Chen can't refuse them. Just as she was secretly looking forward to it. Luo Chen's voice was trembling below, and he said with a struggling but firm expression, "Thank you for your kindness, Master. I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to ask Master Zhu Qing before I can make a decision." Huh? Yin Yu was stunned. She almost thought she had heard it wrong. "Do you want to?" Just as she spoke again, the palace gate opened wide, and a huge airflow mixed with yellow sand and snow swept in. Master Yin Yu's face changed drastically, and he immediately slapped his palm. The yellow sand and snow dissipated instantly. At the gate of the ice palace, a figure standing out appeared. A pair of ruthless and righteous eyes stared at her domineeringly. "Junior sister, you have crossed the line." Chapter 370, The First Step to Awaken the Evil Spirit. "Sister, the sect wants someone, you can't protect him." The cold and chilling words were still ringing in his ears. But Luo Chen had already walked out of the bone-chilling palace. The sun was shining on him. It also covered the back of the woman in front of him with a layer of golden gauze. Suddenly, his steps stopped. The woman turned around and stared at Luo Chen with cold eyes. "You are very brave." Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and said nothing. "I don't want to see such a thing again," the woman said coldly. Luo Chen's face was calm. "I don't want it to happen again." "Humph." The fairy Zhu Qing snorted coldly and left with a wave of her sleeves. Luo Chen stood there, letting the bright sunlight above the Wanli Huangsha shine on him. It was hot, but warm. It completely dried up the coldness brought by the two powerful female cultivators, Zhu Qing and Yin Liu. Gradually, a beautiful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his face was no longer uneasy, hesitant and fearful as in the ice palace. Only indifference and calmness. The first step, although it was risky, I finally walked out steadily and landed smoothly. A long breath came out of Luo Chen's mouth while he was muttering. He took a step and walked slowly towards the Luo Xianhu's residence. Along the way, he met many unfamiliar cultivators. There were those in the key refining stage and those in the foundation establishment stage. There were vassal forces, and there were also disciples of the Ice Castle inner sect or true disciples. Everyone knew him. Some treated him coldly, some greeted him warmly, and some took the initiative to make friends. This scene was as if Luo Chen had been cultivating his connections here for many years. And these things were the chain reactions brought about by Luo Chen's first step. He acted very calmly. Since before the Jili Mountain battlefield, since he set foot on the land of Jincha floating island, he has been thinking about how to break the situation. Situation? Perhaps in the eyes of others, whether it was him or the Luo Xianhu, how could there be a dilemma? But in fact, there was indeed a dilemma that had always been hanging over their heads. That was the degree of importance. The Zhu Qing lineage didn't pay enough attention to him and the Luo Xianhu. Perhaps it was because of the arrogance of the Jinden masters, or perhaps because she was too familiar with Luo Chen and the others. The Zhu Qing fairy didn't pay too much attention to the Luo Xianhu in her subconscious. Even though Luo Chen was famous in Kingdom Valley and was robbed by the Jinden masters of various sects, Zhu Qing still sat on the Diaoyute, unmoved. The reason is simple. At that time, she represented the Ice Castle. Other friendly sects would not offend the Jinden sect for Luo Chen, a second-level alchemist. But what if we change our thinking? If other sects can't do it, can the Ice Castle not do it? After all, Luo Chen is not working for the Ice Castle, but making a deal with the Zhu Qing fairy. If a Jinden cultivator inside the Ice Castle shows his attention to him, can the Zhu Qing fairy still be as calm as before? The answer is no. Judging from the final result, it is exactly the same as Luo Chen expected. The first time he stepped into the Jincha floating island, he learned from Duan Feng that the Chu family and the Shenshu faction coveted and oppressed the Luo Xianhu. Therefore, he was ready to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. While deterring other vassal forces, he took the initiative to hand over the handle to the master of this place, Yin Yu. The other party can take advantage of the issue and use this handle to recruit Luo Chen. Others don't know the importance of a powerful alchemist, but the outsider Jinden must know that Luo Chen also has enough self-knowledge. He is really capable of revitalizing a small or medium-sized force. Even in a large sect, it is enough to make a branch flourish. Therefore, with a trip to the Ice Palace and the meeting between Luo Chen and Yin Yu, this is a situation he took the initiative to create, But his decision from the beginning was that he would definitely not change his sect. As he said before, no matter how much the Juking fairy despised the Luo Chen, at least along the way, the other party's investment in him was real. In this case, if he still betrayed the other party, even if he joined the Yinyu lineage and was valued by the so-called headmaster, he could not move an inch in the ice castle. At most, he was just a top tool man. Those who betrayed their faith and judged their master for the sake of interests never had a good end. Especially the former master, who did not do anything to offend Luo Chen. But Luo Chen considered more, not only himself, but also the Luotian society under his command. His goal was to cover the importance of Juking to the Luotian society. Therefore, with the help of Yinyu Master, he forced Juking Fairy to express her attitude. Judging from the results, Luo Chen took the right risk. Of course. These are the big directions. In the details, Luo Chen also did enough perfection. Whether it was discrediting Chu Xianbao with words, defeating him with a thunderbolt, or deliberately mobilizing emotions in the Ice Palace, he did it to the extreme. No matter what people said afterwards, it would only be beneficial to Luotian society. The only thing that surprised Luo Chen and even made the situation out of control was that he underestimated the means of Jinden Master. That woman, she was so charming and silent, I almost fell for it. Luo Chen rubbed his brows, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. In the Ice Palace, the various actions, tone and expression of Master Yin Yu were all confusing. Only because he had a strong soul foundation and practiced a third-level illusion such as the God-scaring technique, the God-confusing technique, and the mirror flower and water moon, he was more familiar with this method. Not only that, after Ming Shen Po Sha reached the Grandmaster level, a simple defense was built around the Sea of Consciousness. Even if the final evolution of the Great Perfection did not deepen this layer of defense, but went in the direction of multitasking, it was enough to provide him with a warning. Not only that, the Black Chess of Lan Ke is also a magic weapon that tends to defend the soul. After so many repetitions, he quietly resisted the charm of Master Yin Yu. Otherwise, he might really agree to the other party in the Ice Palace and change his sect to the Yin Yu lineage. Or it is not the Yin Yu lineage, but the head of the sect. Juking's simple 4 words, "You are so brave." Just now, the meaning behind them refers to these. It means that Luo Chen borrowed Yin Yu's power to force her, and also means that Luo Chen dared to face Master Yin Yu directly, and finally kept his heart. I use a little force to move 1,000 pounds, but if I am not brave, how can I succeed? With a casual smile, Luo Chen returned to the base. After a brief rest, Luo Chen got busy treating illnesses and injuries. It's not just for Li Yingzhang. Luo Chen hasn't finalized the treatment plan for him. Because there is a method, he is not sure whether it will work. Therefore, he needs to experiment in advance. And the experimental subjects are other injured monks of Luo Xianhu. Su Huanshan had previously asked him to count the number of injured people. Whenever he is free now, those monks, under the arrangement of Yuan Xianwu, line up to enter Luo Chen's room in an endless stream. It's a minor injury. I'll treat it for you. Then I'll go find Yuan Xianwu to get some herbs to strengthen your body and nourish your essence. Just boil it and drink it for 2 days. Looking at the excited monk in front of him, Luo Chen said calmly. As he spoke, he performed the Spring Breeze and Rain art. As a second-level healing spell, this art has a stronger healing effect than the Great Perfection healing art, and the direction is also different. The healing art is more about treating superficial injuries. After reaching the Great Perfection, it can only treat a relatively obvious meridian layer. But the Spring Breeze and Rain art is different. This art is a water and wood spell, which emphasizes a gentle and silent effect. It can treat some hidden injuries that the monks themselves cannot find. It can even repair the damage to some of the monks' acupoints from the outside to the inside. When Luo Chen performed it twice in succession, the monk in front of him felt refreshed. When he said thank you and was about to leave, Luo Chen casually brushed his sleeves at him. A breeze blew, and the monk's steps when they went out seemed to be much lighter. It's like all the chronic diseases are gone, and nothing is stained by dust. The president's medical skills are really amazing. Just a simple look, he cured the dull pain in my Dansong acupoint. Hey, why do you look so handsome? Now that your injury is healed, come to my place for a drink tonight. Inside the house. While waiting for the next patient to come in, Luo Chen called up the attribute panel. In the spell column, the proficiency of the second-level spell, Spring Breeze and Rain, has reached the perfect level, and it is not far from the master level. This is naturally not a one-day effort. On Xianlin Peak, when he was healing Gu Kai's injuries that year, he had to perform this spell twice a day. Now, it's just taking advantage of the crowd to brush faster. In fact, he is not only brushing the spring breeze and rain. He is also experimenting with his other great perfection level cleaning spell. He is experimenting to see if this spell can be used to treat injuries. Strictly speaking, the earth fire evil spirit is also a kind of key. Since the cleaning technique can remove spiritual energy, yin energy, and dan energy, it can naturally remove evil spirits. Compared to the domineering second-level evil spirits, the monks of Luo Chen who have also accumulated a lot of blood evil spirits brought by killing over the years. I tried the cleaning technique just now, and it can indeed remove some of it. It's just that the blood evil spirit comes from the person himself, so it's not removed thoroughly enough. But the earth fire evil spirit in Li Yingxiang's body is a foreign object. If I control it well, maybe I can. Another monk walked in. Looking at the other party who was excited to salute, Luo Chen smiled slightly. Then it was a familiar set of procedures. The spiritual consciousness entered the body, checked the situation, and treated with a healing technique and spring breeze and rain technique that he had mastered. Finally, the cleaning technique was used to remove the remaining alien aura on the other party. Of course, with Luo Chen's medical skills, he couldn't cure all diseases. Many injuries need to be treated with corresponding panaceas. What Luo Chen can do is to reduce the injuries on the other party as much as possible. So. 3 days passed in a flash. In Li Yingxiang's room, Luo Chen sat beside him calmly, using the Grandmaster level spring breeze and rain technique that he had recently brushed up to dissolve the ice and snow spirit ball that wrapped the earth fire evil spirit in the other person's body. Under his control, the ice and snow continued to melt under the spring breeze and rain. A muffled groan came out of Li Yingxiang's mouth. Hold it. Luo Chen whispered, and carefully cast a cleaning spell. The next moment, a wisp of earth fire evil spirit that had just awakened was cleared out by him. Looking at the evil spirit that burned a big hole on the ground, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. Li Yingxiang, who was lying on the bed, was surprised at this moment. It was eliminated. It was really eliminated. He could feel that the burden on his body was reduced by 1 point. President, this. Take a rest. I will remove 3 evil spirits for you every day. It won't take long for you to recover. As he spoke, he walked out thoughtfully. He didn't seem to care at all about Li Yingxiang's gratitude behind him. On the way, he met Su Huanzhen, but he didn't chat much. The whole person seemed to be in a state of enlightenment. President, what's wrong? Su Huanzhen looked at Luo Chen's back in confusion. Enlightenment? Of course it doesn't exist. You can't understand anything at this level. Luo Chen was just inspired by the experience and knowledge he had learned when he was removing the evil spirit of the earth and fire. This thing seems to be used to open up. Recently, Luo Chen has been studying too much about the third-level body refining method of Xianpeng change, so he is naturally exploring all the time. Evil spirit can naturally be used to refine the body. It can even be said that after the foundation building period, with the help of Wang Yuan, he extracted the underground evil spirit of Xiaohun Mountain and pushed his body refining realm to the second level of the Blood River realm. The cultivation steps of the Blood River realm are very detailed. Unlike the foundation building stage, the main focus of the foundation building stage is to accumulate spiritual power. The body refiners in the Blood River realm have a total of 9 small realms. If all the small realms like Yijin, Zai Lian Zhang, Tong Mai, Kai Kiao, and Ming and Huadan Sijin are completed, the human body can be pushed to an extremely terrifying level. At this time, the blood flows through the long river, the qi rushes to the sky, the 4 jins are united, and all the changes of qi and blood are understood. Even, the life level of the body cultivator can be completely transformed. Thus, he can be promoted to the 3rd level of body cultivation, Hongluo realm. Even the problem of lifespan will be solved because of the transformation of the life level. Luo Chen has never been very interested in the traditional body cultivator's cultivation method. The main reason is that the latter part of understanding the changes of qi and blood and deriving the 4 jins is too time-consuming and energy-consuming. Moreover, it requires a high enough talent. Only people like Wang Yuan, who are amazing in body cultivation, can realize Ming Jin very early, and even the Dark Jin has been introduced in recent years. However, Luo Chen still completed 4 of the first 5 realms naturally with the accumulation of massive resources. Yi Jingzai Sui, Lian Zhang Dachin, by my tongue. The only thing that has not been completed is the 5th level, opening. But in fact, Luo Chen is not unfamiliar with opening. The earliest practice of Mingxian Po Shang is to stimulate the acupoints and temper the will. In addition to opening the regular acupoints, Luo Chen has unknowingly opened the 36 major acupoints recorded in Mingxian Po Sha over the years. At that time, I opened the acupoints with spiritual energy, which is relatively gentle and less efficient. But if I open the acupoints with evil spirit, will the effect be better? Of course, ordinary first-level evil spirit will not work, but what if it is second-level evil spirit? The more Luo Chen thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Moreover, he had a lot of time now. After coming to Jinsha Floating Island, it was not Luo Tian's turn to go up the mountain to guard, so he didn't have to make pills every day. In addition to taking the top-grade Shenglong pill for daily practice, he also treated the injuries of his monks. Duanfeng has also been arranging people to inquire about the whereabouts of Wang Yuan. It can be said that the seemingly dangerous battlefield is actually a rare place where Luo Chen has plenty of time over the years. If I can achieve enlightenment, will it also improve my cultivation? Just like the terrifying improvement brought about by the opening of all meridians. Just when Luo Chen was eager to try, Duanfeng hurried over. President, someone handed in a visiting card. Who? The man calls himself Yan Xingzi, from Luo sect. Luo Chen's heart moved. He knew that after the battle in the sky above the floating island, many people would come to visit and make friends. But he didn't expect that the first person to hand in a visiting card was actually an old acquaintance. Thinking of the past cooperation with Yan Xingzi, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. Give me the visiting card. Chapter 371, Xiangxing's Visit, Blood Demon Legend. On the second day, an old man walked through several settlements and entered the Luoxianu settlement under the gaze of many ice castle monks. Is that Xiangxingzi from Luo sect? A monk looked at the old man's back with a cautious look. Someone beside him whispered, it is indeed him. With the realm of the late foundation building period, he was listed as an elder of Luo sect. Even if he is the last one, he should not be underestimated. Xiangxingzi's reputation was not outstanding in the early years. Although he was listed as a true disciple, he had no achievements in realm, fighting methods, or the most proud puppetry of Luo sect. But this person has been running around for many years, handling various chores for Luo sect. I don't know what great merits he has made, but he has become the only elder in the foundation building period in the history of Luo sect. At this moment, watching him step into the Luoxianu settlement, many vassal forces in the Ice Castle settlement were surprised. They thought that someone might go to visit the president of Luoxianu. Unexpectedly, the first person to come to the door was such a heavyweight. And in Luoxianu, Luo Chen looked at the familiar figure opposite and the strange face, and smiled. Elder Tian Xingzi's visit really makes my Luoxianu glorious. At this moment, the other party took off the golden mask he wore all year round in Dahofang. But it did not affect Luo Chen's recognition of the other party. Tian Xingzi smiled. I am honored that Dao Luo can take time out of his busy schedule to see me. Please sit down. After the two sat down, I thought there would be some courtesy, but I didn't expect Yan Xingzi to directly break the window paper. Muren Yuan. Haha, it's just a pseudonym, I'm sorry to make fun of you. Luo Chen knew that the alias he used when he participated in this headlong black market would definitely not be hidden from the other party. It was okay at the beginning, but as he traded a large number of medicinal materials with the other party in the later period, it would inevitably be exposed. After all, at that time, there were only a few slightly larger forces in Dahofang. The only one who could swallow so many medicinal materials was Luoxianu, a company that mainly engaged in the business of elixirs. Luo Chen's name Dan Chenzi was also circulated outside. His origins are naturally easy to guess. Perhaps the only thing that made Xiangxingzi uneasy at the beginning was just one thing. Seeing that Luo Chen did not hide it, Xiangxingzi nodded, and then asked again, your friend in the foundation building period. It's me. Luo Chen spoke calmly. Tian Xingzi raised his eyebrows, and although he suddenly realized something, he was not surprised. He had a similar guess at first, but later he overturned it. But with Dan Chenzi's name becoming famous throughout the Yuding domain, the guess that he had once overturned was completely logical. He looked at Luo Chen carefully. Tian Xingzi couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. More than 10 years have passed, and your progress today is really impressive. Luo Chen smiled casually. Luo can be where he is now, thanks to the foundation building pills that you sent. It's just 3 foundation building pills, I can't take this credit. Tian Xingzi said with a smile. Luo Chen's smile froze for a moment. 3 pills? He only got 2 at the beginning. Tian Xingzi did not notice the change in Luo Chen's expression. It was only a moment, and Luo Chen recovered as before, still smiling and enthusiastic. Seeing that the atmosphere was good, he and the other party had a long history. Therefore, he got straight to the point and brought up the old things. I was quite impressed by your attainments in alchemy when we were in Dahofang. Now Dan Chenzi's name is well known in Yuding domain, like a dragon entering the sea, accompanied by wind and clouds. You are too kind. It is by no means an exaggeration. For example, the blood-burning pill that Taoist made at the beginning, although it was of the first grade, was pushed to the top level by you. Even the cultivators in the early stage of foundation building have an effect after taking it. This is not something that an ordinary second-grade alchemist can do. The sect scene is coming. Luo Chen smiled but said nothing. Tian Xingzi's heart sank, but he still forced himself to say, I wonder if you have more top-grade blood-burning pills for sale now. I am willing to buy them at the price of a second-level pill. Sorry, you should know my current situation. As he spoke, Luo Chen glanced at the ice castle outside the house. Although Tian Xingzi had expected this, he was also sad at the moment. Sure enough, even if this kind of pill can be refined, the quantity will not be too much. After supplying the ice castle, it is even more impossible for him to have any left. Duang. Tian Xingzi was curious and looked at the jade bottle on the table. What is this? Now I don't have many top-grade blood-burning pills on hand. These 3 are given to fellow Taoists. You can take them back and give them to closed juniors to use as life-saving measures. Tian Xingzi was a little tempted. This is not good. No merit, no reward. Luo Chen smiled slightly and said, it's not a transaction, it's just a gift between friends. What, now that you have been promoted to an elder of Luo sect, you don't recognize me as your friend? Tian Xingzi was stunned. Then, he laughed. How could I be that kind of person? After saying that, he accepted the 3 blood-burning pills without hesitation. Speaking of which, since fellow Taoist is building his foundation, I should have personally given him a small gift, but I didn't expect that I would ask you to give me something. Tian Xingzi shook his head and suddenly said, it is said that the cultivators under your command are looking for a foundation-building cultivator named Wang Yuan. Luo Chen's expression became serious. Fellow Taoist knows? Please tell me in detail. I don't know much. Tian Xingzi first apologized, and then slowly said, but I did learn a little about him through my sect's spies. Do you know that the only mountain among the 9 Thunder Mountains that has not been occupied by both parties? Luo Chen hesitated and said, the 9th mountain? Tian Xingzi nodded seriously, yes. Tian Xingzi left. Although he came here on good terms, he couldn't say he left in high spirits, but he still had a very pleasant chat. Moreover, he exchanged a not-so-important piece of information for 3 top-grade blood-burning pills from Luo Chen. The most important thing was that he continued his friendship with him. The little friend he called him back then was indeed not in vain. However, the information that he thought was not very important was a timely help to Luo Chen. President, I heard that there is news about Palace Master Wang. In the room, Su Huanzhen, Duan Feng, and Li Yingzhang, who was able to move freely, looked at Luo Chen expectantly. Facing their gazes, Luo Chen nodded slowly. Indeed, there is. The 3 of them were delighted. Wang Yuan's ability has been demonstrated time and again over the years. It is not an exaggeration to call him the best master in Luo Xianhu, except for the president. In the night battle on the 7th mountain, Min Longyu first killed the opponent's 5 early foundation building cultivators with a large formation, and then Wang Yuan was the last one to intercept 3 mid-foundation cultivators and 1 late foundation great cultivator. Such ability is really jaw-dropping. If Wang Yuan can be found, the president will be united, and even in the next war, Luo Xianhu will encounter a team led by a great cultivator, and will have enough power to protect itself. However, with such good news, why is the president's expression so serious? Could it be? Just when they were thinking about it, Luo Chen shook his head. It's not that he fell. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Luo Chen continued, But if the news about him now leaks out, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous to our Luo Chen who. Huh? What do you mean? Could it be that he got into some big trouble? Facing these three questions, Luo Chen sighed. Big trouble? What big trouble could it be? Even if on the battlefield, the descendants of giant and cultivators, or the true disciples of giant Zong, were killed, it was just a matter on the battlefield. When two armies confront each other, life and death are determined by fate. He said with difficulty, "Do you know the legend of the blood demon that is circulating now?" Blood demon. As soon as these two words came out, the three of them changed color. Li Yingzhang said even more hurriedly, "Is it the blood demon who, wherever he passed, all cultivators below the giant in level died, and even their essence and blood were sucked dry?" Su Huanshan frowned. Palace Master Wang doesn't seem like such a bloodthirsty person. Duan Feng's face was solemn, and he vaguely remembered some rumors from the time in Dahofang. Although it was just a figment of the imagination, the spearhead had always been directed at Wang Yuan. However, because of the changes in the situation in Dahofang during that period, too many things happened in just 2 or 3 years, so that no one paid attention to Wang Yuan. Now, the blood demon. Seeing the changes in the expressions of the three people, Luo Chen was slightly relieved. Whether it was true or not, at least everyone was still of one mind, and did not issue an order for everyone to kill them like the Lauren sect and the Sword sect. The Jade Tripod domain cannot tolerate demon cultivators. This is no longer a sectarianism or a dispute over interests. It is a deeper difference between righteousness and evil. No matter how people usually act, hypocritical and cunning, they still act in a righteous style on the surface. Those who are a little bit out of line will be labeled as robber cultivators and evil cultivators. But if there are people who practice magic skills and do evil, they will have no place to stand. Just like the soul-refining wanderer Guyu back then, but in the early stage of foundation building, he was still a rat crossing the street, and everyone shouted and beat him. The legend of the blood demon is indeed related to Wang Yuan. It is circulated within the 9th mountain and the Wanli yellow sand. The whereabouts of Wang Yuan are naturally in these places. On this matter, the four of us only need to know about it, and it must not be spread outside. The three of them were stunned, and then nodded in succession. The difference between good and evil is no less than the difference between relatives and strangers. Wang Yuan is one of them, and he has never done anything to harm everyone. Even if he really becomes a demon that everyone in Yuding domain shouts and beats, everyone will still choose to protect him within their ability. If you are lucky enough to meet him, try to persuade him to come back, or notify me immediately. Luo Chen took out 3 sound transmission jade beads from the storage bag. This kind of magic weapon can communicate quickly within 1,000 miles. Okay, you guys go out. The three of them still had something to say, but seeing Luo Chen frowning, they stopped disturbing him. After they left, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. Brother Wang. He never thought that Wang Yuan would eventually embark on this path. It was almost the same as the future he simulated for the first time through the ghost in God questioning state. Blood demon. Luo Chen has always known that Wang Yuan has a secret technique that can quickly recover from physical injuries and even improve his cultivation by absorbing the blood of cultivators. When the Daijiang gang attacked the Pashan gang in an all-out manner, it sent 3 masters of the 9th level of key refining to besiege Wang Yuan. That battle turned King Jiang Changji into ruins. Wang Yuan even killed 1 person and injured 1 person, and died together with Broken Blade Su Renki, falling into the Lankang River. But later, Wang Yuan not only returned safely, but his realm was also greatly improved. At that time, Wang Yuan was filled with a strong bloody smell because he absorbed the blood and flesh of Broken Blade Su Renki. Later, in order to prepare the raw materials for the blood evil pill, he even killed many people in the giant in ruins and collected the blood essence of many cultivators. This is why Luo Chen let go and refined the blood evil pill. Now similar things happen again, which is indeed in line with Wang Yuan's style. If it is said that Wang Yuan was seriously injured in the battle of the 7th mountain before, and he used this secret technique again, it is completely understandable. But now the legend of the blood demon circulating on the battlefield is not just aimed at 1 or 2 enemies. It is a large range. Many bodies of the cultivators who just died in the battle have all their blood essence extracted. Even some living foundation building cultivators are often attacked by people. It is really crazy to expand the scope like this. Luo Chen can understand, but he dare not agree. This is not a way to survive, but a way to die. Now, The Luo sect and the Sword sect have each sent a giant and master to investigate the matter thoroughly. Once caught in the simulation, Wang Yuan was only hunted by the Golden Core Master, but the name of Blood Demon came to me when I started killing people to prolong my life after my death was almost over. Now, you, Brother Wang, have taken it away first. Luo Chen smiled bitterly. For a moment, his mood was extremely complicated. Obviously, he had already made enough efforts. Not only did he buy an orthodox second-level body refining method for Wang Yuan, but he also opened up all the skills of Luo Xianhu for the other party to study. Unexpectedly, the other party still embarked on this path. The blood path. It is worthy of being the most addictive path in the devil's way. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chen cheered up. Regardless of whether the blood demon is Wang Yuan or not, he would never give up on the other party. Along the way, without the support of Wang Yuan, who is both a teacher and a friend, he would never have achieved his current achievements so quickly. Luo Chen considers himself not a vindictive person, but he also knows the principle of repaying kindness. What's more, they are friends. The search for Wang Yuan has to continue. In addition, in half a month, it will be my Luo Xianhu's turn to rotate the 6th mountain. I have to cure Li Yingxiang as soon as possible and let him return to Xianlin with Yuan Xianhui and others. I cannot stop exploring the method of enlightenment. This may be the only way for me to improve myself before the war. In just a short moment, Luo Chen sorted out what to do next. The future is still confusing. But the road under his feet, every step must be taken firmly enough. The next day, he still removed the earth fire evil spirit for Li Yingxiang, and used the spring breeze and rain art, which was constantly increasing his proficiency, to treat his hidden injuries. At the same time, he ordered Duanfen to use the connections he had made on the Jinsha floating island during this period to inquire about the news about the 9th mountain among the 9 mountains of Jilei. The battlefield of Wanli Huangshi cannot be let go. Finally, let Yuan Xiaoyu collect the 2nd level earth fire evil spirit for him on the Jinsha floating island through the relationship with the ice castle. Jinsha floating island is the base camp of the Luo sect. Naturally, it is also a place where a lot of resources gather. But it's just a 2nd level evil spirit. If you want to buy it, it's not difficult as long as you have spirit stones. Not long after, Yuan Xiaoyu collected 10 copies for him. It's not expensive, it only cost 500 spirit stones. It is said that many Yanmeng disciples carry this material with them, so the price is so cheap after the war. Yuan Xiaoyu said with a smile. Luo Chen shook his head. This price was not cheap. 10 portions of first-grade earth fire evil key only cost 50 or 60 spirit stones. It's not that Yuan Xiaoyu was cheated. It's just that the higher the grade of evil spirit, the more expensive it is. When Wang Yuan bought the Yellow Spring Yin Evil, he spent more than 30,000 spirit stones. It can only be said that now affected by the war, the price of this seemingly common material has also risen. Well done, continue to collect for me next. Okay, I understand, President. You go down first. After Yuan Xiaoyu left, Luo Chen activated a defensive formation. Looking at the rock pumice in his hand, his eyes showed anticipation. He had recently figured out a method to open up the evil spirit, inspired by the 1st level Ming Shen Poshak, the 2nd level Qi Yuan, and the 3rd level body refining technique Yuan Peng transformation. It also involves many body refining theories that Wang Yuan had instilled in him during normal communication. With this accumulation, he had the confidence to open up the body. Now everything is ready, it's time to start. Although it's not as good as Wang Yuan's self-created skills, this secret technique of opening up the orifice that I tailored for myself should not be bad. Even if it fails, I have familiar means of clearing the evil spirit. Give it a try, it will never be a loss. With everything ready to ensure that there will be no major problems, Luo Chen controlled his spiritual power and easily drew out a strand of fierce and domineering evil spirit from the rock pumice. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Fairy Bingpo, almost became a son-in-law. HMPH. A muffled groan came from the quiet room. Luo Chen opened his eyes, a trace of regret in his eyes. Just now, he tried to open an acute point with the 2nd level earth fire evil for the 3rd time. The result was failure. Fatally, there seemed to be a layer of air film blocking it. The higher the realm, the purer the spiritual energy, and the protective air film will spontaneously form on the human body's key acupoints. It should be a protective move, but now it has become a barrier that restricts my opening of the acupoints. How to solve this? Luo Chen frowned slightly. He skillfully performed the spring breeze and rain art to repair the damage to his body caused by the evil spirit when he opened the acupoints. Under the wisps of wood-type spiritual energy, the minor injuries healed quickly. Luo Chen's physique is extremely strong. Among the people he is familiar with, it is only second to Wang Yuan. Even compared with Chu Kui, who also cultivates his physique, he is slightly better. In his opinion, Chu Kui has only achieved the stage of refining the organs, but has no idea about connecting the meridians. After all, even Luo Chen relied on the Blood Evil Pill and the Eternal Youth Sutra to complete the 100 meridians opening with great difficulty. His eyes fell on the rock floating stone that sealed the second-level Earth Fire Evil Key. Luo Chen's thoughts subconsciously recalled Li Yingxiang's injury. There was a lot of Earth Fire Evil Key remaining in Li Yingxiang's body. It was also second level, but it seemed to be much purer than the Earth Fire Evil Key he was using now. It is rumored that the Yan League has a method to refine evil spirits. Even if they are both second level, the quality of their Earth Fire Evil Key is much higher, so it can be used for combat. So, it's the quality of the evil spirit that is not good. Thinking. A bold idea popped up in Luo Chen's mind. If the quality is not good enough, can it be made up by quantity? His current Earth Evil Awakening technique was greatly influenced by Wang Yuan's experience, so he has been strictly controlling the evil spirits that enter his body. But other people's experience is not completely applicable to himself. If I increase the number and use 2 or even 3 strands of evil spirit to attack the acupoints at the same time, can I force it to open? But if I fail, the damage to my body may be a bit great. While muttering to himself, a fierce look flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. How could there be no risk in creating a secret technique? Even Wang Yuan had to fight to verify whether he had taken the wrong path. Then he, Luo Chen, would have to pay something. Take a deep breath. After his body was restored to its original state, Luo Chen waved his hand and 2 strands of Earth Fire Evil Spirit flew out of the floating stone. He raised his nose and inhaled. Suddenly, the 2 strands of Evil Spirit, like 2 fire dragons, drilled into his nose. After entering the body, they went all the way down and went straight to the acupoint that Luo Chen was most confident of. The next day, Luo Chen stepped out of the door. With his shrewdness, there was joy in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. His method of opening the Earth Evil Spirit was feasible. After he increased the number of second-level Earth Fire Evil Spirits to 3 strands at a time, he could break through the air film condensed on the acupoints. Just last night, he had opened an acupoint. There are a total of 720 acupoints in the human body. Counting the 36 that I opened in advance when I practiced a Mingshan Posha, 37 have been opened now, leaving only more than 600. If we don't count the life and death acupoints whose condensed air films become tougher as time goes on, then I need to open all the acupoints, more than 2,000 second-level Earth Fire Evil Spirits. 10 strands cost 500 Spirit Stones, and more than 2,000 strands require at least 100,000 Spirit Stones. After getting this number, Luo Chen couldn't help but be shocked. This amount of Spirit Stones is nothing to him now. But in the eyes of ordinary foundation-building cultivators, it is a huge sum of money. No wonder the way of body refining, which is obviously very fast in progress, is gradually abandoned by people. This is clearly a bottomless abyss. Luo Chen didn't carefully calculate how many resources he invested in body refining. The main thing is that he didn't really put in a lot of effort to train his body, and most of it was passive training. He only spent some time on the 3 points of perfecting the body, refining the internal organs, and opening up the meridians. But think about it, the monster meat spirit meals he never stopped, the spiritual rice supply, and many medicinal materials, blood evil pills. If you really calculate carefully, it will definitely be a terrifying amount. Take the level of opening the orifices, which seems to only require 100,000 spiritual stones to complete 100,000. This is just for Luo Chen. For ordinary body cultivators, they have to consider the physical injuries caused by evil spirits, often by pills, ask doctors for treatment, etc. The expenses for the details here are also a huge amount. Only Luo Chen himself has a good attainment as a doctor, so he can solve these worries. Otherwise. Moreover, even if the orifices are completed, if you really want to continue on the path of body refining, you still have to understand the changes in ki and blood, and the expenses must be a huge amount. Body cultivators, pure gold-eating beasts. However, the things that come later have nothing to do with me. I just need to complete the opening of the orifices and build a pure and strong physique to directly assist me in practicing quickly. Luo Chen smiled and didn't think about more distant things. He said hello to the people in the station and went out. Find Tan Taiyu. He needs too much earth fire evil spirit. With Duan Feng's connections and Yuan Xiao's methods, it is difficult to gather them in a short time. And he is currently consuming a lot. It is actually very simple to open those unimportant orifices in the early stage, as long as you master the method. In this way, a huge amount of evil spirit is required. As for the later part, it involves the life and death acupoints, which are extremely tough and thick. Consider it at that time. On the Jinsha floating island. Tan Taiyu came earlier than him and must know the source of the large amount of earth fire evil spirit. You want a large amount of second-level earth fire evil spirit. In a side hall, Tan Taiyu looked at Luo Chen with a complicated expression. Facing her intriguing gaze, Luo Chen acted calmly. Yes, the more the better. For alchemy. Don't worry about that, fellow Taoist. Tan Taiyu's expression froze, but she didn't forcefully ask. She said lightly, I do have 100 copies, which are the legacy of a foundation-building cultivator from the Yan League. But I don't have more now. Luo Chen frowned. 100 copies is a little less. Tan Taiyu naturally saw his dissatisfied look. If you want more, you can participate in the monthly Jinsha Floating Island Cultivator Trading Meeting. At that time, many cultivators will trade the resources they got from the battle and don't need. It should be easy to collect the second-level earth fire evil spirit you want there. Once a month? After asking about the specific time of the next meeting, Luo Chen frowned and thought it was a coincidence. The reason is simple. The time of the next meeting is exactly when their Luo Xianhu will change the defense of the 6th mountain. In this way, he is likely to miss it. Obviously, Tan Taiyu knew more about this matter than Luo Chen. She said calmly, when the time comes, I'll ask Shilan to help you keep an eye on it, you just give her the spirit stones. Shilan? Luo Chen nodded, he still trusted this woman. Although she was a little obsessed with money, she was very sensible. If he gave her some benefits, things would definitely be done beautifully. After the matter was settled and Luo Chen spent 5,000 spirit stones to buy the earth fire evil spirit in the other party's hands, he didn't plan to stay for long. The higher the cultivation of these women in the ice castle, the weirder their temperaments. Whether it was Juking or Yin Yu, he had to be careful to deal with them. Even if Tan Taiyu was a little better, it would be better to have less contact with her. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, Tan Taiyu suddenly spoke. Wait? Anything else? Luo Chen turned around in surprise. Tan Tai looked at him with a complicated expression. I heard that Master Yin Yu offered you a lot of money to win you over, and even said that she would give you Bingpo as a Taoist partner, but you refused her offer. Luo Chen nodded. He asked casually, who is Bingpo? Fairy Bingpo. Oh. Luo Chen was stunned. Tan Tai looked at him in a daze and smiled very rarely. It seems that you don't know what you missed. Luo Chen asked hesitantly, but the Taoist disciples of your generation in Bingbao. Yes, you guess it right. Tan Tai smiled lightly. She is Master Yin Yu's eldest disciple, and also a candidate for the next headmaster. She is definitely the future Jinan master. If you marry her, you will be a real Bingbao person in the future. Luo Chen was speechless for a moment. He remembered that Master Yin Yu did mention that she would help him and her eldest disciple become a Taoist partner. But he never thought that the other party would be so powerful. Can a Taoist disciple of a sect be so easily promised to someone? Shaking his head, Luo Chen regained his calm demeanor. I'm afraid it's not marrying her, but I'm marrying into your ice castle. Tan Taiyu was stunned and said subconsciously, does the world of immortal cultivation still talk about this? Luo Chen laughed dumbly. This woman didn't seem to understand what marrying into a man's family meant. In this smile, he gradually understood what Master Yin Yu meant. The other party was obviously looking for help for his eldest disciple, Fairy Bigpo. If he had the help of a master-level alchemist like himself, the other party would definitely be able to sit firmly on the position of the head of the sect in the future, and as the master of the head of the sect, Master Yin you would definitely be able to enjoy more benefits. This can be seen from the beginning of Kingdom Valley Tawan, who fought alone. But halfway through, her master, Master Bai Su, personally came forward to support her and even borrowed the ice soul cold marrow that could temporarily restrain the purple extreme sky fire. When interests are at the forefront, the cooperation between the master and the apprentice, who are naturally affectionate, will be even closer. I just don't know if that Bingpo Taoist knows that she was almost betrothed to someone else. Tan Taiyu recovered and gave Luo Chen a good news. In half a month, your base will be moved back and the Chu family will take over. And the Luo Chen Club. I will arrange it. Luo Chen's expression moved. Then thank you, fellow Taoist Tan Tai. Tan Taiyu hummed and did not try to keep Luo Chen. Looking at the other parties leaving back, she sighed with a little regret. It would be great if she had met him earlier. Earlier, she could use the Jade pill to improve her realm, and she would not lose to Bingpo in the Battle of Dao Seeds. It was just a little bit. After leaving the side hall, Luo Chen walked on the solid street. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. The risky move he took before finally paid off. Under the pressure of Master Yin Yu, Fairy Juking began to show goodwill to Luo Xianhu. If they were assigned a separate station on the 6th mountain, they would inevitably repeat the same mistakes. But if they followed the direct descendants of the sect like Tan Taiyu, there would be someone taller to support them if the sky fell. In this way, the casualties of Luo Xianhu could be minimized. I just don't know how Master Juking will treat me when I go to the battlefield. Luo Chen chuckled and had the answer in his heart. When he returned to the Luo Xianhu station, he saw Qin Liangzhen who hurried back. Old Qin, what are you doing? As Luo Chen's prestige in Luo Xianhu reached an unprecedented level, he had to be a little more careful when addressing his former friends in public. Calling them by their names would seem unfamiliar. And if they called them brother or sister-in-law, it would easily cause criticism from the cultivators below. Therefore, calling them Old Qin was both friendly and polite. Looking at Qin Liangzhen with a happy face, he smiled and said, "Where did you go? You are so happy." Qin Liangzhen smiled and said, "I went to the Luo sect's headquarters." Oh. Luo Chen was surprised and said, "Did you see your son?" "No." "Well, why are you so happy?" Luo Chen was puzzled. Qin Liangzhen laughed, "I am happy if I didn't see him. Otherwise, if he came to the battlefield here, I would be worried to death." Luo Chen suddenly realized that he had not reacted to the mood of being a parent just now. "President, I found out. My little tiger is a good boy." When Qin Liangzhen said this, his eyebrows were flying and his expression was extremely vivid. He has cultivated to the great perfection of the key refining stage and obtained the foundation establishment pill given by the sect. He is sprinting to the foundation establishment stage. Haha, once he succeeds in building the foundation, then my Qin family will also have 2 foundation builders. Awesome. Luo Chen gave a thumbs up. He was really surprised by the news. Calculating the time, Qin Liangzhen's son is only about 30 years old. At this age, he has already started to sprint to the foundation building stage. He is indeed a genius with dual spiritual roots and has been cultivated by the sect. In Luo Xianhu, the only person of the same age as Qin Ziohu is his apprentice Chu Lingjun. He is about 2 years younger. Usually, he has all kinds of auxiliary resources. When Luo Chen is idle at Xianlin Peak, he often calls him over to give him some pointers. But now, he is only at the 8th level of key refining. The gap is not in resources. It can even be said that Chu Lingjun's resource supply is better than Qin Ziohu. The gap appears in talent. One has dual spiritual roots, and the other has 4 spiritual roots that are almost useless. The gap between them is bigger than that between people and dogs. However, Chu Lingjun is not impatient. He is at the 8th level of key refining at the age of 30, and he is very confident that he can practice to the great perfection of key refining before the age of 60. This is definitely something that Chu Lingjun and his deceased grandfather Chu Hanchang would never dare to think about before. Slowly persevere, and there will be a day to build a foundation. By then, with Luo Chen's help, even if he was forced to drink, he would be able to cultivate a true foundation. By the way, I heard from Duan Feng that we will return to Xianlin in half a month. Qin Liangzhen asked curiously. Luo Chen nodded, yes, when Li Yingzhang is almost well, he will take you back together. Qin Liangzhen was quite happy. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly realized, aren't you going back with us? Chapter 373, Myriad lights, Mayfly world. Half a month later. Outside the Jinsha floating island. Luo Chen looked outside the floating island, the endless yellow sand that he couldn't see even with his eyesight, and a trace of melancholy appeared in his eyes. This seemingly peaceful yellow sand wasteland swallowed up countless cultivators' lives every day. Tomorrow, I will also step onto the battlefield. As he was sighing, footsteps came from behind him. President, Yuan Xiao and the others are ready. Luo Chen turned around and watched the cultivators step onto the lanky flying boat under the leadership of Yuan Xiao and Qin Liangchen. Li Yingzhang stood beside him. 3 days ago, Luo Chen had completely removed all the earth fire evil spirits from his body. Now, although the other party's foundation was slightly damaged, there was no problem with the normal practice. Be careful on the way, and make good use of the head of the foundation building period cultivator. Yes, I know. After returning, follow the prescription of the doctor in Kingdom Valley and take 10 more medicines. You seem to be well now, but some injuries caused by the erosion of evil spirits cannot be solved by my magic, and I still have to rely on the prescription. Thank you for your concern, Yingzhang will keep it in mind. As for Luo Xianhu, you should listen to the president, I trust her to do things. Li Yingzhang nodded heavily. He has remembered every word of Luo Chen in his heart. Last, Luo Chen smiled and said, if there is a chance, I will definitely find your Li family's chilling sword back for you. Li Yingzhang shook his head quickly. The president gave me the 9-channel Spirit King, which is a great gift from heaven. How can I ask for it? President, you don't have to take risks for this. Luo Chen smiled and said nothing more. The chilling sword is different from other magic weapons. That was not only the heirloom of the Li family, but also the sword of his old friend Li Jinhuang. It would be fine if there was no chance. If he encountered it, he would try to get it back no matter what. Okay, get on the boat, they're all waiting for you. Li Yingzhang looked up and saw that the lanky flying boat had slowly started, and a layer of spiritual light shield was gradually covering the boat. Compared with the time when it came, a large amount of materials were transferred, so that the flying boat was extremely large and flew extremely slowly. When it went back, it was mostly empty. There were only some precious materials that Yuan Xiao collected from the ice castle, and prepared to take them back to Xianlan Fairy City for sale. It was impossible to go back with an empty boat. Therefore, when it went back, the flying boat was reduced to 10 feet long, just the length of a top-grade flying boat. With such a length and width, the flying speed is also the best. When encountering an irresistible enemy, you can also escape faster. Li Yingzhang jumped on the flying boat. He turned around with Qin Liangchen and Yuan Xiao and looked at Luo Chen. President, see you next year. Qin Liangchen shouted. President, you must be safe. Yuan Xiao waved her hand and said goodbye. Luo Chen didn't say anything. He just nodded to them. Under his gaze, the lanky flying boat slowly took off. Then, it flew away from the Wanli yellow sand area. In his sight, the huge flying boat gradually turned into a small black dot until Luo Chen could no longer see it. A feeling of melancholy floated in his heart. Luo Chen turned around and walked back slowly along the street. When he reached the center of the floating island, his footsteps stopped. On the circular square, stood a huge white stone tablet, with lines of golden characters appearing on it. Merit list. The 4 sects cultivators were not on it, as they had their own way of calculating merit. This stone tablet mainly recorded the merits of their subordinate forces and some independent cultivators on the battlefield. Therefore, the main body on it was either the name of a force or the name of a single independent cultivator. This merit was not just for the sake of reputation, but had a real effect. You can use your merits to exchange for corresponding resources and treasures from the leader of the 4 sects alliance, Luo Chen sect. For example, the first-level spirit pills that are urgently needed by cultivators in the late stage of key refining, or the precious foundation-building pills. There are also many other precious pills that can be exchanged. At least Luo Chen saw one on it, which is a medium-grade Hanguang pill suitable for his cultivation. It is said that this is a special cultivation pill produced by Luo Chen sect. The medicinal power is not inferior to the second-level pills of Yao Wang sect and Kingdom Valley. It was made by Fairy Mu Yunian, the chief alchemist of Luo Chen sect. The second-level cultivation pills of medium quality are extremely tempting to ordinary foundation-building cultivators. However, Luo Chen doesn't like it at the moment. The high-quality Shenglong pills given to him by Tawan of Kingdom Valley are still in stable supply. Before he develops drug resistance, Luo Chen does not plan to change his main pill. In addition to pills, the Four Sects Alliance has many resources. Magical instruments and magic treasures, talismans and spiritual medicines, secret techniques, and the lore and sect puppets that cultivators covet the most. Puppet of the same level, even level 3 puppets are available for exchange. If you can exchange for such good things, it is not an exaggeration to say that you can walk sideways during the foundation building period. It is precisely because there are so many good things on it. So the ranking on the merit list cannot be used to judge who has made more contributions. It is very simple. Each vassal is worried that the resources on it are limited. Therefore, they often exchange as much merit as possible, so as to avoid having merit but no resources. The Luo Chen who is the same. In the past 2 years, the merits earned have all been exchanged for foundation building pills. A total of 3 were exchanged. At present, there are only 100 merit points left on it. As a result, the ranking of Luo Chen who is only in the middle and lower levels, just a little higher than some scattered cultivators in foundation building. After returning, I want to find Su Huan to ask in detail how this merit is calculated. Luo Chen's eyes fell on the stone tablet, and he tried his best to familiarize himself with the vassals of the Four Sects Alliance. There are also several forces he is familiar with on it. For example, Lion Merchant Alliance ranked 19th. Luo family of Luoshifang City, Chen family of Xianifang City, Bailian Mountain, Changliu Xicheng family, and Zuchjin Mountain Wei family. These are second-rate forces in Xianlan Ferry City or near Xianlan. In the past half-month, several foundation-building true cultivators have taken the initiative to visit him. They either exchanged cultivation experiences or worried about the development of future wars, etc. Some have not been seen yet, or they are in seclusion to recuperate, or they have not come down from the Jiulai mountain. But so many familiar people and forces gathered here still made Luo Chen dazed. It was as if he was still in Xianlan Ferry City. But the cruel fact told him that this was Jinsha Floating Island. It was the base camp of the Four Sects Alliance on the Wanli Yellow Sand. After the war, it was unknown whether these familiar forces could return alive and well. It is impossible to say that a few foundation-building true cultivators of a certain force all died on the battlefield. Instead, the territory of their hometown will be occupied by others. Maybe if there are more deaths, the major clans will be happier and they can collect rent again. Luo Chen never hesitated to speculate about these giant and major clans with the greatest malice. In their eyes, vassal forces are nothing at all. As long as their own clan does not fall, the vassals under their command are like weeds. If they are gone today, someone will take the initiative to attach themselves to them in a while. Just like the Luo Chen who back then, Luo Chen took the initiative to cling to the ice castle. Because Luo Chen stood at the bottom of the merit list for a long time. Slowly, some people noticed him. His appearance and deeds have been familiar to people in Jinsha Floating Island these days. Most people know his face, or have heard of his name Dan Chenzi. Luo Chen's spiritual awareness is strong, even if he did not deliberately eavesdrop. But some cultivators with lower realms nearby, their voice transmissions to each other, could not escape Luo Chen's ears. That senior is Dan Chenzi, right? Yes, just standing there, he is so majestic and has the bearing of a master. He is indeed a leader among the casual cultivators. We are also casual cultivators. I don't know if we can reach his level in this life. Not only is he famous in Yuding domain, but he can also create a force like Luo Xianhu and command it at his will. Haha, you are probably thinking too much? Although Luo Xianhu is just an ordinary second-rate force, the strong people in it are not weaker than the true disciples of the big sects. For example, the Thunder Formation, with the power of the initial stage of foundation building, killed 5 people of the same level. Do you think you can subdue such a genius? I am afraid it will be difficult for me to do it. Oh, life is already difficult, Brother Dao, don't be so mean. Haha. Luo Chen couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth when he heard the rustling voice transmission in his ears. It was only in the past half-month that he knew that Min Longgao actually typed a Taoist name. Or, Min Longgao himself may not know that he has a Taoist name Thunder Array. This honorific title was gradually spread after he left, a long time later. He laid down the 5 Thunder Strike formation and killed 5 monks of the same level with his own strength. With such a brilliant record, plus he is also a formation master, naturally some people brag about him. In fact, Luo Chen finally knew why. He found that the Luoxianhu monks who had obviously suffered a defeat were not in a state of decline after he came here. It can even be said that their mental state is far better than other forces. All the reasons came from the night attack launched by the Yan League on the 7th mountain. In that night attack, the four sects alliance suffered heavy losses. Many vassal forces have reached an astonishing 70% damage. In comparison, less than half of the Luoxianhu died. Although some of the 3 foundation-building monks and the association were seriously injured and some were missing, there were no casualties in the end. Instead, they killed dozens of key refining cultivators and 5 foundation establishment cultivators on the spot. According to subsequent rumors, among the people who chased Wang Yuan, 2 foundation establishment cultivators also died. With such a brilliant victory, how could the Luoxianhu cultivators not be proud and full of momentum? The defeat of the Luoxianhu was not the fault of the war. It was the decline of the general situation, which led them to retreat. In the local battlefield, the Luoxianhu was actually victorious. Of course, such details were only fussed by their vassal forces, and the 4 sects' true disciples naturally disdained them. Luo Chen looked at the merit list for a while, but he was not interested. Except for the puppets, Zongmiao pills, and foundation establishment pills that Luo sect brought out, he had no interest in other resources. Perhaps other ordinary foundation establishment cultivators would flock to them. But in front of his wealth, they were really not worth mentioning. Since there is nothing particularly worth my attention, and nothing that will be of great benefit to Luoxianhu, then there is no need to exert great efforts on the battlefield to win merits. If you see that the situation is not right, retreat immediately. That is the way to protect yourself. This is the purpose of Luo Chen's study of the merit list. Since nothing has been produced to attract him, the battle strategy must be changed. Unlike other forces, which must exert great efforts. Because of his own reasons, the Ice Castle side will definitely be lenient to him, and no one will blame him for slacking off. The moon rises and the sun rises, and time flows. Soon, it is the next day. When he woke up early in the morning, Luo Chen felt the state of his body and couldn't help but feel excited. Half a month later, he opened 20 ordinary acupoints one after another. In addition to the 36 large acupoints that had been opened in the key refining stage. In this way, there are 56 acupoints opened. Although there has not been any earth-shaking changes yet, he does feel a little different. That is the spiritual power reserve and conversion efficiency. Danshan Ki can actually be regarded as an acupoint in the human body, but because of its special location and the practice, its volume is much larger than other acupoints. And it is still being developed and expanded. Now that I have developed ordinary acupoints, they can be regarded as miniature versions of Danshan. These acupoints can store a large amount of ordinary spiritual power that has not been purified. In this way, the spiritual power reserve is increased. At the same time, because of these spare spiritual powers, the efficiency of refining will be greatly improved during the operation of the practice. If I can open 720 acupoints, it is almost equivalent to opening up a second Kahe in my body. My spiritual power is 7 or 8 times more powerful than that of the same level. With the 6th level of foundation building, I am not inferior to the late great cultivators. If all 720 acupoints are opened at the same time, with the addition of 2 Kahes, I am afraid that as soon as I enter the 7th level of foundation building, my spiritual power can surpass those of the 8th and 9th levels of foundation building. It is even possible to be comparable to the great perfection cultivators of the foundation building period. Thinking of the future, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel excited. This kind of improvement is no longer limited to the speed of cultivation. It will directly affect his fighting methods. Sure enough, his previous decision was right. Cultivation is a slow process and takes time to endure. But at each step, he can learn by analogy, learn from each other, and take faster and more solid steps than others. While he was daydreaming about the future, the monks of Luoxianhu have been dispatched one by one, under the command of Du and Feng, to check the battle preparations such as magic tools and talismans. It can even be said that it is not just Luoxianhu. The nearby ice castle camp and the entire Jinsha floating island seem to be alive. A series of noisy voices came from all directions. There were also many escape lights, led by powerful foundation-building true cultivators, flying out of the Jinsha floating island and entering the range of Wanli yellow sand. Half an hour passed in a flash. Suddenly, a team of 100 people flew towards Luoxianhu. Seeing this, Luo Chen went to meet them. "Are you all ready?" Tan Tai asked while looking at the 100 monks of Luo Chen who, although they were the monks from the Daoxin Hall who were added later, they were full of energy and looked fierce. It can be seen that this is also a team that has experienced many battles. "No problem." Luo Chen smiled slightly and bowed his hands and said, "I have to rely on fellow Taoist Tan Tai for this trip. Please take care of me." "Well, let's go." Tan Tai nodded and waved his hand. Immediately, the two teams merged into one, but they were also clearly divided, and the men and women were obvious. It was not only their side. The Ice Castle camp soon gathered 4 more teams. Compared with Tan Tai's side, which only had 200 people in total, the other 4 teams all had 300 or 400 people. They were all more than their side. From this, it can be seen that what Master Yin Yu said to Luo Chen was not false, and the Juking lineage was indeed weak. "Let's go." A grand voice sounded. Then, thousands of monks, either driving magic weapons or riding clouds and mist, flew into the vast yellow sand wasteland, flying towards the 9 high mountains in the center that were shrouded in thunder clouds all year round. With a blessing of colorful spiritual power, this large group of monks soon merged with the monks of the other 3 sects. Thousands of escape lights merged, the wind whistled, and the clouds rolled. If you look from a distance, it's like a series of glimmering mayflies, rushing towards the universe where life and death are unknown and there is great terror. Chapter 374, A World of Difference. Thousands of miles of yellow sand, a barren land. Looking around, all you can see are yellow gravels. It is said that this place was not like this countless years ago. At that time, there was also abundant water and grass, and beautiful mountains. Until 1,000 years ago, the 9 mountains of thunder rose from the ground, resisting the power of heaven and bathing in thunder. Over time, the powerful power of thunder shattered the mountains and soil within a range of thousands of miles, turning them into countless gravels. Even though the world has changed, the mountains and rivers have changed, and this place is still struck by thunder all the time. In this way, over time, it has become a golden desert thousands of miles away. Moreover, it is different from the secular desert. This desert formed by the 9 mountains of thunder has no flowers, trees, animals or monsters. The whole desert, with mountains rising and falling, is like a sea of sand, moving all the time. If you don't have the wind control technique, ordinary key refining cultivators will be engulfed by the quicksand and buried deep in it. Even foundation building cultivators must always be careful not to be involved. Luo Chen was in the center of the team. He looked around and assessed the strength of the team. There were over 10,000 people, mainly late-stage key refining cultivators. But the number of foundation establishment cultivators among them was as high as thousands. This was almost enough to be comparable to a large Jinden sect. It can even be said that ordinary Jinden sects cannot gather so many foundation establishment cultivators. Only Kingdom Valley and Jianzhong in Yuding Domain have such a foundation. The 4 sects are the leaders, and their vassals are the main force. There are also many independent cultivators who think they are quite powerful. If such a war breaks out, even if I am quite powerful, it will be difficult to ensure that there will be no mistakes. And the 100 or so people in my Luo Chen society. Compared with the excitement of others, Luo Chen seemed a little silent. In his heart, he was even more pessimistic. While he was silent, the army of cultivators did not stop and would soon reach the 6th mountain. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous sound rang in his ears. Luo Chen looked up and was shocked. In sight, 9 steep and lonely peaks stood on the yellow sand plain like connecting the sky and the earth. Standing on the golden quicksand, with dark clouds above the head. Bright white lightning like snakes and dragons trembled in the void like bearing fangs and claws. Stop for a while. The thunderstorm is releasing, and it will last for about 10 breaths. Then we will go into the mountain. Remember, the magic weapon that shows the identity of each family comes with a lightning protection array. Don't lose it. The voice of the Golden Pill Master came from the center of the army. Luo Chen clenched the wooden sign in his hand. This thing is dark in color and gloomy. It is a 2nd-level lightning protection spirit wood. I don't know how the Lauren sect can mass-produce so many of them. In the past, only the Sword sect would produce this thing in large quantities for miners to use for long-term mining in the 9 Thunder Mountains. After a short wait, a scorching breeze blew by. The lightning and thunder in the sky disappeared, and the dark clouds above gradually disappeared. But it was just disappearing. Everyone knew that within a month, a large number of dark clouds would accumulate again, with thunderstorms. Enter the mountain. With a command, tens of thousands of cultivators turned into two streams of light and entered the 5th and 6th mountains respectively. These are the two mountains that the Four Sects Alliance currently controls. The remaining 7 mountains, except for the 9th mountain, which is not suitable for cultivators to stay in, are under the control of the Jading Sword sect. According to rumors, the two Yuanyings have an agreement that once the Luo sect is completely driven out of the 9 Thunder Mountains, they will be declared defeated. Vice versa. With the experience of managing the 9 mountains for many years, the Sword sect suffered a slight loss in numbers in the early stage of the battle and lost 4 Thunder Mountains. In the following days, they began to exert their strength and attacked fiercely, almost beating the Four Sects Alliance to the point of not being able to raise their heads. The 7th and 8th mountains, which were taken down with great difficulty before, were also lost in succession in the past 2 years. At present, the Four Sects Alliance is in a precarious situation. It is rumored that Luo sect has developed a batch of puppets that are not afraid of lightning and can fight easily in Thunder Mountain. They will be transported here and put into use soon. By then, it may be time for Luo sect to launch a counterattack. That is why the Four Sects Alliance is currently defending the remaining 2 Thunder Mountains. We are finally here. The 10,000 miles of quicksand is golden, and my eyes hurt after looking at it for a long time. Are we stationed in the same place as last time? As soon as Luo Chen landed, he heard noisy discussions around him. He did not care about these, but quietly waited for Tan Taiyu's arrangements. Don't worry, my master has arranged everything. Wait until they have handed over and then go directly. Tan Taiyu's voice transmission entered his ears. Luo Chen nodded. Next, he quietly watched the handover of the various stations in the 6th mountain. When someone enters the mountain, someone will naturally come out to rest. The group of cultivators who stayed here for several months flew out of the mountain slowly with tired expressions. Su Huanshan stood beside Luo Chen and whispered to him the taboos of fighting in Jilijian. Thunder Mountain has been soaked for many years, and is full of thunder power, violent and manic, so low-level defense formations cannot be used at all. Currently, there are 3 large defense formations arranged in the 6th mountain, which are as high as the 4th level, but the defense effect is only equivalent to that of ordinary 3rd-level defense formations. The 3 formations were jointly arranged by the Luo sect and the formation masters of Alio Mountain. As long as there is no fierce attack from the giant and strong enemy, we can take advantage of the terrain and defend against foreign enemies. Luo Chen nodded. This information is basically the same as what Min Longyu told him. Jilijian is not actually very big. One mountain is about the same size as Dangsha Peak. But a mountain of this size cannot be covered by a 4th-level defense formation, and 3 are required, and even the effect will be greatly reduced. It can be seen that the environment of this battlefield is terrible. In addition, when fighting here, if you encounter a cultivator with thunder spiritual roots or someone who is good at using thunder magic, you must be careful. The power they can unleash is far beyond the ordinary. On the Sword sect side, there are 3 sword cultivators who are good at thunder magic. 2 of them are in the middle stage of foundation building, and the other is in the late stage of foundation building. They are all very strong. On the Flame Alliance side, there is also a thunder magic master in the middle stage of foundation building. His real name is unknown, and his Taoist name is Yan Lizi. Here are their portraits. If you meet them, try not to compete with them. Su Huanshan took out a few portraits and showed them to Luo Chen. After Luo Chen carefully memorized them, he asked casually, "What about the Alliance side? Are there any masters who are good at thunder magic?" "Yes." Su Huanshan quietly pointed to a man with a rebellious look and curly hair in the army of cultivators. Luo Chen looked at him. "A ramen head? That person's name is Shanlinger. He comes from Alio Mountain, and he has reached the late stage of foundation building. He has a magic weapon called Thunder Spirit Diamond, which is extremely powerful. Every time he encounters a sword cultivator from the Sword sect, he is always the first to go up, not afraid of the opponent at all. There is also a cultivator with Thunder Spirit roots in Kingdom Valley, who has a magic weapon called Black Cloud Miasma, which is extremely suitable for large-scale combat. In addition, in the 5th mountain, Luo sect also has a Thunder Master, which makes the Sword sect very wary." Speaking of this, Su Huanshan suddenly stopped. He smiled bitterly and said, "In fact, my Luo Chen society also has a Thunder Master, who has been included in the list of people that low-level cultivators should be careful of by the sword sect. Min Longgao. Luo Chen said. Su Huanshan nodded, yes, although Elder Min has no thunder spirit root, he can use materials and formations to draw the power of thunder. The previous 5 thunders hit the top of the formation and instantly killed 5 foundation building true cultivators. The feat is still widely circulated in the 9 Thunder Mountains. The name of Lays Henzi makes countless people afraid. Luo Chen also nodded with emotion. He always felt that Min Longgao didn't need to feel so guilty. In that night battle, he had already done his best. The name Lays Henzi is a perfect interpretation of the merits of that battle. Thinking of the formation plate that Min Longgao gave him before leaving, and the specially prepared formation in the storage bag, Luo Chen felt confident. Although Lays Henzi is no longer on the battlefield, but his formation crystal is still there. As long as the environment is right. Luo Chen subconsciously looked around. He didn't know whether the dark mountain was the color of the long-term bombardment of thunder and fire, or the black infection caused by the blood of countless cultivators. This environment is not very suitable for performing that formation. Finally, Su Huanshan's expression became serious. President, remember, when fighting on Thunder Mountain, remember not to fly too high. Luo Chen's eyebrows moved. Easy to be struck. Yes. The power of thunder accumulated in Thunder Mountain for countless years is too terrifying. Even if it looks very calm, no one can tell when a lightning bolt will suddenly fall from the sky. If you fly too high during the battle, it is easy to become a living target. You know, there are no living things in the 9 Thunder Mountains. Ordinary thunder and lightning are not a big threat to cultivators. It's not the thunder of the nascent soul when it is undergoing tribulation. Some powerful people can even grab the thunder of heaven and earth, make magic tools, temper their bodies, etc. But if you are suddenly struck during the battle, the short paralysis and stalemate will instantly change the situation. If you are struck by flying too high during the battle and fall, it would be ridiculous. Su Huanshan said a lot in one breath. He told Luo Chen almost all his experiences and lessons in the past 2 years. Luo Chen looked at some ignorant and eager casual cultivators. It is estimated that many people do not know these experiences. Tell these things to the brothers of Luo Xianhu. Well, I have arranged people to tell them. While they were talking, the handover in the 6th mountain has gradually come to an end. Luo Chen's expression suddenly moved, and his eyes turned to look at a small army. Lion Merchant Alliance. There, a woman looked at him in a daze. Luo Chen nodded gently. The woman smiled bitterly and nodded. Dao Ali, what's wrong? Nang Guangjin asked in confusion in the team that was slowly flying out. Li Yixun sighed. I thought Luo Chen had a Taoist name of Dan Chenzi to rely on, so he could stay out of this war. But I didn't expect that he was also involved. Nang Guangjin was stunned and subconsciously looked in the direction of Luo Xianhu. But he saw Luo Chen's back, following the guidance of the Ice Castle monk, entering the mountain. He murmured, even a master of alchemy who is famous in the whole region was sucked into this vortex. We, ordinary people, should also have such a fate. Li Yixun smiled bitterly and was about to say something. An old voice sounded from behind. Don't underestimate Dan Chenzi. The station they went to is clearly one of the safest places. Ice Castle attaches much more importance to him than we do. Li Yixun and Nang Guangjin were stunned. Then they saluted respectfully. Meet the Great Elder. The Great Elder Lian waved his hand tiredly. No need to be so polite, go back and rest. As he spoke, he looked at Luo Chen's back and couldn't help showing envy on his face. Different stations have a completely different pressures to face. If the Lian Merchant Alliance had such treatment, the loss would not be so severe. However, in the past 2 years, there were 9 Lian Merchant Alliance cultivators who had established their foundation, but now there are only 5. Even Zhou Qing, a cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation, who he was very optimistic about, unfortunately died. If this continues, how many people in his Lian Merchant Alliance will be able to return to Xianlan Fairy City alive after the war? Forget it. I hope what Xiang Xingzi said is true, otherwise my trip is almost in vain. Sighing, the Great Elder Lian flew away from the 6th mountain tiredly. The mission of the Luotian Society is to garrison a mountainside at the back, where there is a rare forest of trees. Lightning wood. The 2nd level material is the most widely used material in lightning magic tools and magic treasures. It is relatively expensive, but not rare. Some large sects have the means to draw the power of thunder and cultivate lightning wood. This place is at the back, not on the front of the battlefield, and the mountain is high. The resources produced are not scarce. It can be said that this place is definitely the least interesting place for the enemy. Unlike other vassal forces, they are either important transportation routes, formation hubs, or have precious resource production points. Are you satisfied? Tan Tai asked. Luo Chen withdrew his gaze and said sincerely, to be honest, it was a bit beyond my expectations. He thought that Master Juking would take great care of Luo Xianhu. But he didn't expect it to be so big. In addition to all the advantages mentioned above, this place is also very suitable for escape. Even if there are enemies attacking the mountain, the cultivators in front will bear it. Tan Taiyu shook his head. It's good, but my master also paid a great price. Almost 70% of the top-grade blood-burning pills you refined before were traded to Luo sect and Uncle Yin Yu. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Damn. He said why he had refined a large number of blood-burning pills in the past 2 years, but the situation of Juking's lineage on the battlefield did not improve at all. Even Luo Xianhu was arranged a station that was only relatively safe. It turned out that Juking didn't use all the top-grade blood-burning pills at all. Instead, she hoarded them until now and took them out to trade with others. For a moment, he felt a little angry. But as Tan Taiyu flew towards the mountain, his anger gradually died down. If he were in the same situation, he would probably do the same. When he first traded it, it was just a slightly better life-saving pill. It was valuable, but not that important. But now the war is getting more and more intense, and the blood-burning pill has more than just the ability to save lives. It can temporarily increase combat power by several times, which can completely turn a small-scale battle around. If he traded it again at this time, he would naturally get more benefits. He even took care of the Luo Xianhu. I still underestimated these Jinden masters. It seems that everyone is practicing in seclusion, but in fact, they see the benefits more clearly than anyone else. I was a little self-indulgent when I praised her just now. Looking around, Luo Chen shook his head. This place should have been one of the earliest destinations of Luo Xianhu. Forget it, since we are here, we should make the best of it. There is no point in worrying about these things. Dealing with the next war is the most important thing. While muttering, Luo Chen took out the 18 arrays from his storage bag. Chapter 375, Third Order Formation, Violent Thunder and Waves. Thunderstorm. A Third Order Thunder Array. This is an attack array that Min Longyao has continuously improved after learning from his experience and lessons that night. This array is not a dead array, but a living array. Just like the name of the array, thunderstorms, thunder torrents. Once this array breaks out, even a Jinden master has to avoid its edge. If you are deeply trapped in it, it is not impossible to be blasted into slag. However, if you want to set up this array, the conditions are extremely harsh. First, you must have a magic weapon level array plate as the core, supplemented by many thunder materials. Second, you must accumulate a lot of thunder power as a trigger, so that you can attract the violent thunder like a torrent. Finally, if this array wants to stimulate its power to the limit, it must be in an environment with a strong thunder power. Otherwise, the power that can be unleashed is not as good as an ordinary second-order killing array. Rather than saying that this is a third-order attack array, it is better to say that it is a thunder-inducing array. It is different from the large sects that attract thunder and cultivate special spiritual wood minerals. That kind of attraction requires relatively gentle and relatively rare thunder. The violent thunder and raging waves formation attracts a huge torrent of thunder that is enough to destroy everything. Just in case. Luo Chen just stood firm and buried the 18 arrays in the thunder-struck wood forest. Then he took out a bunch of colorful flags and inserted them according to the specific 5 elements and 8 trigrams. In many places, he arranged the materials that Min Longyao had instructed before. Red thunder iron, firefly powder, thunder-attracting wood. His actions attracted many curious eyes from the Luotian society monks. But seeing that Luo Chen was setting up the formation, no one dared to disturb him. I think it was Elder Min Longyao's backhand. The only thing that surprised everyone was that the president set up the formation so naturally. It was as if he had been immersed in this for a long time. Natural? After putting 100 medium-grade spiritual stones into the groove of a thunder-attracting platform cut by Luo Chen, then he announced that the formation was completed. To be honest, Luo Chen was also a little surprised. He personally arranged this third-level formation and did not encounter any difficulties from beginning to end. Looking at the center of the formation, the arc of lightning was circling towards the 18 formations. Luo Chen stroked his chin. I guess this formation is very simple. It looks like a third-level formation, but it does not depend on the original power of the formation, but on the strength of the surrounding environment. The longer the time, the more thunder power is accumulated, the thicker this fuse will be, and the more thunder can be attracted at that time. In this way, in addition to replenishing the spirit stones consumed by attracting thunder from time to time, I only need to wait. Relieved, Luo Chen looked around. Duanfeng had arranged people to patrol. In the future, it is estimated that for a long time, he can only stay in this place where no one shits. However, there should not be too many battles. After all, there are many people in front. Just as Luo Chen expected. During the days of guarding the 6th mountain, other vassal forces had a dangerous and exciting life, but for the Luo Xianhu, it was quite peaceful. For more than a month. From time to time, news came from the front of the 6th mountain that the Sword Sect Alliance had sent people to attack. The fierceness of the battle was almost as fierce as the battle to break through the 7th mountain before. Everyone knew that once the 6th mountain was lost, the 4 sects alliance would only have the 5th mountain left, and then the Lauren sect would have no way out. Therefore, the resistance of the 4 sects alliance was also extremely fierce. Every battle was an iron-blooded defense. In such a war, countless cultivators fell, and naturally many surviving cultivators would become famous. Dao names like Minlong Yulazhenzi emerged in an endless stream. You praise me, I praise you, and everyone is happy. But this kind of Dao name obtained on the battlefield comes quickly and goes quickly. Not to mention whether it falls or not, whether it can be spread in the future is another matter. Luo Chen also went to the front line to watch a large battle. At that time, the spiritual energy poured down like a torrential rain, and the sword light was like a weave, shining brightly. Various magic tools, magic treasures, talismans and spells were freely wielded and collided. The foundation building cultivators were the main force in the battle, either controlling the magic tools to come and go, or accumulating magic weapon killing moves to bombard the battle formation. However, those large numbers of key refining cultivators who seemed to be unable to participate in the foundation building battles, burst out with impressive combat power. Many key refining cultivators gathered in groups and released lethal spells under the command of the 4 sects' true disciples. 1 or 2 are not to be feared. But when there are more, even the foundation building cultivators can hardly resist them. Just as the giant and master of Kingdom Valley said at the beginning, in the current cultivation world, the cultivators have gone astray, and each of them is better at attacking than defending. Powerful attack magic weapons can be seen everywhere. Excellent defensive magic weapons are hard to find. Even the best defensive magic tools are extremely rare. In this case, the foundation building cultivators seem powerful, but they are still full of the risk of being besieged and fallen by low-level cultivators. Compared with the life and death struggles of these vassal forces, Luo Chen who can be said to have lived a peaceful life. Except for a battle of support under the call of Tan Taiyu, they hardly participated in any battles. This situation made some of the key refining cultivators of Luo Chen who wanted to make meritorious deeds feel impatient. But for the 3 foundation building cultivators, Luo Chen, Duanfeng, and Su Huanshan, they wished that this would continue until the end of the war. Merit? No matter how great the merit is, it is not as good as keeping the Green Mountains. Unless the 4 sects alliance can give them a way to step onto higher peaks. Otherwise, it is best to stay quietly in the rear. Perhaps, the only thing that makes everyone uncomfortable is that the 9 Thunder Mountains are very thin. It is not suitable for normal cultivators to practice. In fact, it is not that the spiritual energy is thin, but that the 5 elements of spiritual energy are too scarce. The world is filled with huge thunder spiritual energy. Unless there are powerful cultivators with thunder spiritual roots, it is impossible to practice here. Moreover, even a cultivator with a thunder spirit root dared not easily absorb the spiritual energy released by the power of heaven and earth. It was too violent and chaotic, and it would take a long time to refine it. Not being able to practice does not mean that one cannot practice. Luo Chen has not stopped practicing for the past month. He has been working on opening up his orifices with the evil spirit of the earth and fire. In a month, he has opened more than 50 orifices. After getting started, Luo Chen became more and more proficient, and he could almost open 2 orifices a day. Even Wang Yuan would be dumbfounded at such a progress. But Luo Chen was not surprised. Opening up the orifices was different from the other small-level cultivations in the Blood River realm. To refine the internal organs, one needs to accumulate over time, and temper the 5 internal organs little by little, so that the 5 ki in the chest can be nourished. To open up the meridians, one needs to open and close them, like a rushing river, washing away small water channels, and everything along the way is a vast ocean. But opening up the orifices requires delicate work. After all, compared to the meridians of the 5 internal organs, the orifices are too fragile, and one can easily hurt oneself if one is not careful. Just like threading a needle, you need good eyesight and steady hand gestures. Luo Chen's eyesight is particularly good, and his soul is extremely powerful, far superior to Wang Yuan. He is also very skilled in controlling the evil spirit because he has come into contact with the earth fire evil spirit thousands of times while refining the blood-burning pill. Now, he has only changed to a higher level of earth fire evil spirit. After he became a little more proficient, he naturally made rapid progress. Maybe, after finding Wang Yuan, I can give him this method of opening the orifices that I have researched myself to accelerate his body refining. But he is still ahead of me in body refining. Maybe he has already opened 720 orifices and achieved the inner and outer heaven movement, and my body orifices are the stars. Shaking his head, Luo Chen took out another piece of rock pumice. When he was about to extract the earth fire evil spirit, he was stunned. It's gone. It's all used up. Coming back to his senses, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. He thought that these more than 100 portions of earth fire evil spirit could be used for a long time, but he didn't expect it to be so useless. It is probably related to his 3 strands of energy working together to force the acupoints to break through. It is such a waste. How can one break through without evil spirits? Time on the 6th mountain cannot be wasted. Practice magic? Luo Chen's magic is almost perfect now. He does not need much of the new spells except a 3rd level spell of Wanlixing. Besides, he has also mastered the perfect level of Wanlixing, which is only a stone's throw away from the Grandmaster level, and it is not suitable for practicing in public. The acupoints must be opened up. There are constant battles on the front line. The inner disciples or true disciples of the 4 sects alliance have fallen from time to time. I am afraid that the same is true for the Yan League. There must be a lot of earth and fire evil spirits in their inheritance. Instead of waiting to buy it back on Jinsha floating island, it is better to find someone to buy it on the battlefield. With his mind set, Luo Chen immediately summoned a cultivator in the key refining stage, Bu Junji, who dared to stop Chu Xianbao before. He asked him to go to the frontline station to find someone to ask. If anyone has the 2nd level earth fire evil spirit, he, Luo Chen, is willing to buy it at a high price. After Bu Junji took the order and left, Luo Chen was bored. After inspecting the defense line of the garrison, he came to the lightning-struck wood forest where this Hao 18 formation plate was buried. Looking at this chart and short wood forest, it is difficult for outsiders to associate it with the precious 2nd level lightning-struck wood. But the scene of lightning and thunder flashing from time to time on it shows that it is indeed the 2nd level lightning-struck wood containing trace amounts of lightning. After checking the formation plate, Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. In a month, he spent 30,000 low-grade spirit stones and 200 medium-grade spirit stones. Now the lightning is full of energy and most of it has been charged. In another month or so, it will be ready to be activated at any time. By then, everything will be ready, and the only thing missing is the environment. Luo Chen replaced a large number of spirit stones that were broken into powder and replaced them with brand new spirit stones to ensure that the formation can continue to operate. When he was about to leave, he heard a crisp sound. Crack! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit a lightning-struck tree of only the 1st level. The lightning-struck tree trembled heavily after being bombarded, and most of its branches fell off. It didn't catch fire. It seems that after reaching the 1st level, it has developed a certain resistance. Luo Chen sighed and was about to leave. But his footsteps stopped subconsciously. A pair of spiritual eyes moved, staring at the lightning-struck tree. After being bombarded by lightning, it seemed to have been severely damaged, but its main body became more and more tough and powerful. The free spiritual energy of heaven and earth around it was slowly gathering towards it, and its grade was slowly transforming. After this crack, it actually facilitated the key step of upgrading it to the 2nd level. Thunder is synonymous with destruction, and it is also a sign of disaster. But everyone knows that thunder also symbolizes revival and life. When spring thunder sounds, all things come to life. In the 5 elements, the eastern hexagram is Zhen, and Zhen is thunder. The 5 elements belong to wood, so the Yimu Qinglong in the 7 eastern stars is also the star that controls the vitality of thunder. It is said that powerful ancient body refiners not only use evil spirits to refine their bodies, but also use thunder to temper their bodies. The reason for their use is the other side of thunder's destructive attribute. I wonder if I can use the power of thunder. Standing in the forest of lightning-struck trees, Luo Chen stared at the lightning-struck tree that was being upgraded and fell into deep thought. The moon was bright and the night was dark. Luo Chen was in the deep black wood forest, and sometimes silver-white lightning exploded, revealing his tall figure. Suddenly, Luo Chen moved. Under the gaze of Duan Feng and Su Huanshan in the distance, he reached out and touched a short lightning-struck tree. Crackling. Duan Feng's face changed slightly. President doesn't seem to know the art of conducting lightning. Facing lightning with his body like this, I'm afraid. Before he finished speaking, Luo Chen's body had already frozen. After a moment of freezing, Luo Chen raised his hand hesitantly and looked at his fingertips. A black dot stood on the tip of his finger. It seems to be effective. In deep thought, he experimented several times as before. After a long time, he slowly walked back. President, what's wrong? Su Huanshan asked curiously. Duan Feng had known Luo Chen for a long time and knew his temperament, so he said, President, do you want to use the small amount of thunder power on the lightning-struck wood to do something? Luo Chen nodded. You weaponsmith seem to know the method of conducting lightning. Duan Feng hummed, indeed, weaponsmithing is a broad and profound art. The most common method is to use fire to melt gold and iron to forge weapons, but there are also methods of forging weapons with flesh and blood, and methods of extracting souls and spirits. The more advanced ones naturally involve using the power of heaven and earth to forge weapons. It is rumored that when powerful Yuanying cultivators passed the divine thunder tribulation, they had the initiative of using the tribulation thunder to forge real weapons. Although we ordinary weaponsmiths don't know that kind of method, we also have corresponding auxiliary equipment to borrow the power of heaven and earth thunder and lightning. Above the magic tools and magic treasures, there are real tools. Real tools are not something that ordinary cultivators can own. Even Yuanying Zhenren often find it difficult to own one. This thing can only be obtained by upgrading the natal magic weapon. Moreover, it must be stained with a trace of tribulation thunder to be promoted from a top-grade magic weapon to a real tool. However, passing the tribulation is a matter of life and death. Who can use tribulation thunder to refine tools? Therefore, many Yuanying Zhenren and the powerful gods have the idea of using other methods to guide ordinary heavenly thunder to refine their natal magic weapons. Over time, the skills of these methods have become more and more mature, spreading from top to bottom. Finally, ordinary weapon forgers have been formed, who can use the power of lightning to refine weapons without thunder spirit roots. Do you have it? Luo Chen asked. Duan Feng nodded. I have a lightning net on me, which I occasionally use to forge weapons. The recent magic weapon business is not going well, so it is idle and useless. I can give it to you. Sometimes, plans are always slower than changes. Luo Xian, who tried to take advantage of the war opportunity to make the weapon forgery hall, earned spirit stones, but with Li Yingzhang seriously injured and Wang Yuan missing, it was also abandoned. The most important thing is that someone has been doing this business on the Jinsha floating island for a long time, and it is not the turn of Duan Feng, an ordinary weapon forger. He is still too young. Well, thank you. Taking a blue and white iron net from the other party, Luo Chen returned to the stone house with a thoughtful look. The next day, Luo Chen appeared in the thunder-struck wood forest again. This place is the place where the power of thunder is the most concentrated in the garrison. As before, he tried to absorb the power of thunder and lightning with his body, but unfortunately, he only suffered minor injuries. Too little. Luo Chen murmured, and used the lightning net given to him by Duan Feng. Under the stimulation of spiritual power, silver-white lightning suddenly burst out from several lightning-struck trees nearby, and then gathered towards Luo Chen along the iron net. In an instant, Luo Chen was hit hard, and lightning filled his whole body. After a long while, Luo Chen exhaled a breath of turbid air, and his body was filled with a faint smell of burnt meat. After casting a healing spell, Luo Chen fell into deep thought again. It still doesn't work. I don't have a thunder spirit root, and I can't control the power of thunder at all. After a thunder strike, my body did become a little stronger after healing, but it was only a little bit. This kind of accumulation, which consumes time and spiritual energy, is completely not worth the loss. Luo Chen was constantly evaluating his condition. The so-called vitality contained in thunder and lightning is completely beyond his level. What he can use is only the most superficial things. With the help of thunder and lightning to temper the body, and then use the wood spirit to perform medical skills, so that the body will become stronger and stronger in the process of tempering and recovery. But it only stops here. It's a pity. I thought I found some extraordinary body training method. Without the thunder spirit root, it is impossible to use the spirit contained in thunder and lightning to stay in the meridians for a long time to temper the body. Sighing, Luo Chen put away the lightning net. Just as he was leaving, Luo Chen suddenly moved. I don't have any earth fire evil spirits on hand now, but the thunder and lightning here are mostly of the wood type. How about guiding them into the body and using them to open the acupoints? In the Xianpeng transformation, it is also mentioned that the most suitable way to practice this skill is to borrow the blood essence of 3 ancient wild beasts, the Thunder Peng, the Golden Winged Dapen, and the Xianyang Peng. The latter 2 skills are incomplete, but after the Thunder Peng's blood essence enters the body, there are relatively detailed methods for development. My method of opening the acupoints is inspired by the Xianpeng transformation. If I make a few changes. Luo Chen licked his lips and looked at the nearby lightning-struck wood forest expectantly. This place is a treasure land for him. The preciousness is not on the materials, but in the inexhaustible and not violent accumulation of thunder and lightning power. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.